The early summer sunlight streamed through the classroom windows, casting a warm glow within. A gentle breeze wafted in, carrying the faint scent of summer dust. Our class has the highest university admission rate in the entire school this year. Only one person failed to get in. It must be that guy, otherwise our class would have a perfect admission rate. Speaking of which, it's graduation celebration day, and he's here. Doesn't he have any self-awareness? He's the only student who has repeated 4 years and still hasn't managed to get into university. How could he not come, especially when his grades are consistently at the bottom? Ha! Honestly, 4 years. Even a pig would have learned something by now. The eyes of everyone in the classroom inadvertently turned toward a delicate young man seated in the corner. Their words dripped with mockery and ridicule. The entire school was aware of his name, Jiang Chen. He had become infamous for failing to gain university admission after 4 years of repeating. However, amidst the sea of derision, one clear gaze shone through, filled with concern and confusion. Jiang Chen gazed out at the verdant playground, listening to his classmates' jeers, a faint smile gracing his lips. Indeed, it had finally been 4 years. He had traversed from the year 2024 in Huaxia to this parallel world. The structure and historical development of this world closely mirrored that of his previous life. When he arrived, he had just begun his first year of high school. Now he had spent 7 years in high school. Jiang Chen exhaled deeply, murmuring to himself, "I've finally made it through." During these 4 years of repetition, he had been surrounded by scorn and whispers. Yet, he chose to persist in his studies. From the very first day he had crossed over, he had received a task to activate a research system. His mission was to repeat 4 times. Each time he had to remain among the bottom 20 students in the school. Moreover, the system provided him with a wealth of materials to study each year. After every college entrance examination, the system would evaluate him. Success in the assessment could yield additional rewards in research. With each passing year, the quality of the rewards would improve. The system's evaluations would last for 4 years and would gradually increase in difficulty. Thus, during these 4 years of repetition, he not only worked to pay for his tuition, to avoid burdening his family, but also buried himself in the materials provided by the system. It had been arduous, but for the sake of research, he had to complete all the tasks. Research had been his childhood dream. Whenever adults asked him what he wanted to be when he grew up, he would confidently declare, "A scientist." With the wisdom gained from 2 lifetimes, he understood that technology was the foundation of a strong nation. Now, as Huaxia rose rapidly, it faced relentless pursuit and obstruction from Western countries, led by the Freedom Alliance. Enduring countless sanctions, technological blockades, and military provocations, the West had exhausted every means to suppress Huaxia's development. In his previous life, Jiang Chen had witnessed Huaxia endure humiliation. Its aircraft and artillery were not as formidable, and its warships and missiles were outclassed. Chips, computers, and AI technology lagged far behind others. Thus, in this life, he yearned to contribute to Huaxia's research. Even if it were just a small contribution, he believed that a spark could ignite a great fire. Jiang Chen. Suddenly, a timid voice broke through his reverie. Jiang Chen turned in confusion. Before him stood a girl, ethereal as a fairy, bathed in sunlight. The rays highlighted her fair skin, which glimmered softly. Her features were exquisite, and her eyes resembled clear, bottomless rivers. She wore a light green gauzy dress, like a princess from the forest. At that moment, Jiang Chen sat by the window, gazing up at the enchanting girl illuminated by sunlight. To the other students, they appeared like a beautiful painting. My goodness, Shan never initiates conversations with boys. She's actually approaching Jiang Chen. From what I know, the previous year's school belle seemed to have a good relationship with Jiang Chen. He must possess some special talent. What a flow of school bells. Yet Jiang Chen remained steadfast. I feel like your words are a bit off, flow of school bells. The classmates whispered among themselves, astonished that the school belle, Shan had approached Jiang Chen. What the heck? Why would Shan approach that loser? At that moment, a handsome boy in the second row stood up, fists clenched, his gaze fixed on Jiang Chen and Shan. Upon seeing this, the others immediately donned expressions of eager anticipation. Jiang Chen, hearing their murmurs, smiled faintly. What's the matter? Noticing Jiang Chen's forced smile, Shan feigned indifference, her heart aching a bit. If he truly didn't care, why would he repeat for 4 years? She adjusted her dress and gently sat beside him. Wow, Shan actually sat next to him. What's happening? Envy. The school bell must smell delightful. Delightful? Indeed she is, but that fragrance isn't for everyone. Just wait and see. Class leader Wang Yang has been pursuing Shan for 2 years. Wang Yang's eyes turned red with anger as he witnessed their closeness. He had pursued Shan for 2.5 years, showering her with countless affections. Yet, he hadn't even sat next to her, let alone exchanged many words. Shan had never sought him out. Everyone in the class knew of his feelings for Shan, and they usually avoided getting too close. But now, Jiang Chen was sitting right beside her. Hearing her classmates' comments, Shan's face flushed, making her look even more alluring. Steadying her nerves, she quietly asked, "Are you still planning to repeat?" Jiang Chen pondered for a moment, deciding to wait until the system activated to see what bizarre task it might present. Thus, he shook his head, not sure. Shan's brow furrowed, a disappointed sigh escaping her lips. Indeed, anyone who had repeated for 4 years and still hadn't gained university admission would likely give up. Jiang Chen's perseverance over these 4 years was commendable. Yet, she couldn't understand why. Despite his strong mathematical abilities, his exam scores were so low. Once, after school, she returned to the classroom because she had forgotten her textbook and happened to see Jiang Chen effortlessly solving a calculus problem left on the board by the teacher. That was a topic typically covered in university courses. From that moment, they had made an agreement for Jiang Chen to tutor her in mathematics whenever he had the time. She would compensate him with some cash and ensure that no one knew of Jiang Chen's exceptional math skills. Thus, they had continued to interact privately until now. Taking a deep breath, Shan made up her mind, her clear eyes earnestly fixed on Jiang Chen. "If you repeat, he'll join you." After speaking, she felt her heart racing, her hands nervously gripping her dress, her face flushed with embarrassment. What did I just hear? Shan wants to accompany Jiang Chen in repeating. Is this a confession? Are you kidding? This world must be mad. The school belle, a top student, wants to accompany that 4-time repeat student. What on earth has Jiang Chen done? The classmates were utterly astonished. Wang Yang gritted his teeth in frustration and couldn't help but shout, "Jiang Chen, you're just a loser. Don't waste our Shan's time. If you want to repeat, do it alone. Don't drag others down." He couldn't comprehend it. He was clearly superior to Jiang Chen in every aspect. Except for looks, he excelled in academics and came from a wealthy family. Why would Shan completely ignore him while willingly accompanying a loser for repetition? Jiang Chen glanced mockingly at Wang Yang, then leaned closer to Shan and whispered, "No need." Shan's eyes widened in an instant. Feeling the warmth emanating from her ears, her entire body tensed, and her breath quickened. She sensed an overwhelming heat on her face, as if her head were about to become numb from the intensity. Wang Yang, witnessing the scene, was immediately infuriated. He rushed forward, exclaiming, "What on earth are you doing, Jiang Chen?" The others were equally taken aback, astonished that Shan permitted such intimate behavior from Jiang Chen. Although she was typically charming and amiable, she rarely interacted with boys, let alone exhibit such closeness. Suddenly, Shan stood up, glaring at Wang Yang. "Classmate Wang, kindly observe some decorum. First, do not address me as Shan. Secondly, Jiang Chen is not a slacker, please leave." In that moment, she resembled an enraged lion, a stark contrast to her earlier shyness around Jiang Chen. Wang Yang halted abruptly. He began, but as he met Shan's piercing gaze, he fell silent. His expression fluctuated between anger and frustration, ultimately culminating in a clenched jaw and a fierce glare directed at Jiang Chen. Shan turned back, her demeanor softening as she looked at Jiang Chen with complexity. "Regardless of the circumstances, you must not give up. I am applying to the Huashan National Defense Science and Technology University because of you." With that, she returned to her seat, her mind racing. Was that a confession? Seated, Shan lowered her head, replaying the earlier moments in her mind. Huashan National Defense Science and Technology University. Jiang Chen murmured to himself, recalling that he had once mentioned it was his dream university, the pinnacle of research institutions in Huaxia. It was unparalleled, having produced countless talented researchers. Graduates from Huazhong University of Science and Technology could even transition directly into the prestigious Huaxiao Academy of Sciences, the apex of scientific research in Huaxia. Thus, for his aspirations in research, Huazhong University was indeed the optimal choice. I also applied to Huazhong University, and with my examination scores, I have long surpassed the admission threshold. Can you, a slacker, measure up? Wang Yang taunted loudly. Ha! I will be waiting for you at Huazhong University, hoping you can gain admission within 4 years. Otherwise, I will have graduated. Suddenly, a gentle voice resonated from the classroom door as the homeroom teacher, Lu Sherwin, entered. Once again, it's Jiang Chen, repeating for 4 years, with 4 school beauties. Lu Sherwin thought with a hint of exasperation, having observed for a moment, curious whether Jiang Chen would indeed repeat another year. As the students noticed Lu Sherwin's arrival, they promptly returned to their seats, and silence enveloped the classroom. Beep. The host has completed the system activation task the Supreme Technology System has successfully initiated. Beep. The system's first activation rewards the host with 1 technology point, applicable for the analysis of any technology. Beep. The host has excellently completed the 4-year assessment task of the system. Research rewards have been elevated to the highest tier. Beep. Additional reward. The unique supreme research talent has been successfully redefined. The host now possesses unparalleled research aptitude. Chapter 2. Task Update. Perfect, unique, legendary talent. I have made it. I can finally engage in scientific research. Jiang Chen suddenly stood up, brimming with excitement. 7 years. He had waited for this day for a full 7 years. Not only had the system finally activated, but the rewards for the system assessment had also been elevated to the highest level. At this moment, he felt all the knowledge he had previously learned, including the study materials provided by the system, crystal clear in his mind. Every formula, code, and function was at his fingertips. Even the knowledge he had once forgotten had become vividly clear once more, as if it were etched into his brain. This was the pinnacle of scientific research talent. The combination of a research system and research talent was simply the most perfect synergy. The hardships endured over the past 4 years had been worth it. Jiang Chen suddenly leapt to his feet, laughing and speaking nonsensically, startling everyone around him. My goodness, has he gone mad? Has he truly succeeded? Succeeded in what? In becoming a lunatic? Just a moment ago, he claimed he wanted to pursue scientific research. How could he do that with the brain of someone who had failed to enter university after 4 years of repetition? What a joke. What a laugh. If he could engage in research, I would gladly perform acrobatics and eat excrement. How absurd. Remember what you just said. Jiang Chen suddenly turned to a classmate and said with a faint smile, I look forward to it. You will surely eat that excrement. The person immediately retorted defiantly. I remember. So what? Do you really think that with your abysmal grades, you can engage in scientific research? Just finding a job would be a miracle for you. Let alone pursuing research, damn it. All right. Everyone, quiet down. Lu Shuan frowned slightly, casting a stern glance at that person and gesturing for everyone to settle down. She looked earnestly at Jiang Chen. As long as you have the determination, do not give up. She had been Jiang Chen's teacher since he entered his 3rd year of high school. Even through his 4 years of repeating, he remained in her class. Although Jiang Chen had lowered the class's university admission rate and had become the only student dragging the class down, she was willing to teach any student who was eager to learn. This was her philosophy of education. Shen Shanshan, seeing Jiang Chen suddenly filled with fighting spirit, could not help but smile. As long as Jiang Chen did not give up, she firmly believed he could achieve great things. Wang Yang scoffed softly, mocking, A poor student claiming he will engage in research. How ridiculous. Research? Even a top student entering Huaca University might not succeed in research, let alone a worthless student like him. On the podium, Lu Shuwen surveyed the crowd with a smile. Today is your last day at school. You have endured over 10 years of hard study and survived the most stressful 3rd year of high school, but the college entrance examination is merely the beginning. You must not slack off now. University will be an even greater battleground for you. The teacher wished everyone a bright future, hoping they would all gain admission to their desired universities. In the future, you must work even harder and contribute to our nation. Clap, clap, clap. All the classmates applauded in unison, declaring, we study for the rise of Huaxia. Lu Shuan nodded in satisfaction. I will keep the class group chat open. You can use it to gather and catch up from time to time. Make sure to balance work and rest. Cherish the experiences of your student days. You may find yourselves reminiscing about this time in the future. Lastly, congratulations on your graduation. Woohoo! We graduated. Thank you, teacher, for your guidance. We finally made it to the end. I am ready for the freedom of university life. Everyone cheered excitedly. Jiang Chen smiled along with them. He had graduated too. Ding! System task updated. Please ensure you are admitted to the National Defense Science and Technology University within 1 year. Task reward, 1 technology point. Failure will result in the confiscation of all technology points and any developed technologies. Damn! Upon hearing the system prompt again, Jiang Chen remained much calmer this time. However, upon learning of the new task, he felt utterly speechless. After 4 arduous years, he had finally thought that the system had activated and he had graduated. Little did he expect that the task would require him to enter university. He truly did not want to repeat another year. Furthermore, he did not wish to waste any more time on repetition. He aimed to develop more powerful technologies for Huaxia within his limited lifespan. Right now, he simply wanted to hurry back and check the system. All right, everyone, feel free to engage in activities. After Lu Xuan finished speaking, she waved goodbye to her students and left the classroom. Oh, Teacher Lu, what a coincidence. I heard your class performed exceptionally well this year, with nearly everyone getting in. Even 2 students entering Huaxia University. That's remarkable. As soon as Lu Xuan stepped out of the classroom, she encountered the homeroom teacher from the neighboring class. She quickly responded politely, "No, it's all thanks to the students' hard work. However, it seems there is one who did not make it." That teacher teased. "Is he going to repeat another year? TSK. I say, you should just let him drop out. That poor student not only tarnishes our school's image, but could also affect your reputation. Even your chances of being recognized as an excellent teacher could suffer." Lu Xuan and Appo's brows furrowed at those words, and she replied sternly, "Teacher Wang, please do not insult my student carelessly. As teachers, we should not abandon or underestimate any child who wishes to learn. As long as he is willing to learn, I will gladly continue teaching him." Just then, Jiang Chen happened to walk out of the classroom. He cast a faint glance at Teacher Wang before smiling at Lu Xuan. "Teacher Lu, soon the number of students from our class entering the National Defense Science and Technology University will increase by 1. With that confident smile, he quickly left. Lu Xuan watched Jiang Chen's departing figure, revealing a satisfied smile. "I believe that in the new semester, you will surely excel." Teacher Wang scoffed disdainfully, muttering, "Ha! Does he really think he can enter Huaxia University? What a joke. Not only is he poor in studies, but he also enjoys boasting. All right. I will wait to see if he can pass the entrance exams next year." He certainly can. Lu Xuan cast a dismissive glance at Teacher Wang before turning to leave. Jiang Chen hopped onto his electric scooter and sped home. "Son, you're back so early. I made braised pork for you today." Chen Chi. Hearing the sound of the door, knew Jiang Chen had returned. Jiang Chen nodded. "Yes, today is graduation celebration day. Nothing much going on." "Graduation celebration? Huh?" Chen Chi quickly reassured him. "No worries. Keep up the good work next year. I believe my son will definitely get in." The scores had long been released, and she knew that with Jiang Chen's results, he certainly could not enter university. Jiang Chen smiled. "No need to wait until next year. Just 1 month. I will have results within a month, so just wait and see." He had decided not to repeat, but to find another way to enter Huaxia University. All right. Chen Chi returned to the kitchen, bringing out the dishes with a smile. "My son will soon be attending university." Knock, knock, knock. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Jiang Chen went over to open it, finding Aunt Wang from next door standing outside. "Oh, Xiao Jiang is home." Wang Kaiming exclaimed upon seeing Jiang Chen, her face lighting up with a smile. Jiang Chen nodded. "Yes, Aunt Wang, is there something you need?" Wang Kaiming glanced at Chen Chi, who had just walked out of the kitchen, and said, "It's nothing much. You know today is the day the university results are announced. My son got in. Haha, in a few days, we and Appo's LL be throwing a celebration for his admission. I'd like to invite you and Xiao Jiang to come and join the festivities." Chen Chi, placing the dishes on the table, responded politely, "That's wonderful news. I'll send you some congratulatory money later, but we might not be able to make it. We have some matters to attend to at home." Wang Kang smiled with feigned joy and remarked, "Oh, what a pity. I shall notify you on the day. Do come if you have time." Chen Chi nodded in agreement. "All right, I shall take my leave." Wang Kang waved her hand, turned away, and muttered softly, "Who cares to call you? TSK. A widow raising a foolish son who has repeated for years. What a misfortune." Jiang Chen closed the door, his tone resolute as he declared, "Mom, I will certainly gain admission to the finest university." Over the past 4 years, his mother had endured the gossip of their neighbors, watching as other children secured their spots in universities while he remained stagnant. He understood that Chen Qi was also struggling, which filled him with immense guilt. He was determined to ensure his family would live well, enabling Chen Qi to feel pride and honor as a parent for their child. Chen Qi smiled gently. Mom believes in you. Pay no heed to what others say. Just put forth your best effort. In a few days, I will return to bring your sister over. She has also been accepted into your school. It will be good for you both to attend together for mutual support. Jiang Chen refrained from mentioning his decision not to repeat a year, responding instead, all right, let us eat. The braised pork is simply delightful. After the meal, Jiang Chen returned to his room. Having read numerous novels, he effortlessly summoned the system interface, and Oppo's Supreme Technology System, assisting the host in developing the most advanced technology. The most sacred of sciences, and AMP, Oppo's, and AMP, Oppo's, host, Jiang Chen. Available technology points. 1. Develop technologies. None. Mission. To be admitted to the National Defense Science and Technology University of China within 1 year. Reward. 1 technology point. Failure will result in the forfeiture of all unlocked technologies and technology points. Talent. Supreme Research, Perfect Reshape, Legendary, Unique, Dot, and AMP. Oppo's wink with a frown. The host has completed the system and AMP, Oppo's annual assessment. Perfectly reshaping his research talent. Supreme Research. The host possesses unparalleled research talent, enabling him to effortlessly create all technologies developed by the system. Any research material can be easily understood and fully mastered by the host. Legendary. Highest level reward. Unique. This talent is exclusive. Technology points. Essential for developing technology. Means of acquisition include, but are not limited to, system missions. The system can automatically improve and optimize technologies according to the host and AMP, Oppo's, designs. Incredible! Jiang Chen gazed in astonishment at the supreme research talent. Its attributes were simply flawless. Most importantly, he had already experienced the power of this talent. He felt fortunate about his initial choice. Technology points were essential for technological development. As for acquiring these points, he currently only knew of system missions as a means. Speaking of missions, Jiang Chen furrowed his brow. He opened the website of the National Defense Science and Technology University of China. Truly, it was the country and Oppo's premier research institution, filled with posts on technological development and discussions. He quickly located the admissions brochure and began to read attentively. Indeed, there were special admission pathways. Jiang Chen and AMP, Oppo's eyes lit up as he absorbed the information. It turned out that, in addition to the college entrance examination, one could also gain admission to Huaqa University based on one and Oppo's self-developed advanced technology. Of course, the requirements for self-research technology were exceedingly stringent. However, for Jiang Chen, who possessed a system, this posed no difficulty whatsoever. Chapter 3. The Humanoid Quantum Brain. The most perfect vessel for artificial intelligence. What should be developed first? Perhaps we should adhere to our previous thoughts? Since it has been decided to utilize a special recruitment channel, Jiang Chen began to contemplate which technology to develop. The first certainty was military technology. The ancestors once proclaimed, "Political power grows from the barrel of a gun. The truth resides within the range of cannons. Only when your weapons are sufficiently formidable can your people stand tall. Only then will other nations lower their proud heads and listen earnestly. Only then will others dare not bully you. A weak nation has no diplomacy. Military strength is the foundation upon which a nation stands." Jiang Chen aimed to solidify this foundation. According to prior plans, the initial step required the development of AI and real-time communication systems. After pondering for a while, he realized that the data and evaluations provided by the system over the past 4 years were all related to scientific research. In his spare time, he had envisioned future warfare, military equipment, and the armies of tomorrow. He aspired to create a future unmanned army, where soldiers could operate remotely in conjunction with AI, achieving a harmonious man-machine integration. This would not only harness the precise control of AI but also the boundless creativity of humanity, enabling weapons to adapt to any wartime scenario. Most importantly, through the exclusive use of unmanned weapons, the valiant warriors of Huaxia would no longer suffer casualties. The sacrifices of over 30 million martyrs would rest eternally in peace. The land of Huaxia is filled with loyal bones. The fallen heroes have already been too many. However, the creation of such an unmanned army necessitates the possession of a powerful AI and a real-time information communication system. Otherwise, Even if weapons were developed, they would serve no purpose. To create AI, a powerful computing system must first be developed. Jiang Chen resolved to prioritize the manufacturing of AI, followed by the research of communication systems. The role of AI extends beyond merely coordinating soldiers and weapons. It possesses immense capabilities across various scientific research domains. In a previous life, a free nation even conceived of constructing a virtual Earth using AI. Through data cultivation, AI could predict future occurrences on Earth, such as weather patterns and natural disasters. This exemplifies the formidable strength of AI. It can be said that AI will inevitably transform humanity. It is the future. Yet, without sufficient computing power, all discussions remain futile. AI is fundamentally built upon computing power. The greater the computing power, the faster the development of artificial intelligence. The only limitations to AI's development are computing power and algorithms. The algorithm is the soul, while computing power is the vessel. The Free Nation began its research into AI as early as the 1940s. Consequently, AI computing chips not only developed early but progressed rapidly. The B200 AI chip, developed by the renowned company Oneida and the Free Nation, is the most powerful AI chip in the world. Huaxia has yet to produce a chip that can fully compete with it. Last year, the Free Nation imposed a complete ban on all Western companies from selling high-end AI chips and lithography machines to Huaxia. They only permitted the export of modified AI chips to Huaxia, aiming to ensure that Huaxia would forever lag behind and remain weaker. The Free Nation monopolizes AI computing power, wielding it as a means of oppression against Huaxia. Therefore, prior to developing AI, it is imperative to create computers specifically designed for AI, thereby breaking the blockade and hegemony of the Free Nation. A path for Huaxia's AI must be forged. After reaching this decision, Jiang Chen immediately began designing on his computer, working tirelessly until the late hours of the night. As he gazed at the design he had just completed, a satisfied smile spread across his face. Ding! The system has detected the technology designed independently by the host. Would you like to analyze it? Analyze. Ding! The system has automatically recorded the host and Oppos' design data and commenced optimization. Ding! Optimization complete. The system has matched the built-in cosmic technology database. The Oppos, humanoid quantum brain technology and Oppos has been unlocked. The Oppos, humanoid quantum brain and Oppos is a quantum computer perfectly compatible with AI, possessing immense computing power due to its unique quantum neurons that can think like humans. Ding! Beginning analysis of Oppos, humanoid quantum brain and Oppos technology. Analysis countdown. 23 hours 59 minutes 59 seconds. Ding! Additional task updated. The host must create the Oppos, humanoid quantum brain and Oppos, within 1 year to receive AI algorithms as a reward. The shorter the manufacturing time, the higher the reward quality. The countdown starts after the summer vacation. For every 2 months advanced, the reward quality will increase once. The humanoid quantum brain? A quantum computer. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Jiang Chen was filled with elation. He had previously studied quantum computers. In his past life, Huaxia and Oppos' quantum technology was at the forefront of the world. Whether in quantum computing or quantum communication technology, it was unparalleled. However, it was still in the research phase, far from practical application. Nevertheless, based on experimental data, the computational power of quantum computers is incomparable to that of ordinary computers. Take Huaxia and Oppos' Jiozhong 3 quantum computer, for example. It could process data samples in a millionth of a second, sufficient for the Free Nation and Oppos' supercomputer and Oppos' frontier and Oppos to operate for over 20 billion years. 20 billion years. This terrifying disparity exemplifies the quantum computer and Oppos' groundbreaking superiority. Only such formidable computing power could support the true generation of AI. The reason that quantum computers can greatly surpass ordinary computers lies in their fundamentally different computational methodologies. Unlike the linear binary operations of ordinary computers, quantum computers operate using nonlinear quantum superposition and entanglement states. In simple terms, ordinary computers utilize electronic bits for linear computations, while quantum computers employ quantum bits for multi-line computations. Their terrifying computational speed and exponentially increasing computation volume are beyond the reach of ordinary computers. Once a genuine quantum computer is achieved, the landscape of AI computing power will shift dramatically. Both offense and defense will become more manageable. If Huaxia gains complete control over AI computing power, it will command the discourse. Furthermore, the system is analyzing the humanoid quantum brain, which possesses the capability to think like humans. This represents the most perfect vessel for AI. Additionally, the system has introduced an additional task, with the reward being AI algorithms. Judging by the intensity of the previous additional reward, if the highest level of reward is attained, the resulting AI algorithms may very well lead to the emergence of true artificial intelligence with self-awareness. Now, both body and soul are accounted for. It can only be described as perfection. The system analysis requires only 1 day and Oppo's time. Jiang Chen closed his computer and drifted into sleep with a sense of anticipation. The following day, while awaiting the system and Oppo's analysis of the technology, Jiang Chen decided to outline his previous visions for future armies and warfare, creating a simplified blueprint. He resolved to follow this blueprint for future military weapons and warfare technology development. He intended to realize all the military technologies depicted in the blueprint. This would serve as the roadmap for Huaxia and Oppo's future technological advancement. Until the late hours of the night, Jiang Chen meticulously listed all the high-tech weaponry he had envisioned for land, sea, and air, including the future appearance of Huaxia's cities and civilian technologies. Beep. The analysis of an Oppo's humanoid quantum brain and Oppo's technology is complete. Beep. All relevant technological data has been fully integrated into the host and Oppo's mind. In an instant, Jiang Chen felt an overwhelming influx of information within his consciousness. This information seamlessly merged with his memories, allowing for unfettered access. As he marveled at the wonders of the system, he rapidly browsed through the materials in his mind. Astonishing. Jiang Chen clenched his fist in exhilaration. The parameters of the humanoid quantum brain were nothing short of terrifying. This undeniably represented the pinnacle of future technology. Previously, he had only a cursory understanding of quantum computers and had never truly delved into research. Yet now, having perused the data in his mind, he comprehended it entirely, as if he had personally conducted the research. Is this the terrifying nature of supreme scientific genius? Effortlessly grasping and fully mastering concepts. Unbelievable. Suppressing his excitement, Jiang Chen promptly began inputting the information regarding the humanoid quantum brain into his computer. Naturally, the entire body of research on the humanoid quantum brain was immense, and it was impossible for him to input it all in a short span. He merely extracted a small segment of the research data. Simultaneously, he named the first artificial intelligence set to be born in human history and Oppo's origin. Oppo's origin and Oppo's AI would mark the dawn of humanity and Oppo's entry into the era of artificial intelligence and signify the beginning of Jiang Chen and Oppo's endeavor to forge an autonomous army for China. At present, Oppo's origin and Oppo's existed only in a physical form, yet soon, Jiang Chen would bestow it with the highest quality of soul. 2 days later, Jiang Chen finally completed the input of a small portion of Origin's core data. He meticulously organized the documents and revisited the website of the National University of Defense Technology. Locating the submission email for Defense Online, he sent the compiled data without hesitation. Submission successful. Jiang Chen exhaled deeply, now left with the anticipation of waiting. Meanwhile, at the editorial office of Defense Online, Editor Wei Xiaoli observed a new email notification pop up in his QQ inbox and curiously clicked to open it. Origin AI Artificial Intelligence Carrier, Humanoid Quantum Brain Research Data? Chapter 4. SCI Level Academic Research. Such an insult. Wow, this is an enormous document package. Wei Xiaoli marveled at the sheer size of the files and began to examine them meticulously. The Oppo's origin and Oppo's artificial intelligence is a genuine creation of Oppo's humanoid quantum brains and Oppo's based on quantum computing. It possesses human creativity, thought, and imagination, while also embodying the precision and speed of computers, capable of self-learning and self-iteration. It boasts a humanoid quantum brain. After merely perusing the first 2 pages, Wei Xiaoli was already astounded. Aside from a brief introduction to Oppo's origin and Oppo's artificial intelligence at the beginning, the remainder of the document was entirely devoted to quantum computing. The further he read, the more he realized the technological prowess contained within was staggering. Each scientific explanation, Research formula, experimental data, and more were not only detailed but also exceptionally sophisticated. After flipping through several pages, he discovered he could only comprehend the content of the first 2 pages. The subsequent technology was utterly beyond his understanding. The National Defense Online newspaper is the official publication of the Huaxian National Defense Science and Technology University. The editorial team comprises students and faculty from the university. Yet, despite being an outstanding third-year student majoring in quantum computing, he could scarcely grasp the initial concepts. Nevertheless, the technology in the document was not fictitious. He followed along with some of the research and confirmed its feasibility. This is utterly insane. Wei Xiaoli gazed at the 56 pages of material, feeling a shiver run down his spine. Given the document's size and the technology it contained, this was far from a mere submission. It was a research document. Wei Xiaoli keenly recognized the uniqueness of this material. What is the matter, Li Ge? What submission could possibly astonish our Wei Xiaoli? Laughed his colleagues. Haha, indeed. You have been the most audacious in our 3rd year, excelling in your studies, and you and Amp. Oppos, Ria Rising editor for National Defense Online, a true star. Could it be that a younger sister has sent you a love letter disguised as a submission? Huh. The surrounding editors teased jovially. Wei Xiaoli shook his head seriously. No, you all need to take a look. This manuscript is truly outrageous. I haven't even gotten to the latter part, and I can't comprehend it. What? There and Amp. Oppos, as something you can't understand? Then it must be either an extraordinary genius or complete nonsense. I suspect it's likely the latter. I concur. Although Li Ge may not match those few geniuses, he ranks among the top, a prodigy beneath a few aberrations. Their essay saying, ISNT there? Above geniuses, it and Amp. Oppos, S 1-1. Beneath them, I am invincible. Haha, you can't possibly have a manuscript you can't decipher? Even if it were a research paper from our esteemed professor, Li Ge wouldn't struggle to understand it. Everyone was incredulous. They were well aware of Wei Xiaoli and Amp, Oppos, S prowess. They called him Li Xiaoquang due to his exceptional academic performance and vibrant personality. With his research capabilities, he even had the opportunity to directly enter the Academy of Sciences upon graduation. Moreover, even the papers written by professors were within their grasp, let alone those by Wei Xiaoli. When have I ever deceived you? Seriously, you need to come and see for yourselves. Wei Xiaoli gazed earnestly at his peers, his expression anxious. They exchanged glances. All right, let us also appreciate this remarkable work. They approached Wei Xiaoli casually. He pulled up the information on the Amp, Oppos, humanoid quantum brain and Amp, Oppos, for everyone to view. Quantum computing? ISNT that precisely Li Ge and Amp, Oppos, as field of expertise? I recall he is a member of our school as quantum computing project. How could he possibly not comprehend it? This is understandable. Although it boasts claims of being the true artificial intelligence in human history, not merely simulating human thought, but genuinely thinking like humans. However, whoa, this seems quite substantial. Humanoid quantum brain? Wow, I can grasp a bit. But what is all this following material? This is off. No way. The group became increasingly astounded, ultimately left speechless. No wonder even Wei Xiaoli claimed he couldn't understand it. Besides the introductory remarks, the subsequent development material on the humanoid quantum brain was the crux, and they found it utterly incomprehensible. Goodness, this cannot be an ordinary research document. And certainly not just any research document. Someone queried incredulously. Wei Xiaoli nodded firmly. I also believe this is a research document, and an exceedingly impressive one at that. If published, it would undoubtedly stir a tempest within the quantum computing academic community. By now, Wei Xiaoli was trembling with excitement. He possessed a deeper understanding of quantum computing than anyone else, enabling him to appreciate the rarity of this document. If what you say is true, this is at least an SCI-level research document. Goodness, it can reach SCI level? Such caliber of papers and research documents is scarcely produced by our university in a year. SCI is recognized internationally as a high-level publication. SCI papers represent the advanced standards and trends in the field globally, the aspiration of scholars worldwide. They are undoubtedly top-tier journals acknowledged globally. Simply put, if you can produce an SCI-level academic paper, even if you were to defecate on your supervisor's head, he would still commend your digestive health. Wei Xiaoli scoffed lightly. If it were to be dissected, it might even exceed a single SCI. The crowd was immediately astonished. Having even one SCI paper is already elite. You could choose any university worldwide. Yet, Wei Xiaoli claimed it surpassed a single SCI. This only underscored the document and AMP, Oppos, S remarkable value. I can end Oppos. T comprehended it all and cannot fathom the significance of this material. I should have the chief editor take a look. Wei Xiaoli contemplated for a moment and promptly contacted the chief editor. Editor Zhong happened to be in class and would take a while to arrive. After speaking, Wei Xiaoli raised an eyebrow and dialed his advisor and AMP, Oppos, S number. What? A quantum computing research document far exceeding SCI level, the humanoid quantum brain? The most perfect carrier for AI artificial intelligence? Wei Xiaoli affirmed vigorously on the phone. Yes, while I can't comprehend the latter part. I was able to research a bit. It's not nonsense. All right, I'll be there immediately. After hanging up, Wei Xiaoli eagerly resumed his study. It's extraordinary. Using quantum computing units to replace neurons is comprehensible, but enabling quantum computing units to operate similarly to human neurons is exceedingly challenging. The humanoid quantum brain. Currently, quantum computers are merely theoretical. This document posits that quantum computers can function like the human brain. It and AMP, Oppos, S simply incredible. As Wei Xiaoli continued to read, he couldn't and AMP, Oppos, T help but marvel. After a while, the others realized they couldn't understand it and returned to their seats. 10 minutes later, an elderly man with white hair hurried into the editorial office. Phew, where's the document? Quickly, let me see. The old man rushed to Wei Xiaoli's side, pulling him aside to sit down, adjusting his glasses. The elderly gentleman immediately shifted from breathlessness to seriousness, focusing intently on the computer. Wei Xiaoli flipped the document back to the beginning. Professor Han, here it is. This research document. The elderly man began to scrutinize it with utmost attention. After a while, Wei Xiaoli cautiously inquired, Professor, what do you think? The elderly man appeared momentarily startled. Silence. I am engrossed in my research. It is astonishing, truly astonishing. His research direction surpasses ours, and the documentation is exceptionally detailed. Akin to a comprehensive manufacturing manual. It became clear that he was entirely captivated by the materials, unwittingly delving into them, completely oblivious to everything else. The old man, with a face full of wonder, remarked, I too cannot fully comprehend this in such a short time. It requires time. Upon hearing this, everyone was left utterly astonished. Wei Xiaoli's mentor, Han Ligua, is a renowned quantum computing expert at Huazhong University of Science and Technology and a key member of the quantum computing project at the Chinese Academy of Sciences. The fact that even he needs time to gradually study it before understanding speaks volumes about the profundity of this research material. Han Ligua, suppressing his excitement, pointed at the information on the computer and declared, moreover, to label it as SCA level is nothing short of an insult. If it can aid us in attaining a genuine quantum computer, we will shatter the computational blockade imposed by the free nation. We shall no longer be constrained by others. In comparison, SCI is utterly trivial. Chapter 5. Classified Information. To the Huaxia Academy of Sciences. The true quantum computer. Wei Xiaoli was momentarily stunned. This was a technology capable of altering the global landscape. This information must not be published. Han Ligua solemnly surveyed the crowd. I must take it back to the Huaxia Academy of Sciences. This will be classified information until it is decrypted. No one is allowed to speak of it. Otherwise, you all know the consequences. Rest assured, Han Lao, we understand. We will absolutely keep it confidential. And we did not comprehend the contents well enough to remember anything. Yes, I couldn't make sense of it either. My mind is still a muddle. Several editors, recognizing the immense significance of this research material, nodded vigorously. They were all students from Huaxia University, aware that no super technology should be leaked before complete decryption. If leaked, they would not be facing ordinary law enforcement. Moreover, it was impossible for them to leak it since they had not comprehended it in the first place. Excellent. Han Ligua nodded, then turned to Wei Xiaoli. Forward the documents to my email, and then accompany me to the project department at school. Wei Xiaoli quickly nodded. Certainly. But you must inform Chief Editor Zhong. I and AMP, Oppos, VE already contacted him. Han Ligua swiftly rose. Do not worry, I will speak with Xiao Zhong. After you forward it, remember to delete the email. No backup should remain. With that, he could hardly wait and stepped out. Very well. Wei Xiaoli forwarded the email, deleted it, and immediately joyfully chased after him. Such valuable research material, if he could participate in the study, would undoubtedly elevate his expertise. By the way, upon reaching the entrance of the editorial department, Wei Xiaoli turned back to his colleagues. The newspaper and AMP, Oppos, S final edition for today is entrusted to you. After speaking, he hurriedly caught up with Han Ligua and rode off with him. Han Lao, what was so urgent that you summoned me and sent the other students home for summer vacation? A middle-aged man, puzzled, stood at the entrance of the Quantum Computer Project Department. Upon seeing Han Ligua, he inquired with curiosity. This was the branch of the Huaxiao Academy of Sciences established at Huaqa University, responsible for certain research projects related to quantum computers. The middle-aged man was Kai Lianquan, a researcher from the Huaxiao Academy of Sciences Quantum Laboratory, dispatched to collaborate with Han Ligua at Huaqa University. Han Ligua and Wei Xiaoli briskly entered the project department. Heading directly toward his laptop, Xiaoli received an extraordinary quantum computer research document today. The contents surpass our current progress, faster and deeper. Faster than our current project progress? No, that is impossible. Kai Lianquan chuckled dismissively. Han Lao, you do understand that our progress aligns with that of the Academy, right? Not only in the country, but globally. No research organization can match our pace, absolutely none. His tone was resolute. Presently, nations worldwide are conducting research on quantum computers, although they remain in the theoretical experimental phase. Huaxia's progress is the fastest, and they are responsible for this project. There is no way any other research laboratory could be ahead of them. Thus, Kai Lianquan held unwavering confidence. As for individual research, that was even less likely. It sounded more like a fantastical tale. He had not even considered it. Han Ligua faced his laptop, casting a serious glance at Kai Lianquan. I am more incredulous than you, yet this is indeed the truth. And I am not referring to the sub-projects overseen by Huaqa University, but the entire quantum computer project. What? Kai Lianquan looked at Han Ligua in disbelief. He asked again for confirmation. You are not jesting, are you? Surpassing our entire project's progress. Researching even deeper. This implies that there exists a research institution more formidable than the Huaxiao Academy of Sciences. At least in the realm of quantum computing, they have surpassed the Academy. How can this be? The Huaxiao Academy of Sciences possesses the most core technologies, the finest talents, the best equipment. They have published numerous groundbreaking quantum computing research achievements that astonish the world. How could there be a research institution advancing beyond them? Most importantly, they had received no information. Recently, there had been no reports of breakthroughs in quantum computing. Comrade Kai, do I appear to be joking? Han Ligua gazed earnestly at Kai Lianquan. Do you think such a level of information requires encryption? Kai Lianquan and Oppo's smile gradually faded. His expression turned serious as he scrutinized Han Ligua. If what Han Ligua claimed was true, then indeed, it could not be revealed to others. Even those who could access it must undergo strict vetting. Thus, even the top students of Huaqa University would be barred from viewing it. But, is there truly such research material? He still found it hard to believe. This was not arrogance, but rather the understanding that the technology of quantum computing was not something an ordinary laboratory could research. Quantum computing utilizes the principles of quantum mechanics. The research barriers are not comparable to ordinary technologies. Han Ligua opened his computer, logged into his email, downloaded the file forwarded by Wei Xiaoli, and after confirming its integrity, swiftly closed the laptop. Come with me to the academy. You are heading to headquarters? Kai Lianquan hesitated upon hearing this. Han Ligua's intent was evidently serious. However, even if a research institution's development progress surpassed theirs, it was typically to announce new discoveries and research outcomes to the world or directly submit them to the academy. They would never provide it to Huaqa University. Kai Lianquan. Han Ligua suddenly called out sharply, startling Kai Lianquan. He spoke sternly. This concerns the future of our nation's critical technology. Quantum computing is one of Huaxia's most significant projects. What are you hesitating for? Upon hearing this, Kai Lianquan regained clarity. Yes, it is my oversight. We shall depart immediately. Though doubts lingered in his mind, for reason told him it was impossible. Yet, as Han Ligua stated, this is cutting-edge technology vital to the future of the nation. He dared not delay. He speculated it was merely a slight breakthrough. Han Ligua took a deep breath and looked at Wei Xiaoli. You discovered this document. Should any projects be allocated to the school in the future? As long as you pass the review, you will be able to join. Thank you, teacher. Wei Xiaoli was instantly elated. Wonderful. Although many students were in their project department, none had the opportunity to truly engage in the core technological research. They were all tasked with peripheral duties, serving as early interns without access to particularly advanced technologies. Even so, not everyone could participate. He never expected that simply receiving a submission would allow him to be involved in genuine project research. It was all thanks to that research document. Han Ligua and the others hurried to the subway station. The Huaxia Academy of Sciences and the Huaxia National Defense Science and Technology University were both located in Huaxia's capital. It was rush hour, making the subway a quicker option. As the two passed through identity verification and entered the academy, Han Ligua's face was flushed and he was gasping for breath. The continuous journey had taken a toll on his body, which had already surpassed its prime. Old Han, it would suffice for me to deliver it. Your health. Kai Liankuan gazed at Han Ligua with concern. Han Ligua endeavored to steady his breath, shaking his head. I am fine. If I do not come, I cannot find peace of mind. At this very moment, the hope of breaking through the current predicament of Huaxia lies within his grasp. How could he possibly quell the excitement surging within him while waiting at the school? Chapter 6. Transforming the World. This is the future of Huaxia. Is it true that some research institutions have surpassed us in their development progress? And have they delved deeper into the research than we have? Is this genuine or mere rumor? I am uncertain. It seems implausible. Although Old Han mentioned it, and even came personally, I still find it hard to believe. The entire scientific community in Huaxia has not reported any breakthroughs in quantum computing technology. Could it be that someone has been covertly conducting research all along? What you propose sounds even more absurd. Individual research? It is impossible for even a team to achieve such feats. What nonsense! I would sooner believe in the existence of ghosts than entertain that notion. Indeed, in the realm of quantum technology, let alone an individual, even a team could not achieve such a breakthrough. Let us wait and see. Perhaps there has been a significant advancement, albeit likely a minor one or a small discovery. At the entrance of the quantum laboratory of the Huaxia Academy of Sciences, a group of individuals clad in white research attire stood in hushed discussion. At the forefront stood an elderly man with hair as white as snow, the chief supervisor and lead engineer of the quantum computing project, Jiang Chen. Once Old Han arrives, we shall know the truth. Even the slightest breakthrough is of great significance. In the field of quantum computing, every advancement is monumental. The barriers of quantum mechanics are exceedingly high. It is a technology that truly shapes the future. Before long, Han Ligua and Kai Liankuan appeared before the crowd. Jiang Chen immediately approached them, exclaiming, Old Han, you have worked hard. Please take care of your health. Our project relies on your strength. At that moment, Han Ligua arrived. Flushed and breathless, yet he excitedly raised his laptop, declaring, I can do it. As long as I have this, our quantum computer can be realized. Upon hearing this, everyone exchanged astonished glances, their eyes brimming with shock and confusion. They were astonished because if it were merely a minor breakthrough, Han Ligua would not have made such a statement. It must be a substantial breakthrough, likely addressing a pivotal technical challenge. But could that truly be the case? Rationality told them, just as it did Kai Liankuan, that no other research institution could possibly match their pace in the realm of quantum computing. The high barriers of entry ensure that few can engage in such research. Furthermore, such high barriers imply immense investment. Ordinary nations cannot even shoulder the burden of such scientific endeavors, let alone regular research institutions or individual teams. Research requires funding. Quickly, let us see. Jiang Chen gazed eagerly at the laptop in Han Ligua's hands. Regardless of the technological breakthrough, it was of utmost importance to him. Let us proceed. With that, Han Ligua led the way, followed closely by the group as they entered the vast quantum laboratory. Aside from the top-tier computers used by researchers and the large screens displaying research discussions, at the center of the laboratory stood a large circular transparent enclosure. Within it lay numerous strange instruments, all interconnected by intricate tubing. This was the experimental quantum computer that the Huaxia Academy of Sciences was currently endeavoring to create. Han Ligua placed his laptop on the table, connected it to the laboratory and Oppo's large screen, and opened the downloaded files. All researchers immediately focused intently on the screen. 2 hours later. Incredible! Jiang Chen and Oppo's eyes sparkled. Even someone as composed as he was could hardly contain his excitement. This research institution is exceptionally formidable. They have surpassed us by such a wide margin. Moreover, their research direction is superior to ours. Most importantly, this research documentation is meticulous and invaluable. Kai Liankuan and Oppo's eyes widened in disbelief. It is indeed true. This documentation could revolutionize existing quantum computing technology. This is next-generation technology. No, this is the technology of the future. He had always found it hard to believe that any other institution could progress faster than theirs. But at this moment, he was convinced, and he was utterly astonished. But which research institute is behind this? They have been quietly achieving monumental tasks. My goodness, this is no mere minor breakthrough. It is indeed remarkable. If our project and Oppo's progress is rated at 0.1, then this research documentation equates to 3. It is not far from complete development at 10. This is astounding. We must identify this research institution. We must learn from them. I hope we can soon produce a truly practical quantum computer. At that point, what free nations? What sanctions? Let them be damned. The leap from 0 to 1 is the most challenging. The gap between 1 and 3 is significantly larger than the numerical representation suggests. This research institute has paved the way. Future research will undoubtedly accelerate. Everyone was astounded yet increasingly exhilarated. Initially, they believed that even if there were breakthroughs, they would be limited to minor advancements in specific areas. However, after 2 hours of observation, it was evident that this was a comprehensive breakthrough. Indeed, as Han Ligua stated, by following this research documentation, they might genuinely develop a usable quantum computer. Jiang Chen surveyed the crowd and solemnly declared, "Everyone, the free nations have prohibited the export of their best AI computing chips to us, as well as their finest lithography machines, among other technologies. In the future, we will face even more sanctions. They wield their advanced technology as a weapon against us. This documentation is sufficient to propel our quantum computing project forward by decades. The implications of quantum computing for our nation and Oppo's technological advancement in future are immense, as you all understand. Therefore, in the time to come, I urge each of you to devote yourselves wholeheartedly to this research. We must quickly master this documentation. If we can indeed create a quantum computer, it will change the world. It is our hope. It is the future of Huaxia. Rest assured, Academician Zhao, we share your love for our nation. And we too wish to see our country free from external constraints. Indeed, old Zhao, we will exert our utmost efforts in our research and apply it to our projects. I have long been weary of the aggressive actions of the free nations. Finally, we have hope of breaking their blockade. Let us proceed." Everyone listened, filled with excitement. As long as passion remains, as long as there are those who belong to Huaxia, they will not tolerate continued oppression from the free nations. This resilience is etched into the very bones of the Huaxia people. Excellent. Zhao Xinko wore a satisfied smile. Casting a reflective glance around the laboratory, these are the finest computers, yet most of their crucial components come from the free nations. As he spoke, he looked towards the quantum computing experimental machine at the center of the laboratory. "When it leads us to break through this place." He pointed at the computers and declared with unwavering conviction, "And all of Huaxia will no longer rely on the computers of the free nations. Only our domestically produced technology." Han Ligua clenched his fist beside him, recalling the greater struggles faced by their predecessors. They had emerged from the desolate state of Huaxia, having endured years of being looked down upon and belittled. They had witnessed the nation rise from the ashes, only to face rapid development and subsequent sanctions from the West. These experiences taught him that if one does not wish to be constrained by others, one must possess and master their own technology. Research is the only path forward. Old Han, Zhao Xinka joyfully approached Han Ligua. "Do you know which research institute produced this groundbreaking achievement?" Han Ligua furrowed his brows and shook his head. "I am uncertain. This is a submission received by my student, intended for National Defense Online." "What?" Zhao Xinka exclaimed in astonishment. "Is it a submission to the Huazhong University of Science and Technology and Oppo's publication? They have chosen to completely disclose such critical research data?" "Indeed," Han Ligua responded, equally perplexed. "Logically, such high-level research information should not be made entirely public. Even if published, it would typically only indicate significant breakthroughs or select certain content. Yet this is a comprehensive research document, far too detailed." Zhao Xinka furrowed his brows tightly and inquired, "If I recall correctly, most submissions to National Defense Online come from our Academy of Sciences and Huazhong University, with minimal contributions from other research institutions, correct?" Han Ligua nodded in agreement. Then, Zhao Xinka's eyes widened in disbelief, as an implausible thought crossed his mind. Could it be possible that this is the work of an individual research team? Chapter 7 Insanity. There isn't even a team. It was developed by a single student. Impossible. Kai Lianquan spoke with unwavering conviction. The threshold of the quantum realm is not something ordinary high-tech can rival. There are few individuals worldwide capable of conducting research in the quantum field, and those who achieve results are even rarer. This research material could not have been produced by our entire team, let alone an individual team. Indeed, it is possible that some organizations were unaware of our Academy and Oppo's email address, thus opting to submit to Huazhong University of Science and Technology and AMP, OPPOS, as publications. For an individual team to produce such material, they must inherently possess a mastery of quantum technology. Otherwise, it is utterly unfeasible. Individual teams lack funding, equipment, and personnel. They are even less equipped than ordinary research institutions. The development of a quantum computer is utterly out of the question. Enough, Zhao Xinke stated solemnly. Earlier, we believed there could be no significant breakthroughs, yet here we are, proven wrong. Despite Zhao Xinke's assertion, the others remained skeptical. This was more absurd than a departure from Trump. To call it miraculous would be an understatement. It is not that they think no one could surpass them. Such geniuses do exist. They are not so conceited. However, in the realm of quantum studies, it is absolutely impossible. They are all top-tier researchers in quantum science and fully comprehend the daunting challenges of entering quantum mechanics. Lao Han. Zhao Xinke turned earnestly to Han Ligua. Please ascertain which institution submitted this work. We must invite them to our project. Alternatively, we could visit their institution. While this material represents a significant breakthrough, creating a usable quantum computer will require time and extensive research, and it remains a formidable challenge. Therefore, collaborating on this research could expedite our progress significantly. Kai Liankuan sighed contemplatively. If only we had comprehensive research data on humanoid quantum brains. Though I realize that is even less likely. What am I thinking? Having achieved such a monumental breakthrough is already miraculous. We must not be overly impatient. Han Ligua shot him a glance and then turned to Zhao Xinke. I will immediately have a student investigate. After saying this, he took out his phone to contact Wei Xiaoli. Meanwhile, upon receiving Han Ligua's call, Wei Xiaoli promptly opened his email to check the address from which the submission was forwarded. Teacher, it appears the submission came from someone with the nickname Nanin Yumeng. I searched on QQ, and it seems they're an ordinary person. Wei Xiaoli accessed Jiang Chen's QQ space and observed. This doesn't seem to be a researcher from any institution, but rather a student. Jiang Chen's QQ space contained only one post, celebrating his return to student life with a photo from his classroom, which he had not revisited since. What? Not a researcher from an institution, but an ordinary person? A student? On the phone, Han Ligua could hardly believe his ears, feeling somewhat dazed as if he had misheard. A student? Could it be that a student team developed quantum technology? What a joke. Wei Xiaoli nodded. Yes. His QQ profile is sparse, containing only a photo of a school teacher. Should I add him? Add him immediately, using our quantum computing project as leverage. You must ask for clarity. I will await your call. Remember, be sincere. Wei Xiaoli nodded. I have added him as a friend. Now we just need to wait for him to accept. At that moment, in the quantum laboratory, what's wrong, Lao Han? What did you say about a student? An ordinary person? Have you identified which research institution it is? Zhao Xinke and the others looked eagerly at Han Ligua. Taking a deep breath, Han Ligua, his eyes filled with astonishment, addressed the group. The submission likely did not come from a research institution, but rather from an ordinary individual. It may even be a student. What? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Have we lost our minds? Is the world truly mad? An ordinary person researching quantum computers and achieving such significant results. Good grief, have I lived in vain? The fact that they are an ordinary person is not the crux. The real issue is that they are a student. I am not even as accomplished as a student. I thought having 2 SCI papers in university was impressive, yet here I find something even more outrageous. Perhaps it is possible that someone from a research institution submitted using their child and OPPO's email, if it is indeed a student, regardless of their numbers. The critical factor is they lack the necessary resources. Apart from Huazhong University of Science and Technology, we are familiar with all other renowned universities capable of developing quantum computers, and we have heard no news of any such endeavors. No one could believe it. It was not from a research institution. It was an ordinary person, a student. This is utterly explosive. It could be deemed the most absurd event in history. Yet, at this moment, they could only wait for news from Wei Xiaoli. Sigh. Zhao Xinke suddenly exhaled and then smiled with relief. This is actually a good thing. Does this not signify that our nation has a brighter future ahead? Students are the future of our country. However, we must ensure we retain such talent. I only hope they cherish this land as much as we do. China has a wealth of talent. Yet, many have been poached by Western nations. Therefore, each researcher who remains is incredibly precious. That evening, Jiang Chen went out for a leisurely ride on his road bike. Upon returning home, he took a shower and then opened his computer, and AMP, OPPOS, AHIM, and AMP, Oppos. As soon as he powered on the device, he received a notification that someone had added him as a QQ friend. Curious. He opened it to find that it was someone from Huazhong University's quantum laboratory. It seemed his submission had garnered considerable attention. It was unexpected that it was a member of the Huazhong University laboratory adding him, rather than an editor from National Defense Online. He confirmed the request and sent a message. Hello. Ding ding ding. Wei Xiaoli heard the QQ notification sound, jolting him awake. He had been waiting by the computer and was beginning to feel drowsy. They accepted. Seeing Jiang Chen and Oppos, message filled him with immense joy. He quickly took out his phone to contact Han Ligua. Teacher, it's approved. The friend request has been accepted. Wonderful. Ask him whether he is a researcher from an institution or a member of a personal team, or if he is, in fact, a student. Understood. Wei Xiaoli nodded and simultaneously messaged Jiang Chen. Hello. May I inquire if the AMP, Oppos, origin and AMP, Oppos, AI artificial intelligence humanoid quantum brain research material was submitted by you? And AMP, Oppos, indeed. It was I who submitted it. Upon seeing this message, Wei Xiaoli continued to inquire. May I ask which research institution you are affiliated with? Or was it submitted by an independent research team? I am not affiliated with any research institution. There are no others involved, only myself. I conducted the research alone. Wei Xiaoli's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the screen. He had never encountered such peculiar words before, though they were familiar characters. Together they now seemed so niche. Not only was there no research institution, but there was also no research team. It was solely him. Alone. This is unprecedented. And Oppos, then. Are you a student? Wei Xiaoli's fingers trembled as he typed this question. It cannot be a student. It must not be. Wei Xiaoli frantically reassured himself. Yes. He took a deep breath, feeling the urge to smoke surge within him, yet the laboratory and Oppos' regulations forbade it. The simplicity of those two words shattered his long-held beliefs in an instant. Xiaoli, what is the situation? Inquired Han Ligua anxiously over the phone. Having been waiting for news. Teacher, he claims he conducted the research himself, without any affiliation to a research institution or a team. He is entirely on his own. Moreover, he is still a student. A heavy silence enveloped the phone call. Zhao Xinke and others, who had been waiting in the laboratory, gathered around Han Ligua, poring over the data while awaiting updates from Wei Xiaoli. Noticing Han Ligua and Oppos' stunned expression, Zhao Xinke curiously asked, "What's wrong, old Han?" Han Ligua turned to Zhao Xinke and slowly explained, the research data was not developed by a research institution. It was independently created by an ordinary student. Silence fell over the laboratory. Ha ha, this is madness. It's truly a student, exclaimed one of them, incredulously. My heavens, what an extraordinary student this is. Remarkable. To develop such advanced technology alone? Alone. It's utterly fantastical. Instantly, the laboratory erupted into a cacophony of disbelief and awe. A student, independently developing a quantum computer, and the progress surpasses even that of our prestigious Chinese Academy of Sciences. Such a claim would not only be met with skepticism, but might even lead to accusations of fraud. Yet, astonishingly, this was indeed the truth. Chapter 8. The research and development is complete. Ready to build one immediately. Ha ha ha, splendid. Suddenly, Zhao Xinke laughed heartily. I envision a brighter future for Huaxia. Ha ha. He could hardly fathom what kind of student could independently research quantum computers and achieve such monumental scientific success. How fortunate Huaxia is to have such a student. Indeed, I wish to meet this student at once. I must learn from him. Who would have thought that Huaxia could produce such an extraordinary genius? Haha. I have always said, Huaxia will undoubtedly shine on the global stage once again. With such a remarkable next generation, the future is promising. Upon hearing this, the crowd, initially shocked, transformed into a state of excitement. They were elated that Huaxia could boast such a prodigious talent. Zhao Xinke leaned closer to the phone and declared loudly, in my name. Ask him if he would be willing to join the Academy of Sciences. If he agrees, he shall be in charge of the quantum computer project. Any other conditions he has, we shall strive to fulfill. Received. Wei Xiaoli felt an overwhelming surge of excitement upon hearing Zhao Xinke's voice. This man is a renowned figure in the entire scientific community of Huaxia, a distinguished academician of the Huaxia Academy of Sciences, the chief engineer of the key project. The Quantum Computer Initiative. Each of these titles, taken alone, represents the pinnacle of excellence in Huaxia, and Zhao Xinke holds all of these, along with even more accolades. The fact that he personally extends an invitation indicates that this is an industry giant. Yet, He is inviting an ordinary student. He immediately typed a message as per Zhao Xinke's instructions. Subsequently, everyone anxiously awaited the response. Zhao Xinke and Han Ligua even held their breath. They exchanged glances, both seeing anticipation in each other and Oppo's eyes. If such a genius could join the Academy of Sciences, the future would be limitless. They would spare no effort in nurturing him. As long as the student nodded in agreement, and Oppo's, I am unwilling. And Oppo's, he said he is unwilling. Wei Xiaoli was taken aback. The Huaxiao Academy of Sciences is a sanctuary aspired to by all researchers. Zhao Xinke is revered throughout the scientific community of Huaxia. He extended the most sincere invitation. Yet it was outright declined. Such a resolute refusal. What to do? He has turned us down. Such a talent. Alas, it is not he who needs us, but we who need him. Sigh. What a pity. A sense of helplessness washed over the members of the academy. Rather than feeling anger at the rejection, they were consumed by the worry of potentially losing such a talent. They feared that this extraordinary genius might be snatched away by another country. That would be Huaxiao and Oppo's greatest regret and loss. At that point, they would also become subservient in the realm of quantum computing. Han Ligua furrowed his brow and remarked, he submitted his research to Huazhong University of Science and Technology, suggesting he is inclined towards national service. Otherwise, he could easily leverage this research to secure the top-tier treatment in a free nation. Therefore, he must have other demands. Yes, exactly. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement, reigniting hope within their hearts. Indeed, the progress of free nations in the field of quantum computing lags behind Huaxia. This research could undoubtedly propel the free nation to a position of global leadership in a short time. Asking him what his requirements are, not joining the academy is acceptable, as long as he is willing to collaborate with us. No, to lead us in research. Any demand he makes is negotiable. We only wish to work alongside him, striving together to unlock the secrets of quantum computing technology at the earliest opportunity. Zhao Xinke has lowered his stance to the utmost. For the sake of talent, for the future of the nation, he is indifferent to fame and fortune, as long as they can retain this genius in the realm of quantum computing. After Wei Xiaoli conveyed this message, everyone once again waited anxiously. Beep, beep, beep. First, the research on humanoid quantum brains has been entirely completed. What I provide you is merely a fraction of the research data, so there is no need for further investigation. Furthermore, I wish to enter Huazhong University of Science and Technology to construct the first humanoid quantum brain there. Upon reading this message, Wei Xiaoli suddenly laughed. He chuckled, shook his head, wiped his face, leaned closer to the computer screen, and read the information word by word. He found once again these familiar characters forming astonishingly unfamiliar sentences. The research is complete. Haha. He will also build the first quantum computer at Huazhong University of Science and Technology. Haha. He began to think that perhaps he was truly losing his mind. Haha. Wei Xiaoli chuckled awkwardly. I must be dreaming. This must be a dream, undoubtedly. Xiaoli. What is the matter now? Han Ligua inquired anxiously, his brow furrowed. Is he still refusing? Upon hearing this, the crowd grew even more tense. If he declines again, what will they do? They cannot force someone against their will. Wei Xiaoli snapped back to reality and forced a smile. No, he has not refused. But I am uncertain if I misread it. He stated that he has completed all research on the humanoid quantum brain and that further research is unnecessary. The materials provided are only a portion. Additionally, he wishes to enter Huazhong University of Science and Technology to construct the first humanoid quantum brain. Han Ligua had already put his phone on speaker. Upon hearing this, everyone was utterly astonished. All eyes widened in disbelief. The research is complete. Absurd information continued to pour in. They had just begun to accept that he was a student. That was already a challenge. Yet, even more outrageous news followed. A single student completed all research on the humanoid quantum brain. And furthermore, he intends to build one. That is a technology even more advanced than quantum computers. Truly the technology of the future. It has actually been completed. My goodness. This is akin to hearing a fantastical tale. Worldwide research on quantum computers remains in its theoretical stages. A student has actually developed an even more formidable humanoid quantum brain. They felt their understanding and conventional wisdom shatter into pieces. No, could he be jesting with us? Kai Lian-Kuan asked uncertainly. The crowd exchanged glances, as if they were experiencing the most surreal day of their lives. If it weren't for the research data being projected on the large screen, no one would have believed it. On the other hand, in stark contrast to the now completely dazed members of the Academy of Sciences, Jiang Chen remained remarkably composed. He believed the other party would surely acquiesce to his requests. Taking a sip from his drink, he continued typing, and oppose, in the 1.5 months before the semester begins. I will transmit all research materials to you and assist you in your studies. Once the semester commences, I will personally construct the humanoid quantum brain to expedite the process. I also require your full cooperation. The specific plan will be discussed later. Of course, this requires your willingness to admit me. And oppose, after sending this message. Jiang Chen leaned back in his chair, awaiting a response. He has sent another message, stating that within a 1.5 months before the semester, he will provide us with all research materials and assist us in studying these materials. This includes all research data for the humanoid quantum brain. Then, once the semester starts, he will oversee the construction, with our assistance. Wei Xiaoli swiftly recounted Jiang Chen and oppose's information. His sole desire was to be admitted to Huazhong University of Science and Technology. Admission was imperative, absolutely essential. Han Ligua promptly exclaimed, "Right here at Huazhong University, we shall certainly admit him, even if it costs me my position. We will ensure his acceptance." Wei Xiaoli immediately responded. Soon, he joyfully announced, "The other party has agreed." Splendid. Upon hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The immense weight in their hearts finally lifted. They had managed to retain him. The confirmation seemed almost surreal, like a dream. It felt utterly implausible. Not only had he independently completed research on quantum computers, but he also aimed to create a humanoid quantum brain. Haha, I will apply to Huazhong University. I wish to return to my alma mater, to collaborate with this prodigy and partake in his scientific brilliance. Listening to the cacophony on the phone, Wei Xiaoli couldn't and oppose. He helped but shake his head in reflection. These were all esteemed figures. In any other institution or research institute, they were figures of great respect. Yet now, they were all as giddy as children due to the inclusion of a single student. Of course, this was no ordinary student. Soon, he too felt a wave of happiness wash over him. After all, he was at Huazhong University, and Han Ligua had also agreed to let him join the project. He would soon have the opportunity to conduct research alongside a group of distinguished experts and that extraordinary genius. Han Ligua picked up the phone. "Xiaoli, please ask one final question. What is his name, and is he truly a student?" "Understood." Wei Xiaoli quickly typed and sent, "My name is Jiang Chen. I am a high school student who has repeated 4 years, and I will promptly compile and send you my information. I look forward to our collaboration." Having experienced the earlier shocking revelations, Wei Xiaoli felt somewhat desensitized. Although this was yet another outrageous piece of information, a high school student who had repeated 4 years, independently undertaking research on a humanoid quantum brain, a feat surpassing that of quantum computers. What, then, did that make all of them, those high achievers, researchers, and academicians? He dumbly typed a few words, delighted. Chapter 9, The Doctoral Supervisor, You Shall Be a Legend of our Huaxia Academy of Sciences, Quantum Laboratory. Everyone sat in the conference room, scrutinizing the documents regarding Jiang Chen, reading every word with meticulous attention. At this moment, disbelief lingered, yet excitement prevailed. It is believed that everyone has somewhat absorbed the scant information presented. Zhao Xinka surveyed the room and stated earnestly, "How should I put it? This is nothing short of a miracle of our Huaxia." The others nodded in agreement, feeling that the emergence of Jiang Chen could only be described as miraculous. First and foremost, we must admit him, regardless of whether he is a high school student or has repeated several years. With his ability to develop a humanoid quantum brain, he could easily gain admission to any institution or research institute worldwide. This is no exaggeration. In fact, Jiang Chen could certainly petition for any nation to establish an independent quantum laboratory in his name. Zhao Xinka turned to Han Ligua. "I wish for him to serve as the doctoral supervisor for the quantum computing course, leading our team to construct the first humanoid quantum brain. I will request an increased budget from the higher-ups and elevate this project to top priority. This way, not only can he join Huazhong University of Science and Technology, but he can also cultivate more talent, even if he only teaches for a year." Han Ligua nodded in agreement. "No problem. Considering he mentioned he has repeated 4 years, he must have experienced multiple rejections. I will ensure that the school drafts an admission letter first thing tomorrow, aiming to send it out simultaneously with those from other institutions. I want Jiang Chen to have a moment of honor akin to his peers." "Excellent. Let's proceed with that." Zhao Xinka chuckled. "Secondly, during this month of summer vacation, we must embrace our role as students and oppos. We must diligently absorb the research materials provided by Comrade Jiang Chen. We must exert our utmost effort to assist him in the construction of the first humanoid quantum brain. Rest assured, Academician Zhao, although we may not match that prodigy, we are all researchers of the Huaxia Academy of Sciences, and our learning capabilities are undoubtedly commendable. Despite the numerous setbacks I face today, I still believe in my abilities. We will surely grasp this knowledge swiftly. By the way, I have never bowed to anyone, but this high school student who has repeated 4 years has earned my respect. I genuinely admire him. Who would have thought that after graduating so long ago, and now at 40, I would have to be a student again? Haha. I must admit, it feels a bit nostalgic. Zhao Xinka nodded with satisfaction. Confidence is key. This month, we also need to renovate the quantum computing project department at Huazhong University to prepare for the subsequent research and construction work. Let and Oppos S all put in some effort. Understood. The group responded in unison. That settles it for now. It is getting late. Everyone should head home. The crowd immediately rose to bid farewell to Zhao Xinka and then, without agreement, returned to the screens in the laboratory. How am I supposed to go back? There is still so much I haven't figured out. Indeed, even if I return, I won't be able to sleep. My mind is filled with formulas and advanced designs. They did not leave but instead continued their research in the laboratory. I'll have someone look into Jiang Chen's background information overnight. Zhao Xinka stated solemnly. Moreover, we need to discuss the reward for young Jiang. This is crucial. Han Ligua pondered for a moment. Admission to Huazhong University ISN and AMP. Oppos. T. Quite a reward. Given the preciousness of this information, it is indeed appropriate to grant a reward. Sighing, Zhao Xinka remarked, I must retain him. Huaxia requires talent such as him. Therefore, I have decided to allocate the laboratory's entire project bonus of 3 million as a reward for Jiang Chen. Han Ligua nodded. I will further negotiate with the university to offer Jiang Chen a monthly salary of 100,000. While this may not be substantial, it is a token of our appreciation. Zhao Xinka lamented. Research is exceedingly costly. The nation has too many projects that require funding. I can only hope Jiang Chen does not find it lacking. Han Ligua chuckled wryly. You and I have received the most substantial bonuses. Yet they merely amounted to 2 or 300,000. Ha. Thus, it is decided. I shall draft the appointment documents. Zhao Xinka said with a smile as he began writing. Tell me, if Jiang Chen can develop a humanoid quantum brain, what formidable weapons might he create if he were to engage in military technology research? Han Ligua shook his head in resignation. I cannot even fathom. But let us not burden him with excessive pressure. As long as we can indeed construct the humanoid quantum brain, other fields will receive immense support, and that is sufficient. Indeed, I have been overly greedy, Zhao Xinka reflected, stamping the appointment document with a firm seal. After all, military capability is the foundation of a nation's strength. The following day, a group of researchers, sporting dark circles under their eyes yet brimming with excitement, exited the laboratory. I shall return home for a quick nap before coming back. I am not leaving. I will manage with a chair in the lab. When you return, please bring me a meal. Of course, take care. Han Ligua also returned early to Huazhong University, seeking out the president and presenting Jiang Chen and Oppos S detailed information before him. This is the information that the National Security Bureau investigated overnight. President Liu. This individual is the personally designated doctoral supervisor for the quantum computing department from the Academy of Sciences. Please take a look at the documents. Old Han, please. No need for formality. I have told you many times. Just call me Xiao Liu. Lu Jun accepted the documents with a smile, feeling elated. Another significant figure is about to join us. I wonder if he is an academician or a first-level researcher. This is personally designated by the Academy of Sciences. So he must be remarkable. It also signifies that our quantum computing department at Huazhong University is receiving increased attention. Curiously, he inquired, but we already have you, right? Is an academician coming over personally? Has our quantum computing project made a breakthrough? Han Ligua replied with a faint smile. As for me, compared to him, I am leagues behind in the realm of quantum computing. I am merely a student in this field. Moreover, it is not I who has made an academic breakthrough. It is he. Oh. Lu Jun's brow furrowed, his hand resting on the documents, and a smile crept onto his lips, further piquing his curiosity. In the field of quantum computing, there are hardly any individuals in Huaxia who surpass you. Furthermore, there are breakthroughs in the quantum domain. Han Ligua merely smiled in response. Lu Jun eagerly opened the documents in hand and began to examine them closely. The more he read, the tighter his brow furrowed. Eventually, he wore a bewildered expression. pursing his lips and glancing back and forth at Han Ligua. Lu Jun queried with uncertainty. Old Han, you cannot be joking, right? A high school student? And he has repeated 4 years. This information appears rather ordinary. It could even be deemed subpar, although his family background is impeccable. You claim he excels in quantum computing, even achieving academic breakthroughs? This pertains to quantum computing, not merely a trivial matter. As he concluded, Lu Jun wore an incredulous expression, grappling with disbelief. This is utterly implausible. Even though he is not specialized in quantum computing, he understands the formidable challenges associated with research in the quantum field. That is future technology. Future technology implies that it is not something that can genuinely be developed on Earth at present, let alone a high school student who has repeated 4 years. How could the Academy of Sciences make such a mistake? Han Ligua understood Lu Jun's reaction. They too had been bombarded with such outrageous information the previous day. The current project is of significant stature, and I am unable to disclose the particulars. However, the appointment document from the Academy of Sciences is right behind you. You may take a look. Lu Jun promptly retrieved the document, and indeed, it was from the Academy of Sciences. His brow furrowed as he examined it closely. Today, representatives from the Academy will also arrive to oversee the transformation of our quantum computing project department, along with other essential tasks, which you will be able to witness. Han Ligua remarked with a smile. Therefore, you are to draft an acceptance letter as requested and have it delivered by a designated person without delay. It is imperative to act swiftly. If it were merely a student being admitted, he would approach the admissions office directly. However, the doctoral supervisor requires the president's seal. Upon hearing this, Lu Jun understood the gravity of the situation and swiftly perused the Academy's document. It was indeed to appoint that student, who had repeated 4 years of high school, as a doctoral supervisor. Although he found it perplexing, he did not dwell on it further. Instead, he immediately began drafting the acceptance letter, all the while marveling. A monthly salary of 100,000, significantly surpassing yours. The Academy of Sciences holds him in such high regard. It appears he is an extraordinary genius. And our Huazhong University of Science and Technology is poised to produce another legend. Han Ligua laughed heartily. He will indeed be a legend of our Huaxia. Chapter 10. The National Security Bureau, Military Engineer Corps, and the Academy of Sciences converge at Huazhong University of Science and Technology. 2 black MPVs enter the campus. The words national security emblazoned on their sides, drawing considerable attention. Although summer vacation has commenced, a few students remain, astonished by the arrival of the black vehicles. National Security Bureau? What is going on? Why are they at our school? Did someone here betray the nation? Damn. There's a guy in my dorm who can't even finish the line after Palace Jade Liquid, one student exclaims. They're intrigued, having never witnessed the National Security Bureau's vehicles before. Following the cars, they arrive at the editorial office of National Defense Online. What is happening? Is there an issue with our school's newspaper? Did they leak some advanced technology? I read yesterday's paper. It was quite ordinary. Nothing particularly noteworthy, they murmur, confused as they peer inside. Soon, a group of individuals clad in black suits disembarks and enters the office, while 2 others disperse the curious onlookers. Inside the editorial office, Wei Xiaoli is unperturbed by the presence of the national security personnel. The emergence of technology as formidable as the humanoid quantum brain cannot afford a single oversight, especially since he is set to join the research project team, which will inevitably undergo scrutiny from the National Security Bureau. I didn't expect them to come so soon. They must be looking for us. What kind of classified research material was that yesterday? He wonders, realizing they are about to face an inquiry. The editors express their frustration, having merely glanced at the document only to be summoned for questioning. As anticipated, the national security agents approached them, escorting each one back to the vehicles for interrogation, including the editor-in-chief who had not appeared the previous day. The questioning persists for 2.5 hours before the agents finally depart, leaving the remaining staff helplessly gazing at Wei Xiaoli. Xiaoli, what was that research material from yesterday? They inquire, but he interrupts with furrowed brows. The National Security Bureau just left. Do you want to be interrogated again? Although we are innocent, their investigations delve into every aspect of our lives, leaving no stone unturned. Instantly, their curiosity dissipates. Curiosity kills. Better not to ask, one remarks. Indeed, although I've done nothing wrong and come from a respectable family, seeing those people makes me weak in the knees. It's absurd. We merely glanced at that material, and now we're under scrutiny. They lament, still shaken. Wei Xiaoli chuckles at their reaction, having endured something far more outrageous. Shortly after the national security vehicles depart, a caravan of semi-trucks and massive cargo vehicles slowly enters the campus, their cargo concealed beneath privacy tarps, all emblazoned with the insignia of the Academy of Sciences. Following this convoy are two troop transport vehicles bearing military district plates, both heading towards the Quantum Computing Project Department. What is happening? This is quite a spectacle. Why is the Military Engineer Corps here, and what is the Academy transporting? Something significant must be underway, they speculate, sensing a monumental project is being established at their university. The presence of the National Security Bureau indicates a review of those involved, while the Academy's convoy likely carries instruments and equipment, with the military corps designated for construction. Yes, this project must be of the utmost importance, a major scientific breakthrough, possibly classified at the national level. It seems they're heading towards the Quantum Computing Project Department. Could it be that we have made a significant advancement in quantum computing? They exclaim in disbelief. Gathered together, the students discuss the unprecedented scene before them. Upon the arrival of the two convoys, Han Ligua and Lu Jun await. What critical technology has been achieved to warrant such a display? It seems the entire quantum laboratory of the Academy is relocating here, Lu Jun observes, equally astonished. Though Huazhong University hosts numerous research endeavors and the Academy has established various projects here, never before have the National Security Bureau, Military Engineer Corps, and the Academy converged in such a manner. Han Ligua smiles. I must return to the Academy. Things are about to become quite hectic. This area will likely be secured soon. Lu Jun nods. Please do. I will arrange for the acceptance letters and awards from the Academy to be sent by air. And they should arrive shortly. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen is at home when Chen Qi knocks on his door. I'm here to pick up your sister today. Do you want to return home with us? She inquires. Their hometown is in Langya Prefecture, Jiangnan Province. Jiang Chen, having excelled academically, has been accepted into Jinling High School. To support him, Chen Qi has come to Jiangnan, while his sister Jiang Mingyao continues her studies under their grandfather's care. No, I have other matters to attend to. I contacted Huazhong University yesterday, and I've been accepted, with only a month and a half until school starts. Time is of the essence as the additional tasks from the system will commence once summer vacation concludes. Jiang Chen replies, urgency in his voice. All right. Then you can cook for yourself today. I'll return tomorrow, Chen Qi smiles. Don't worry, Mom, it's fine if you come back in a few days. Jiang Chen reassures her, feeling a mix of anticipation and resignation about his sister's arrival. He is relieved that he will soon be attending Huazhong University. Later that afternoon, while Jiang Chen is busy inputting data, he hears the sound of the door opening. Curiously, he steps out to find his sister, Jiang Mingyao. Wearing oversized black-framed glasses and a long black dress, her bangs nearly obscuring her face. Brother, Mom told me you didn't do well this year. But don't worry, I passed, and I'm here to tutor you, she declares earnestly, adjusting her glasses as she approaches him. With my help, you'll surely regain your former grades and get into college. Jiang Chen chuckles softly. I had planned to surprise you in a few days. I've already been accepted into Huazhong University. Chapter 11. It's about finding Jiang Chen, who has repeated 4 years. You and Oppos, V been accepted? Chen Qi exclaimed with surprise as she gazed at Jiang Chen. For years had passed. Although she had never explicitly mentioned it to Jiang Chen or insisted that he repeat his studies to enter university, what parent doesn't wish for their child to succeed? She too hoped her child would achieve greatness. Jiang Chen nodded with a smile. That and Oppos, that's wonderful. Chen Qi clapped her hands in excitement. Mingyao is also doing well. Tonight, I shall prepare a grand feast to celebrate the two of you. Huakeda? Jiang Mingyao furrowed her brows and asked uncertainly. Are you referring to the Huaxia National Defense Science and Technology University? Jiang Chen nodded and smiled. Indeed, that is correct. Impressive, isn't it? Is Huakeda really that remarkable? Chen Qi asked, puzzled. She had assumed Jiang Chen was referring to a private college, as his examination scores were far from qualifying for an undergraduate program. Only private colleges might accept him without high scores. Jiang Mingyao cast a doubtful glance at Jiang Chen and explained to Chen Qi. Huakeda is the best research institution in Huaxia, a prestigious double first-class university, part of the 985 and 211 projects. Is it truly that exceptional? That's fantastic. Chen Qi beamed with joy, completely devoid of doubt. She grabbed Jiang Chen and Oppos' hand, and the two headed out. Let us splurge a little today. I'll take you both out for dinner. To ensure that Jiang Chen and his sister could attend school, Chen Qi worked tirelessly. Although Jiang Chen earned money for his tuition, It was still a struggle for Chun-Chi alone to bear the family and Appo's burdens. They lived frugally, careful with expenses, including Jiang Mingyao's tuition and living costs. Wait a moment. Jiang Mingyao halted Chun-Chi and turned to Jiang Chen, looking serious. Are you certain? Brother, I know your examination scores. They're and Appo's. There's no way you could get into Wakita. Jiang Chen helplessly ruffled Jiang Mingyao and Appo's hair. Could I possibly deceive you? My scores are indeed insufficient. But I was admitted through a special admission channel. Is that true? Jiang Mingyao sought confirmation once more. Of course it is. Jiang Chen reassured her gently. Jiang Mingyao fell silent, grasping Jiang Chen and Appo's hand, taking a deep breath, her voice trembling slightly. I have always said that my brother is not worthless. Silly girl. Jiang Chen affectionately stroked her head. Oh, why are you crying? This is joyous news. Chun-Chi pulled Jiang Mingyao closer, discreetly wiping her own tears before tending to Jiang Mingyao and Appo's who was it on the train saying that brother wasn't Appo's studying hard enough and that he'd get a scolding when he arrived. Now you're the one with tears. I did not. Jiang Mingyao stubbornly swatted Jiang Chen's hand away and walked toward the living room. Chun-Chi shook her head with a smile and followed to comfort her. The past 4 years had been challenging for the family. Jiang Chen had always been a top student, consistently excelling, earning praise from neighbors back home. Jiang Mingyao had looked up to her brother as a role model, excelling in her studies even more than he had. Everyone had anticipated their future success at prestigious universities like Tsinghua or Peking University. However, upon reaching high school, Jiang Chen had repeated 4 years. Not only did he fail to gain admission to Tsinghua or Peking, he couldn't even qualify for a vocational college. The neighbors and relatives swiftly transitioned from compliments to ridicule, claiming Jiang Chen had gone astray, was dating early, and had reached his intellectual limit. Yet, Jiang Mingyao steadfastly believed that her brother remained the genius he had always been. She studied diligently to gain admission to Jinling No. 1 High School, even advancing a grade to help Jiang Chen with his studies. Now, with Jiang Chen accepted into Wakita, her joy was genuine. Jiang Mingyao composed herself. I will not be outdone. I will also gain admission to Wakita. Very well, Jiang Chen said, gently pushing aside Jiang Mingyao's long bangs, revealing her clear, sparkling eyes. Even with her thick, black-rimmed glasses, her delicate features could not be concealed. Jiang Chen frowned slightly. I'll take you to get a haircut shortly. It's too long when you look this beautiful. Jiang Mingyao tilted her head back, allowing her hair to cover her lovely face once more. Oomph. No. This is perfect. No one will disturb my studies. This girl, Jiang Chen shook his head in resignation. He had spoiled her since childhood. Jiang Mingyao declared proudly. Wakita is the best research institution. You were admitted for research, right? I know. I asked Sistery. No matter what you study, I will also pursue research and I'll be even better than you. Her? Jiang Chen chuckled lightly. To surpass me in research may prove to be quite a challenge. Jiang Mingyao replied with confidence. Humph. If it were too simple, I wouldn't be interested. Chun-Chi chimed in. All right, you're both impressive. Soon our family will have 2 scientists. Let us go eat. The trio joyfully descended the elevator. However, as they reached the entrance of the building, they spotted several neighbors standing nearby. I say, Wang Jie, are you really going to call on the Chen family? Don't invite them. It might upset their son, who has been repeating for years without success. Indeed, it's lowered our building's standards. I'm embarrassed to admit which block I live in. Ah. There is nothing to be done. Wang Kaiming wore a troubled expression. I don't wish to call them either, but they are neighbors. We must acknowledge them. Wang Kaiming and Appo's son, Wang Xiaoming, impatiently interjected, Mom, don't call them. He is the only one in our building who has gone to university. If he shows up, it might affect my chances and those of Daibai. Upon hearing this, Wang Kaiming quickly nodded. All right, I'll listen to you. My son has always performed well. It's all their fault for affecting our building's fortune. Their family brings bad luck. Daibai's mother chimed in. Exactly. Otherwise, my son wouldn't have only qualified for a second-tier university. Xiaoming wouldn't have only secured a vocational college. Daibai felt somewhat helpless, wishing to disengage from the conversation. Wang Kaiming, feeling displeased, retorted, What do you mean my son only got into a vocational college? Even if it's a college, it's still a prestigious one. A prestigious college? Jiang Mingyao exclaimed loudly. I've heard of prestigious universities, but this is the first time I've heard of a prestigious vocational college. Upon hearing her voice, Wang Kaiming and the others turned to see Jiang Chen's family at the entrance. Wang Kaiming's face momentarily displayed embarrassment before she quickly adopted a confrontational stance. Little girl, what do you understand? If you haven't heard of it, that's your ignorance. My son is attending the best vocational college, regardless of the college. At least he got in. Wang Xiaoming provocatively looked at Jiang Chen. That's better than some useless person who has repeated for 4 years and still can't get in. My brother is far more capable than you. Jiang Mingyao glared at Wang Kaiming and the others, her small hands clenched tightly. Capable? Repeating is even more capable? Haha. Oh, you're making me laugh. Your brother is so impressive, huh? Humph. Someone who can't even get into a university has no right to claim superiority. Exactly. I say, Laoli, you should reclaim your house. Don't rent it to them. A bunch of impoverished country folks are dragging our building's reputation down. Laoli, Jiang Chen's landlord, was among them. He stepped forward, looking apologetic. Xiao Chun, I'm sorry. After this month, I need to reclaim the house. My wife has already rented it to someone else. Chen Qi exclaimed anxiously. Uncle Li, there are only 7 days left in this month. With such a short time, where are we supposed to find a suitable house? Moreover, didn't we agree just the day before yesterday that we would renew the lease? Old Li scoffed dismissively. And where's the money? Others have increased their rent by 500 a month and paid a year's deposit up front. And you? You haven't even paid this month's rent yet. If you can't afford it, why not return to the countryside? Why the insistence on living in the city? Chen Qi retorted angrily, but the lease hasn't expired yet. You clearly promised, so why are you going back on your word? Old Li, visibly irritated, snapped, enough. If I say you must move, then move. Spare me your incessant chatter. I simply won't rent to you anymore. Go ahead and sue me if you dare. As Chen Qi attempted to respond, Jiang Chen pulled her back, saying, Mom, let it go. I will find the house. Huh? You? Where do you think you'll find one? You couldn't even get into university, let alone find a house. It's laughable. A family of such poverty wanting to rent. I see he has already lost his mind, haha. You shameless lot. Jiang Mingyao began to curse, but was stopped by Jiang Chen, who coldly regarded the group, saying, do not stoop to their level. Trash like them will only repulse others with their stench. Let us keep our distance and go eat instead. Engaging in idle banter with such people is futile. Only the weak engage in verbal disputes. He would rather contribute to scientific endeavors and ensure a better life for his family. Upon hearing this, Wang Kaiming immediately flared up. Hands on hips, she shouted, you little brat, how dare you speak like that? Poor in studies and lacking in manners. It's no wonder you've repeated 4 years and still can't get into college. You. Suddenly, a voice interrupted Wang Kaiming. Excuse me. Is this Yufeng Bridge, Spring Breeze Community, Building 36, Unit 3? Wang Kaiming turned in anger, ready to unleash her fury. But upon seeing the newcomer in a well-tailored suit with an elegant demeanor, she immediately softened her tone. Yes, this is the place. May I ask who you are? The man smiled. That's great to hear. I'm here to deliver an admission notice. May I ask? Before he could finish, Wang Kaiming joyfully interjected. Yes. That's us. Just hand me the admission notice. It's for my son. The man's brow furrowed slightly as he politely continued. May I ask? Is your son named Jiang Chen? Jiang Chen? Wang Kaiming paused for a moment, then shook her head. No. Oh, I see. My apologies. The man smiled courteously. I'm looking for Jiang Chen. Wang Kaiming, puzzled, replied, you must have made a mistake. Jiang Chen has repeated 4 years and has even been accepted into college. How could he possibly have an admission notice? You should double-check. It must be an error. Indeed, I am searching for that Jiang Chen who has repeated 4 years. Chapter 12. The face-changing art of Sichuan opera? Dining with my son. You are unworthy. Do you know him? Could you kindly take me to his residence? Wei Xiaoli furrowed his brows as he regarded Wang Kaiming, sensing a lack of cordiality in the latter and Oppo's tone. No need for such trouble. I am here. Jiang Chen casually waved his hand. Wei Xiaoli turned to the source of the voice, momentarily taken aback by Jiang Chen and Oppo's strikingly handsome and radiant appearance. He bore no resemblance to a typical tech-savvy geek. Rather, he resembled a youthful idol. How splendid! Wei Xiaoli joyfully trotted over, exclaiming, I finally meet the real deal. You are truly handsome. He had specifically requested the principal and Oppo's permission to deliver the admission notice, eager to behold the prodigious genius who independently developed a humanoid quantum brain. This was undoubtedly the brightest new star in the future scientific community. He even employed honorifics. Jiang Chen, feeling somewhat exasperated, replied, no need to be so polite. Just call me by my name. He sensed that the intensity of Wei Xiaoli and Oppo's gaze was rather excessive. Hello. Qin beamed at Wei Xiaoli. Are you here to deliver my son and Appo's admission notice? Indeed, you are Jiang Chen and Appo's mother? Wei Xiaoli nodded quickly, politely introducing himself. Auntie, hello. I am Wei Xiaoli. You can simply call me Xiaoli. He added, Auntie, you look remarkably youthful and beautiful. Qin chuckled. This child knows how to flatter. I'm already over 40. Wei Xiaoli replied earnestly. No, I speak the truth. Qin and Appo's spirits lifted further upon hearing this. Jiang Chen, standing aside, found the situation rather amusing. This fellow was exceedingly slick. Jiang Mingyao clutched Jiang Chen and Appo's arm, her eyes filled with admiration. He must be from a low-tier college. I suspect it might even be a private institution, one that can be entered merely by paying. The rural folk had labored a lifetime, spending all their savings just to procure an admission notice. How amusing. Humph, it could very well be a technical school, Wang Xiaoming sneered from the side. Reputable universities typically send admission notices via China Post. This clearly lacks credibility. No wonder he failed his exams for 4 years, resulting in a desperate bid to enroll in any school. Wei Xiaoli, overhearing the neighbors and Appo's ridicule, promptly retracted his earlier flattery towards Jiang Chen, having sensed unfriendliness from the crowd. He boldly produced the admission notice, proclaiming loudly, a low-tier university? Has the National University of Defense Technology of Huaxia now been downgraded to that status? The gilded letters spelling out and Appo's National University of Defense Technology of Huaxia and Appo's on the notice shimmered brilliantly in his hand. Moreover, the specialized gold-stamped seal of Huazhong University of Science and Technology adorned the bottom right corner, along with the intricately designed main teaching building of Huazhong University of Science and Technology prominently featured on the cover. This signified its uniqueness. The National University of Defense Technology of Huaxia. Daibai stared in astonishment at the admission notice in Wei Xiaoli's hand. Isn't that the premier research institution in Huaxia? A direct affiliate of the Academy of Sciences? A top-tier university recognized as 985 and 211. Wei Xiaoli grinned. Indeed. We are honored to have Jiang Chen join our institution. No one noticed that he used the term join rather than pass or be admitted. Is it truly impressive? Daibai and Appo's mother inquired, puzzled. Is it an undergraduate program? How does it compare to your school? Yours is merely a second-tier institution. Daibai, feeling embarrassed, interjected, Mom, please stop. My school can't even begin to compete with Huazhong University of Science and Technology. It lacks the qualifications. He tugged at his mother. Let us head home for dinner. Daibai and Appo's mother, seeing her son's demeanor, quickly grasped the situation. She turned to Wang Kaming with a smile. Oh dear, I forgot. My husband's relatives are visiting tonight. I apologize, but we must return to prepare dinner. With that, she was pulled away by Daibai. This is absurd. Wang Kaming exclaimed incredulously. ISN and Appo's, Jiang Chen and Appo's academic performance consistently poor? Moreover, he repeated a year 4 times. How could he possibly be admitted to a key university? My son didn't even get in. Wang Xiaoming and Appo's expression fluctuated between disbelief and anger as he ground his teeth. It must be fake. The admission notice is undoubtedly counterfeit. All university notifications are sent by postal services. It's impossible for anyone else to deliver them. Fake. Wei Xiaoli scoffed disdainfully. I am a student of Huazhong University of Science and Technology. No one in Huaxia dares to forge our gold-stamped seal. With that, he disregarded Wang Xiaoming entirely. Were it not for his desire to support Jiang Chen, he would not have paid any attention to someone like Wang Kaming. He turned respectfully, presenting the admission notice with both hands to Jiang Chen. The university specifically arranged for me to fly here to deliver this. Thank you for choosing Huazhong University of Science and Technology. It is our honor. I eagerly anticipate your arrival at the school. His demeanor was profoundly humble, reflecting genuine respect rather than mere politeness. Due to Jiang Chen's submission, he could partake in the core project of quantum computing, which would significantly benefit his future upon graduation. Wei Xiaoli's words left the onlookers in utter shock. They had never before heard of a university dispatching someone by plane to deliver admission notices. Even more astonishing was the fact that a student from Huaxia and Appo's leading research institution regarded Jiang Chen and Appo's acceptance as a privilege. It was as if Huazhong University of Science and Technology had received a monumental gift. This was, after all, Huazhong University of Science and Technology, a pinnacle of academic excellence. The crowd could hardly believe their ears and eyes. Jiang Chen accepted the admission notice, surprised that Huazhong University would send someone personally. Thank you for your effort. He did not open it, but directly handed it to Chen Qi. She carefully opened it, anxious not to damage it. Jiang Mingyao leaned in, and the two scrutinized every word on the notice. My brother is truly remarkable. Jiang Mingyao beamed brightly. Chen Qi gently caressed the notice. A look of contentment spreading across her face. All the hardships she had endured over the years had finally borne fruit. Everything had come to fruition. The neighbors exchanged awkward glances at the Jiang family. They had just been mocking them, and now, in a blink, someone had gained admission to Huaxia and Appo's finest university. They felt a stinging humiliation on their faces. What did it matter if someone was accepted to a university? They were still just country folk renting homes. Wang Xiaoming and Appo's face turned ashen as he asserted defiantly, even if you graduate, you might toil your entire life and still be unable to afford a house. Wei Xiaoli chuckled coldly at those words, producing a bank card. This is a reward from the university for Jiang Chen, amounting to 3 million. I hope you won't find it insufficient. Due to the project and Appo's confidentiality, he could only refer to it as a reward from Huazhong University of Science and Technology. 3 million. Chen Qi was taken aback. She had never seen so much money in her life. We cannot accept this. It's far too much. How can a university give us money? Chen Qi quickly declined. However, Jiang Chen calmly took the bank card and handed it to Chen Qi. Mom, keep it. This is from my project. The development of the humanoid quantum brain deserves this reward. Wei Xiaoli, seeing Jiang Chen accept it, felt immense joy and chimed in. Yes, Auntie. This is a reward from the university for Jiang Chen. Please feel free to use it. Very well, Chen Qi said cautiously as she took the bank card. Looking earnestly at Jiang Chen, the school has given you such a large sum. You must work hard. You cannot disappoint the university's expectations of you. Jiang Chen smiled gently. Understood, Mom. Wei Xiaoli reflected inwardly, realizing that Jiang Chen was not merely the university and Appo's hope but also a beacon of hope for Huaxia itself. The neighbors were utterly astonished to see Wei Xiaoli produce a bank card with a staggering 3 million yuan, claiming it was a reward for Jiang Chen. It was the first time they had heard of a school not only waiving tuition fees but actually rewarding students with monetary gifts, an astounding amount of 3 million. Goodness! How could an ordinary family ever fathom such wealth? This was utterly preposterous. After 4 years of retaking exams and facing failure, being accepted into the finest university in Huaxia, and receiving 3 million in return was nothing short of absurd. Oh, I always knew Jiang Chen would achieve great things, one neighbor remarked. Indeed. This is what they call late bloomers. Good things come to those who wait. The neighbors began to extol Jiang Chen's virtues. Yes, indeed. Little Jiang is truly remarkable. I live just below their apartment, and every night I can hear him studying diligently. Jiang Chen and his companions paid no heed to the flattery. Xiaoli, why don't you join us for a meal? Chen Qi warmly invited. Thank you for making the trip for my son. You must be hungry as well. Absolutely. Wei Xiaoli exclaimed, turning to Jiang Chen with excitement in his eyes. Can I join too? It's exhilarating to dine with such a genius. Jiang Chen, witnessing Wei Xiaoli's exaggerated enthusiasm, could only respond with a sigh. Of course. Wonderful. Wei Xiaoli beamed. We must take a photo later. I'll show it off to my friends. No. I mean, I'll keep it for myself. He resembled a fervent fan in his excitement. Suddenly, Wang Kaiming approached with a beaming smile. Xiao Chun, there seems to have been a misunderstanding. I intended to invite your family to dinner, and this handsome young man should join us as well. We've already reserved a restaurant. After all, we're neighbors. Chen Qi replied with a faint smile. Sister Wang, I usually respect your seniority, but your repeated comments about my son Jiang Chen are unwarranted. She glanced at Jiang Chen and raised the admission letter in her hand. You are not worthy to dine with my son. With that, she took Jiang Chen and Jiang Mingyao by the hand, beckoning Wei Xiaoli to follow. Wei Xiaoli cheerfully trailed behind. Wait a moment. The landlord, Old Li, approached Chen Qi with an ingratiating grin. So, Xiao Chun, we had an agreement, right? You'll continue to rent. Yes? I can reduce the rent by 500, no, 800 a month. What do you think? Jiang Chen retorted with a cold smile. No need. Tomorrow, I'll take my mother to buy a house. Jiang Mingyao let out a disdainful snort at Old Li. Without further delay, they departed, leaving behind a visibly discomfited Wang Kaiming and Old Li, along with the awkwardly ignored crowd. Renowned vocational college? Jiang Chen smirked meaningfully at Wang Xiaoming as he walked past. Very commendable, do study hard. Chapter 13. The online classes for high school students begin. teaching academicians. The following day, Jiang Chen brought his family to a new neighborhood. After Wei Xiaoli returned and informed Zhao Xinke and others of their situation, the Academy of Sciences promptly arranged a new apartment for them. Consequently, they no longer needed to purchase a home. Wow, what a spacious house! Jiang Mingyao exclaimed with excitement as she admired the exquisitely decorated abode. I finally have my own room. In stark contrast to their previous cramped 30-square-meter two-bedroom apartment, the Academy generously gifted them a lavish 180-square-meter residence. The value of this Jinling mansion exceeded the amount of their reward. In the subsequent 2 days, under the envious gazes of their neighbors, the Jiang family moved from their old, dilapidated community to their new home. During this time, Wang Kaiming deliberately avoided the Chen family whenever he encountered them, awkwardly greeting them while keeping his head down, yet no one acknowledged him. Landlord Old Li made several attempts to persuade them to stay, but to no avail. Once settled in their new abode, Jiang Chen commenced the data entry for the humanoid quantum brain project. After 10 days of meticulous work, he finally completed the task. Stretching his limbs, he packaged the materials and sent them directly to Wei Xiaoli via QQ. Meanwhile, Wei Xiaoli was seated in the newly restructured quantum computing project department, reviewing the first batch of research materials provided by Jiang Chen. Han Ligua was also present, engaging in discussions with several newly assigned personnel from the Academy of Sciences. Didi. Upon hearing the notification, Wei Xiaoli quickly turned to his computer. Upon seeing Jiang Chen and Apos' message, he joyfully exclaimed, "Teacher, it and Apos' Jiang Chen." He sent the documents. Without hesitation, he clicked to download. The project department's network was specially set up, boasting rapid speed, and within seconds, the files were downloaded. Hearing the commotion, Han Ligua and the others hurried over. Is this all the research data? Han Ligua marveled at the files on the screen. Wei Xiaoli vacated his seat to allow Han Ligua to take a look. Jiang Chen sent another message. This is the complete research data for the humanoid quantum brain. You may review it first. Starting tomorrow, all participants in the construction must attend my lecture. I will hold a QQ meeting at 8 in the morning. I will provide you with the room and password then. Don't be late. Han Ligua promptly replied, "Rest assured, we will definitely be on time." After sending the message, Jiang Chen logged off. With trembling hands, Han Ligua eagerly perused the materials. After a considerable time, he exhaled deeply, unable to fully conceal his excitement despite his best efforts. This was the comprehensive data on the humanoid quantum brain. Tomorrow morning at 7, everyone must be at the project department. Punctuality is non-negotiable. Don and Apos, worry, old Han. You needn't remind us, we will be on time. Another replied. Indeed, we might not even sleep tonight. I can hardly contain my anticipation, haha. In less than a month, they would truly embark on the construction of quantum computers. Han Ligua nodded. Everyone must ensure a good night's sleep tonight. We must be in top condition to absorb Jiang Chen and Apos' lecture. I will distribute the materials to you now for your review. He uploaded the data to the project department and Apos' computer and backed up a copy for Zhao Xinke, informing him of the online learning schedule for the next day. After completing his tasks, he immersed himself in the materials. The others returned to their computers to familiarize themselves with the content. The members of the quantum laboratory at the Huaxia Academy of Sciences were no different. The next day, precisely at 7 in the morning, all personnel involved in the quantum computing project at Huaxia Academy of Sciences and Huaca University eagerly awaited at their computers, much like students anticipating a lecture. For Jiang Chen to log in. At 8, after establishing the meeting room, Jiang Chen sent the link and password to Wei Xiaoli. Almost simultaneously, he witnessed dozens of participants flooding into the meeting room. Each person registered with their real names and respective titles. A glance revealed they were all from the quantum laboratory of Huaxia Academy of Sciences, academicians, distinguished researchers, first-level researchers, and more. Each participant activated their cameras, the youngest among them being over 30 years old. Han Ligua and Zhao Xinke had even grayed hair. Only Wei Xiaoli appeared somewhat out of place. Yet he was the most exhilarated of all. It was remarkable to be among these esteemed individuals, all titans in the field of quantum computing. It was astonishing that he was a student among such luminaries. However, even more absurdly, the one lecturing this group of experts was merely a high school student who had repeated his studies for 4 years. Hello everyone, I am Jiang Chen. Without further ado, I will begin my explanation. Please feel free to raise your hands if anything is unclear, he announced. Sharing his computer screen and opening the research materials on the humanoid quantum brain to commence his lecture. All attendees retrieved their notebooks, attentively listening and jotting down notes. The materials provided by the system were already quite detailed, and with Jiang Chen and Apos' explanations, comprehension became even more effortless. However, lacking supreme research aptitude, many still raised their hands with inquiries, including Han Ligua and Zhao Xinka. Despite the numerous participants, everyone adhered to the order, with no one daring to disrupt the session. In fact, Wei Xiaoli was the most perplexed but hesitated to raise his hand, fearing he might slow the progress. Observing the academicians and researchers asking questions like students left him utterly astonished. Could anyone fathom such an outrageous scene? Who would believe it if told? Yet, in matters related to Jiang Chen, it all seemed perfectly reasonable. Time slipped away unnoticed until noon when Jiang Mingyao knocked on the door. Brother and Apos, it's time for lunch. Jiang Chen glanced at the time on his desk and said, "Let us pause here for today. Everyone can go eat." Zhao Xinka promptly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Comrade Xiao Jiang, for your hard work. You should go eat as well. Brother, if you don't come out soon, Mom will start hurrying us," Jiang Mingyao added. With a resigned sigh, Jiang Chen walked over to open the door, then turned back to the computer and announced, "We will reconvene in 1 hour." He noticed that Zhao Xinka and the others had no intention of leaving for lunch, understanding their concern about missing the lecture. Hence, he set a 1-hour break for their meal. Zhao Xinka smiled. "All right, no problem." Curiously peeking in, Jiang Mingyao asked, "Brother, who are you talking to? Who are these people? There seems to be an old man too." "Brother, you aren't teaching some success course to swindle money, are you?" Jiang Chen lightly tapped Jiang Mingyao and Apos' head. "What are you thinking about all day?" "I'm lecturing to the Academy of Sciences." Jiang Mingyao pouted, cradling her head. "You're bragging. To teach the Academy of Sciences. How impressive that would be. What lecture? What academy?" Chen Shi set the table and chuckled. "Mingyao, don't run off with wild ideas. Your brother is involved in a project and is currently in a meeting." Jiang Mingyao dashed over to her mother. "Mom, brother is teaching success courses, tricking old men into buying lessons for profit." Jiang Chen walked over and tapped Jiang Mingyao and Apos' head once more. "Don't listen to her nonsense. I'm participating in a project and having a meeting with the team." Chen Shi playfully glared at Jiang Mingyao. "You, always spreading rumors about your brother. Last night you were in bed saying you didn't want him to leave." Jiang Mingyao, embarrassed and annoyed, retorted, "Mom, don't say that." Jiang Chen chuckled as he sat down, feeling an immense warmth within. Chen Shi placed the bank card awarded by the Academy of Sciences on the table. She gazed at Jiang Chen and said, "Soon you will be starting school. Keep this card. There is no need for an abundance of money at home, as I have already prepared Dream Yao's tuition and living expenses." Jiang Chen shook his head and replied, "You should keep the money for yourself. I have long saved enough for both tuition and living costs. I do not require any funds. In the future, I will earn even more, ensuring that both you and Dream Yao can lead a wonderful life." Jiang Mingyao lifted her little head and declared, "You don't need to earn money. I will make plenty to provide for you and Mom." Chen Shi chuckled helplessly. "Very well, both of you may earn. I shall enjoy an early retirement." Chapter 14. Farewell to Childhood. The Stunning School Bell. 3 days before the commencement of the academic year, within the quantum laboratory, Han Ligua instructed, "Xiaoli, Jiang Chen has arrived at school. Please go to the entrance and ensure you receive him." Wei Xiaoli nodded vigorously, assuring, "Rest assured, teacher, I will handle it." With that, he hurried off towards the school gate. Huaxia National Defense Science and Technology University. Jiang Chen gazed up at the imposing entrance, where the grand characters shimmered brightly. This is the finest research institution in Huaxia. Here, he would embark on his journey. During his online classes, he had utilized his evenings to meticulously refine the military blueprints. He intended to commence from this very place, bringing each weapon depicted in his designs to fruition. At this moment, numerous students were returning to campus. A continuous stream of eager faces entering the university. Many freshmen gazed around with excitement. The entrance was bustling with activity. As Jiang Chen stepped forward into the school, he noticed many upperclassmen warmly welcoming the newcomers. They enthusiastically guided the freshmen through the registration process, helping them find their dormitories and acclimate to their surroundings. The atmosphere was vibrant and lively. Jiang Chen approached, intending to inquire about directions. Suddenly, the crowd fell silent. "Wow, she is breathtaking. That girl is stunning. Indeed, she resembles a celestial being. Her aura is ethereal. Of course, she is the foremost among our university's 4 school beauties. Is she here to welcome the newcomers this year? That is hard to believe. She is Ishuejia. Aside from her studies, she would never waste time on such matters." "Right. Ishuejia would never participate in welcoming activities. She must be leaving. The four legendary beauties of the school were all as exquisite as goddesses, yet they remained aloof and distant. It's worth mentioning that this year and Oppo's freshmen also included several super beauties. Just moments ago, one enchanting girl, resembling a sprite, was escorted away by an upperclasswoman. It seems the roster of campus beauties is set to expand. All the students at the entrance turned to gaze in unison, their faces alight with astonishment. Others, hearing the murmurs, curiously glanced over, and soon, every pair of eyes was filled with awe. Standing at a height of 183 centimeters, Jiang Chen peered over the crowd and caught sight of the approaching figure, a breathtaking beauty adorned in a flowing white rosa gown. Her dark hair cascading like a waterfall from her shoulders to her waist, strolled gracefully towards him. Her exquisite visage was akin to a masterpiece sculpted by the goddess Enwa herself. With delicate brows and starry eyes, her skin appeared as smooth as cream, and her naturally crimson lips required no embellishment. The elegant contours of her nose and the perfect symmetry of her features epitomized beauty itself. Her alabaster neck connected to exquisite collarbones, while her figure, enveloped in the gown, displayed a flawless S-curve. Adorned in macaron blue shoes, she revealed a hint of her luminous, fair step. At that moment, the morning sun filtered through the lush foliage, illuminating the girl, who seemed untouched by the world, as if a fairy descended from the heavens. Though extraordinarily beautiful, her demeanor radiated a coolness akin to a snow lotus atop a mountain. Jiang Chen stared, astonished, at the stunning girl in the distance. She seemed to sense his gaze. Turning towards him, her eyes flashing with surprise, she quickened her pace, navigating through the crowd until she stood directly before Jiang Chen. Upon seeing him, her expression shifted several times before settling back into her usual serene demeanor. It truly is you. Jiang Chen chuckled helplessly. What a coincidence, Ro and Oppo's. The girl before him was none other than his childhood companion, Ro and Oppo's. They had attended the same school since kindergarten and had continued together through high school. Ultimately, Ro and Oppo's was accepted into Huazhong University of Science and Technology, while Jiang Chen had not passed the entrance exam, opting instead to repeat a year. Wait, what is happening? Ishuejia actually knows that guy? Gasped a bystander. Am I hearing things? Did he just call her Rower? Another exclaimed. The last person who dared to be so familiar with her ended up in the infirmary. I can't take this. Who is this guy? He looks unfamiliar. I've never seen him before. I need to capture this moment for the campus forum and ask around. Could he be a freshman? What a revelation. That Huazhong University's most beautiful school belle, Ishuejia. He called her Ro and Oppo's. And she didn't even get upset. What a miracle. Wow. This is going to be interesting. Don't forget that both President Sun and young Master Chen are admirers of Ishuejia. Upon hearing the familiar name, Iroha trembled slightly, brushing her hair back from her forehead. You got in? Jiang Chen nodded with a smile. Yes, I am now a freshman. Ro and Oppo's, who acknowledged him with a nod. Come on, I'll take you to register. With that, she turned and walked away. Jiang Chen glanced at the crowd of onlookers before following her swiftly. As he walked beside Ro and Oppo's, a faint fragrance wafted past him, reminiscent of jasmine after rain. Wow. Ishuejia is welcoming a newcomer. Who is this guy? Ishuejia spoke with him for several moments. It's astonishing, murmured another student. How enviable. Walking beside Ishuejia must be delightful. Throughout their walk, many stopped to marvel at the pair. Just as Jiang Chen had taken a few steps, Wei Xiaoli appeared, panting as he reached the entrance. Is that you, Xiaoli? Are you here to welcome newcomers too? Wei Xiaoli politely nodded. Yes, waiting for someone. He then scrutinized the crowd of freshmen for Jiang Chen's figure. Phew, today is quite extraordinary. Did you know Ishuejia was also here? She brought a newcomer to register. And they seem to know each other. Wei Xiaoli replied casually, oh, that's indeed rare. He was disinterested in the gossip, more eager to see Jiang Chen. Honestly, you should have passed the first college entrance exam. I don't understand why you didn't. Iroha's voice was gentle, like a cool breeze on a spring morning. Jiang Chen scratched his nose. Well, I didn't perform well on the exam. He couldn't very well admit that he was a time traveler who intentionally underperformed to unlock a system. Could he? Ro and Oppo's cast a subtle glance at Jiang Chen. That instinctive gesture of touching your nose signifies guilt. Thus, what you just said is likely untrue. Jiang Chen paused, realizing he couldn't conceal the truth. Yet he had no choice but to maintain his facade. No, really. I repeated a few years due to issues with my mentality. Eroer shook her head. Since you prefer not to discuss it, I want to pry. This year, I am pursuing my master's. If you need anything, feel free to find me in the information department. Jiang Chen smiled and nodded. All right. Following that, an awkward silence enveloped them. After contemplating, Jiang Chen asked, How are Uncle and Andy? Ero and Oppos. Her sighed softly, her gaze reflecting a hint of melancholy. Concerned, Jiang Chen inquired, What's wrong with Uncle and Andy? Are they ill? Ero and Oppos. Bit her lip and shook her head. No. Jiang Chen frowned slightly. Whenever you had something to hide as a child, you would bite your lip. They both understood each other remarkably well. Upon hearing this, Eroer smiled faintly, and in that instant, it was as if spring had blossomed, illuminating the entirety of summer. The students passing by were left awestruck. She is so beautiful. This was the first time they had witnessed Ero and Oppos, her smile. At least in a public setting. Eru had gently tucked a strand of her long hair behind her ear, revealing her exquisite profile. She shook her head lightly, stating, I'm not ill. It's something else. Very well, Jiang Chen responded with a confident smile. If you ever need assistance, do not hesitate to reach out. Perhaps I can be of help. Before long, the two arrived at the freshman registration area, which was bustling with people. This is it. Irua said as she brought Jiang Chen to a halt. I have other matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Do remember to find me when you have the time. Jiang Chen nodded in acknowledgement. All right, go ahead. As he watched Irua depart, a frown creased his brow. It seemed that her other matter was rather troublesome. Around him, the upperclassmen gazed at Jiang Chen in astonishment, whispering among themselves. The once aloof and nearly unapproachable senior, appeared to be quite familiar with him. Jiang Chen. Suddenly, a bright voice pierced the chatter. Jiang Chen turned to see Shen Shanshan approaching, her face lit with delight. Wang Yang followed closely behind, his expression one of displeasure. Shen Shanshan reached Jiang Chen, her cheeks flushed, and with hopeful eyes she asked, Is it really you? I thought I must have been mistaken. What brings you here? Are you here to see me? Chapter 15. You are not a freshman, but a PhD supervisor. Lo and behold, another stunning beauty has arrived. Who on earth is this person? Not only does she know Eve, but she also seems acquainted with this exquisite woman. I have not seen this beauty before. She must be a freshman. It appears that the young man is from the same high school as her. Yet how does he know Eve? Perhaps they are relatives. Who was that senior just now? She exudes such a cold elegance, yet she is undeniably beautiful. You must be a freshman, but in due time, you shall learn that she is our university's top research prodigy, the foremost senior in the information department, and the reigning beauty among the 4 renowned ladies. Of course, our school is home to many beautiful women, and you are certainly one of them. Let us connect. Beauty invariably attracts more attention. With the appearance of Yi Rower and Shen Shanshan, Jiang Chen suddenly became the focal point at the freshman registration area. You are probably here to pursue romance. I noticed you arriving with other girls earlier. Wang Yang remarked sarcastically, unable to gain admission to Huaca University. So you seek a girlfriend from here? How self-deceptive. Shen Shanshan spotted Yi Rower and, recalling her breathtaking beauty, felt a pang of disappointment. Jiang Chen cast a dispassionate glance at Wang Yang, ignoring him, and turned to Shen Shanshan, saying, I am here to attend school. Otherwise, what would I be doing here? He gestured towards the nearby registration area. School? Shen Shanshan exclaimed in surprise. You truly are here to study? Jiang Chen smiled, of course. That and amp, Oppos, wonderful. Shen Shanshan replied cheerfully, I knew you could do it. Feeling utterly disregarded, Wang Yang and amp, Oppos' anger and jealousy surged as he witnessed Shen Shanshan and amp, Oppos' concern for Jiang Chen. He scoffed derisively, You've got to be kidding. You think you can get into Huaca University? You really believe this is a second-rate college? Jiang Chen casually produced his admission letter from his backpack. Apologies, but I did get in. Impossible. Wang Yang and amp, Oppos' expression shifted to one of disbelief as he scrutinized the admission letter in Jiang Chen and amp, Oppos' hand. You repeated your studies for 4 years, and your total score in this year's college entrance examination was barely over 200. How could you possibly gain admission to Huaca University? Shen Shanshan furrowed her brow and glared at Wang Yang. Please show some respect for Jiang Chen. As classmates, we should congratulate him. But, Wang Yang pointed at Jiang Chen. His grades have always been poor. Shen Shanshan shot him a disapproving look. Who says poor grades disqualify one from entering Huaca University? Are you not aware of the special admission channels our university offers? Look at that guy. He's a typical sycophant, utterly laughable. Not only that, But he also claimed that E and that guy are dating. Hilarious. She S, the ice princess of Huaca University, completely uninterested in men. Precisely. Clearly, he is a mindless sycophant. If President Sun were to hear him, he would surely reprimand him. Young Master Chen would definitely shut him up. How could someone as outstanding as President Sun and young Master Chen ever be interested in a freshman? Upon overhearing the surrounding chatter, Wang Yang's face flushed with embarrassment. No. Trust me. He insisted loudly, don't be fooled. This person was in my class in high school. He repeated for 4 years without getting in. And he is notorious at our school. There is no way he could gain admission to Huaca University. Even with special channels, it's impossible. He can and amp, oppose, to even grasp the simplest physics or mathematics. How could he engage in research? After speaking, he turned to Shan, adopting a tone of sincerity. Shan. Don't let him deceive you. That admission letter must be a forgery. Enough, my friend. Stop your flattery. Our Huaca University's official seal cannot be faked. That admission letter is authentic. Exactly. Spare yourself the embarrassment and hurry to register. If you miss the registration, rush to your dorm. This is Huaca University. Do you think you're still in high school? Stop babbling here. It and oppose. It's evident that the girls are not interested in you. They favor that handsome guy. You're truly disgusting for slandering him. The students around Wang Yang mocked him loudly, showing him no mercy. Upon hearing someone mention her interest in Jiang Chen, Shan face turned crimson, her ears ablaze with embarrassment. Wang Yang now found himself in a precarious situation, panting as he looked at Jiang Chen. Is it true? Let us go to the registration office and find out. Jiang Chen smirked, casting a teasing glance at him before turning towards the registration area. Soon, the three arrived at the registration office, accompanied by many onlookers. The sycophant truly wouldn't relent until the truth was revealed. Sycophants are often like this. While others have been admitted, he remains unconvinced. Hey, what is the situation? That sycophant refuses to believe that the handsome guy, adored by his goddess, really got into Huaca University and has brought him here to verify. I'm certain the handsome guy is fine. Listening to the surrounding banter, Wang Yang clenched his fists. He absolutely refused to believe it. Jiang Chen handed over his admission letter and ID. Jiang Chen. All right, please hold on a moment. The staff at the registration office examined the admission letter and proceeded to check Jiang Chen's information. Strange, why can't I find the freshman information? But the admission letter seems fine. The staff, puzzled, scrutinized the letter again. Indeed, everything appeared in order. However, the computer still could not retrieve Jiang Chen's information. I told you it must be fake. How dare you impersonate a Huaca University freshman? Wang Yang laughed triumphantly, addressing the crowd. You all see this, right? You see it's fake. Now you believe what I said, right? Ugh. It can't be that someone is truly impersonating, can it? No way. Please. Don't let it be fake. Don't let that sycophant go unchecked. Impossible. Let us take another look. The crowd grew uncertain. Meanwhile, Shan anxiously looked at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen frowned slightly. Could you check again? He did not worry. With his development of humanoid quantum brains, there was no way he would be denied entry to Huaca University. Perhaps there was a mix-up. All right, I'll check again. The staff at the registration office looked again, frowning and shaking their head. Still nothing. But your admission letter is indeed real. It even has the principal's personal seal. You may need to see the principal. Perhaps you. Wang Yang interrupted. Don't say another word. It must be fake. How could a freshman and Oppo's admission letter have the principal's seal? Hurry and call security to have him arrested. Upon hearing this, Shan panicked. It must be a misunderstanding. You can't arrest him. As the situation threatened to spiral into chaos, suddenly, Wei Xiaoli rushed over, panting heavily. Finally, I found you. Thankfully, I checked the campus website and saw you were taken by E. Otherwise, I would have faced the teacher's wrath. It turned out that after E Rower took Jiang Chen away, someone had posted a photo on the campus website. While waiting for Jiang Chen, Wei Xiaoli casually glanced at the website and saw the post titled Breaking News. E welcomes new students for the first time. The lucky one exposed. Curiosity piqued. He clicked on it, only to discover that the fortunate individual was none other than Jiang Chen. He hurriedly followed after him. Xiaoli. Jiang Chen looked at Wei Xiaoli with a hint of surprise. You're just in time. Why is there no information about my enrollment? Wei Xiaoli paused momentarily and replied. Of course, you are not a new student. Wang Yang burst into laughter again. See? I told you. His grades are abysmal. It and Oppo's simply impossible. Wei Xiaoli furrowed her brows and glared at Wang Yang, admonishing, be quiet. Wang Yang was instantly taken aback. silenced by her fierce demeanor. Wei Xiaoli turned to Jiang Chen with a sigh, saying, "If even my teacher lacks the ability to instruct you, who can?" Jiang Chen, puzzled, inquired, "If I'm not a new student, then what am I?" Wei Xiaoli chuckled, "You are the doctoral advisor of our department." "What? A doctoral advisor? In the quantum computing department? This is madness. How can that be? Even old Han has and Oppos, T taught him? Who exactly is this person? Am I hearing this correctly? It turns out he is not a new student at all, but rather a doctoral supervisor. Goodness. Even Trump would exclaim in disbelief. No wonder he lacks new student information. He teaches doctoral candidates. Oh no, this makes that sycophant and Oppos' situation all the more awkward. His classmate is a doctoral advisor, while he remains merely a freshman. The surrounding crowd was left in astonishment. How could this be? Wang Yang widened his eyes in disbelief. The individual who was once the worst performer in the class, who had repeated for years only to fail, had now miraculously become a doctoral advisor. How can this be? Shan Shanshan gazed at Jiang Chen with admiration. Unable to divert her attention, Wei Xiaoli urged, "Come with me. The professors are waiting for you, and you need to report to the principal first." "All right." Jiang Chen nodded, turning to Shan Shanshan with a smile. "I'm off now. Let us hope to meet again." "Okay, goodbye." Shan Shanshan waved, watching Jiang Chen's retreating figure with a sense of loss, lingering until he was out of sight before she left. "Hey, you sycophant, everyone else has left. Are you going to stay? Haha, this is hilarious. On the very first day of school, he just lost a major face. I bet the campus forum is already buzzing with posts. I need to check it out soon. Such joy." The handsome doctoral advisor ruthlessly smacks the sycophant and Oppos' face. Wang Yang's expression darkened under the teasing. He could only retreat into the crowd, fleeing in shame. With the source of amusement gone, the crowd resumed their discussion about Jiang Chen. Who was that handsome guy just now? Not only does he know seniority, but he also seems incredibly capable. Wei Xiaoli displayed such respect towards him. Most notably, Wei Xiaoli even claimed that old Han couldn't and Oppos' teach him. That and Oppos' old Han we and Oppos' talking about. And since it was Wei Xiaoli who said it, I have no choice but to believe it. Indeed, Wei Xiaoli rarely speaks without basis. It seems this year's cohort is exceptional. I sense that our school will witness significant events, and the atmosphere will be lively. Hey, you might not know this, but I heard from my roommate who stayed on campus that during the summer, the National Security Bureau, the Academy of Sciences, and the Military Engineering Corps all came. I'm telling you, something big is bound to occur this year, guaranteed. Chapter 16, Pure Love, Only for China. Welcome to your role as a doctoral supervisor at Huazhong University of Science and Technology. Within the confines of the president's office, Lu Jun graciously handed Jiang Chen his work ID and other pertinent documents. Jiang Chen, furrowing his brow as he perused the materials, thought to himself, "This won't do. I have no time for teaching. I must expedite the development of the humanoid quantum brain. Additionally, I have numerous scientific inquiries that require my attention. The system and Oppos' additional tasks come with time constraints. The sooner they are completed, the greater the rewards. Teaching would undoubtedly hinder my progress in construction, and scientific research remains my primary objective. I still have military technology blueprints to realize." Lu Jun, with a reassuring smile, remarked, "Rest assured. Old Han has already informed me that you hold the honorary title of doctoral supervisor, which does not necessitate daily attendance in class. Should you wish to teach during your leisure time, arrangements can be made in advance." Jiang Chen pondered for a moment, prompting Lu Jun to swiftly add, "Essentially, it is merely a title, with a monthly salary of 100,000. "Very well," Jiang Chen replied with alacrity. "It and Oppos' it's not about the salary. I occasionally wish to guide students and nurture more talent for our nation." Good, I understand." Lu Jun nodded with a smile. "Xiaoli, please take Xiao Jiang to his dormitory to drop off his luggage. Your teacher and academician Xiao are awaiting your presence." Wei Xiaoli stood up, responding, "Certainly." Wei Xiaoli escorted Jiang Chen to the dormitory, where he deposited his belongings. The accommodation was a spacious 30-square-meter single apartment, fully equipped with all essential living amenities and appliances. It even housed some small manufacturing devices and instruments. After settling in, the two made their way to the Quantum Computing Project Department. Upon arrival, they discovered that the Quantum Computing Project Department had been entirely sealed off. A guard booth, staffed 20 hours a day, was established at the sole entrance, and all personnel entering or exiting were subjected to strict identity verification. Numerous security personnel patrolled the vicinity. Once inside the project department, they encountered a C-shaped three-story building. At its center lay a vast domed laboratory. The C-shaped wing housed small classification laboratories and accommodations for researchers, while the main laboratory bore a striking resemblance to the quantum laboratory at the Academy of Sciences. Upon entering, Jiang Chen noted the abundance of precision instruments and equipment, as well as the spacious layout. The central area featured a transparent isolation chamber, designated for the humanoid quantum brain. The laboratory was bustling with activity, with everyone present having been reassigned from the Academy of Sciences. They had all attended Jiang Chen's lectures during the summer, so familiarity was not lacking. Han Ligua and Zhao Xinke stood among the crowd, their faces lighting up upon spotting Jiang Chen. "Xiao Jiang has arrived," Zhao Xinke exclaimed, warmly grasping Jiang Chen's hand. "You must be weary from your journey." Jiang Chen chuckled. "Not at all. Air travel is quite swift nowadays." "Haha," Han Ligua bellowed with laughter. "Xiao Jiang is truly sincere. By the way, we hope you do not mind us calling you Xiao Jiang. We are just two old fellows." Jiang Chen quickly shook his head. "Of course not. You are both esteemed seniors. It is only fitting." "Haha, splendid." Zhao Xinke laughed heartily, clearly fond of Jiang Chen. Not only was Jiang Chen exceptionally capable in research, but he also exuded humility and courtesy. These individuals are our project department researchers. And our colleagues from the Academy of Sciences are also connected online. Han Ligua gestured towards the large screen displaying the Academy's quantum laboratory footage. All researchers gathered around the screen with excitement. "Haha, we finally meet the real Jiang Chen. He is far more handsome in person than in class." Indeed, the phrase "a man of unparalleled talent" is truly fitting for a young man like Jiang Chen. They lavished praise without restraint. Jiang Chen politely greeted everyone. After a round of introductions, Zhao Xinke said, "Come, let us show you around our laboratory so you can familiarize yourself." Zhao Xinke guided Jiang Chen on a tour of the laboratory. Although the equipment was not the absolute best in the world, Jiang Chen felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Constructing a humanoid quantum brain single-handedly would have been an insurmountable task without adequate resources. One cannot simply craft such technology at home. Even with ample funds to procure high-end equipment, achieving the highest rewards from systematic tasks would remain unattainable. Undertaking such a project alone would require an extensive amount of time. Now, with the collaboration between the Academy of Sciences and Huazhong University, coupled with the constant supply of materials around the clock, he felt confident he could achieve his goal within 2 months. After the tour, Zhao Xinke and Han Ligua exchanged glances, uncertain if Jiang Chen was satisfied with the equipment. With a sigh, Han Ligua spoke earnestly to Jiang Chen. "Our laboratory is not top tier, and our research conditions are inferior to those in the Free Nation. Our benefits are also lacking. In truth, you have many options. If you seek greater achievements in research, perhaps." His words trailed off, but the implication was clear to all present. Many researchers from China had chosen to pursue opportunities abroad for better conditions. Han Ligua sighed with a wry smile. "We fear you may opt to go overseas in search of superior research environments to achieve loftier goals. Even if you develop technology here, what will follow?" As Zhao Xinke has mentioned, they need Jiang Chen, not the other way around. Their words were a subtle probe into Jiang Chen's thoughts. The others clenched their fists, their hearts swelling with determination. They yearned for their nation to grow stronger. Jiang Chen offered a faint smile. "Since I have chosen to construct the first humanoid quantum brain here, it signifies my hope for the strength of China." He surveyed the room, his voice steady but resolute. "Indeed, our current experimental conditions may not match those of the Free Nation. Our level may not compare either. However, if we all abandon our homeland for foreign lands, how will our country gain strength? How will future generations enjoy better conditions? We will forever remain inferior to others. Thus, I shall not depart. I was born here, raised here, and in the future, I shall also be laid to rest here." Zhao Xinke clapped Jiang Chen on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Well said, young man." The others expressed their appreciation, their spirits lifted. They were all significantly older than Jiang Chen. Yet they found a profound sense of patriotism in this young successor. Such a quality was exceedingly rare. Jiang Chen reflected, "Elder Zhao, Elder Han, and all esteemed colleagues. I am a Chinese citizen. My roots lie in China. The conditions we enjoy today are the result of countless sacrifices made by our predecessors. Now it is my turn. How could I possibly seek opportunities in other nations? That would be aiding the oppressor. The Free Nation, with its advanced technologies and numerous foundational patents and inventions, imposes sanctions and blockades against us at will. We are perpetually at their mercy. It is infuriating. Infuriating. It is utterly frustrating." As he concluded, Jiang Chen's anger boiled over. This was the most authentic expression of his feelings. In both his past life and this one, he had witnessed far too much. During 4 years of repetition, he had suppressed his desire to contribute to his country and Apos' scientific endeavors. But now, he was actively engaged. He was determined to accomplish even more and even better. His words resonated deeply with everyone present. Indeed, it was exceedingly frustrating. The free nation frequently resorts to threats and intimidation against us. Today, the aircraft carrier group demonstrates its might, while tomorrow it incites the neighboring nation to prepare for war. It is either the prohibition of exporting advanced chips or the restriction on utilizing their software patents. This situation leaves everyone with a sense of suffocation. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, his gaze piercing as he addressed the crowd. Only by mastering formidable technology and military prowess can we remain unyielding against their blockade. The essence of our research lies in empowering our nation and its people with confidence. Scientific research is the foundation of a strong nation. Indeed, scientific research is the cornerstone of national strength. Well said. The sentiment resonated throughout the assembly. Only when we hold our trump cards can we possess the initiative. Otherwise, we risk being subject to sanctions at any moment. Well articulated. The crowd was fervently engaged. Furthermore, Jiang Chen, with a smile, turned to Han Ligua and remarked, "Elder Han, who says that the pursuit of greater achievements necessitates going to a free nation? I, Jiang Chen, am determined to excel in research right here in Huaxia." Han Ligua sighed in agreement. "You are correct. I have underestimated our capabilities. We are not lacking in anything here." Zhao Xinka, standing nearby, beamed with delight at Jiang Chen and Apos' words, clearly impressed. He glanced at Han Ligua, who nodded back in affirmation, equally pleased. Indeed, what if our conditions are not as favorable as those of the free nation? Our predecessors were able to create mushroom eggs in the desert. Now that our conditions have improved, is it not possible for us to thrive as well? Precisely. Without the accumulation of knowledge and experience from one generation to the next, how could we enjoy our current living and research conditions? What we are doing now is to ensure that future generations can live better lives and have superior research opportunities. Everyone raised their thumbs in admiration, utterly captivated by this young man. Not only did he possess formidable research capabilities, but he also exhibited such noble character and ideological awareness that was truly commendable. Jiang Chen, feeling slightly bashful, scratched his head and said, "I may have spoken too much. Regardless, I have always held on to a saying since childhood. Pure love is solely for Huaxia." Chapter 17. Organizing the military blueprint. Is it too ahead of its time? The phrase, "pure love, solely for Huaxia," left everyone astounded. Zhao Xinka and Han Ligua exchanged smiles as they wiped the corners of their eyes. Their deep affection for this land and nation was palpable. Little did they expect that in their twilight years, they would witness such an exceptional next generation. They felt reassured. Jiang Chen articulated his vision splendidly. Zhao Xinka remarked, "We must strive together to ensure the completion of our mission." The crowd responded in unison. "In 3 days, we shall build the world and Apos' first and Apos' humanoid quantum brain and Apos' right here." Jiang Chen and Apos' voice resonated with conviction as he addressed the assembly. From this point, Huaxia will begin to lead the world comprehensively. Armed with a system, he possessed the confidence to realize this ambition. If we are to do it, let us do it to the utmost. Applause erupted once more. They could all sense Jiang Chen and Apos' fervent spirit. They were convinced that if Jiang Chen could develop a humanoid quantum brain, he would undoubtedly pioneer even more formidable technologies, propelling Huaxia to the forefront of the globe. With a calm smile, Jiang Chen felt a surge of happiness, for he was surrounded by individuals equally eager to elevate Huaxia. He understood Zhao Xinka and Apos' concerns. Given the myriad challenges of the past, many technological development lists from free nations bore the names of Huaxia and Apos' citizens. Jiang Chen spoke brilliantly. "I feel a surge of passion," someone remarked, anticipating that in 3 days, they would seize the initiative. "Humph, once we create the humanoid quantum brain, let free nations not even think of blocking us in terms of computing power and technology." The room buzzed with enthusiasm. "Excellent. Over the next 2 days, ensure that all materials, instruments, equipment, and tools are meticulously checked and calibrated. We must leave no room for error. Let Apos' commence." Following Zhao Xinka and Apos' directives, the team promptly set about inspecting the equipment and materials. He then turned to Jiang Chen. "You've been traveling today. You should rest. Come. Let Han and I accompany you. Jiang Chen nodded. All right. He had indeed grown weary from an early morning flight. As the trio exited the laboratory, Zhao Xinke inquired, earlier, you mentioned that after completing the humanoid quantum brain, you would pursue other research? It was already a monumental contribution to Huaxia for Jiang Chen to achieve the construction of the humanoid quantum brain. It was indeed commendable. However, if Jiang Chen pursued further research, that would be even better. Jiang Chen replied with a smile, of course. Zhao Xinke responded joyfully, excellent. Do you have any thoughts on your next research direction? Han Ligua interjected with concern, old Zhao, Didn't, and Oppos. We agree that Jiang can delve deeply into the quantum field? If he attempts to explore other disciplines, he may spread himself too thin, jeopardizing his potential. He worried that Jiang Chen and Oppos' eagerness to explore multiple avenues might lead to mediocrity, squandering his remarkable talent. Focusing deeply on one technology was the most prudent course. Zhao Xinke sighed. All right then, just concentrate on the research in quantum mechanics. Jiang Chen assured. Rest assured, Han Lao, I will devote myself to one endeavor and not be distracted. However, he suddenly shifted his tone. I certainly intend to explore more technologies, with military weaponry as my next focus. As our predecessors wisely stated, possessing a sword and not using it is akin to being defenseless. Our vulnerability stems from both technological inferiority and inadequate weaponry. Only with formidable military strength and advanced weaponry can we compel those arrogant nations to engage with us respectfully. Otherwise, they will disregard our words entirely. Indeed, Zhao Xinke exclaimed with enthusiasm, at such a young age, you possess such foresight. Wonderful. Han Ligua shook his head in resignation. In fact, I have a military blueprint that I drafted while developing the humanoid quantum brain. Jiang Chen smiled. My goal is to realize all the technologies outlined in that military blueprint. Zhao Xinke was taken aback. Military blueprint? May I see it? Jiang Chen nodded. Of course, I will print it out for you when I return. Zhao Xinke replied eagerly. Excellent. He was curious to see what kinds of weapons Jiang Chen had conceived. The trio reached the entrance, and after bidding farewell to Zhao Xinke, Jiang Chen returned directly to his dormitory. Old Zhao, you're too impatient, Han Ligua remarked, his brow furrowed. A talent like Jiang Chen is too precious. We must exercise patience and guide him slowly. Zhao Xinke chuckled. I understand your point, but your concern is misplaced. Just look at Jiang Chen and Oppos' words and actions today. Do you think he is the kind of person who is disorganized or lacks direction? Han Ligua pondered for a moment before shaking his head. No, he has his own ideas and is remarkably mature and composed, not to mention meticulous and humble. Exactly. He is a bright child, not just in research. Zhao Xinke gazed after Jiang Chen. Thus, I have no doubt he will not squander his talents. I believe he can achieve what he envisions and excel at it. Furthermore, he is a genius and should have sufficient confidence. Even arrogance is acceptable. He possesses the capability. Han Ligua sighed. Perhaps you are right. Just try not to worry too much. Zhao Xinke patted Han Ligua's shoulder, smiling. It's not every day we encounter such a remarkable young talent. I care more about his future than you do. Han Ligua shot him a sidelong glance. You certainly seem pleased. Huh. Zhao Xinke laughed heartily. Jiang Chen has surpassed my expectations. Of course, I am delighted. I truly did not anticipate his ambition to be so grand. He even created a military blueprint. I wonder what astonishing technologies are detailed in that blueprint. Upon returning to his dormitory, Jiang Chen tidied up briefly. After organizing his belongings, he opened his computer. He downloaded all the relevant materials from the cloud and then accessed the military blueprint. Everything he was currently undertaking was essentially preparatory work for this blueprint. Military weaponry was always paramount. Without sufficiently powerful weapons for protection, no amount of advanced technology or national wealth would suffice. Others would concoct various pretexts to trouble you, seize your resources, or coerce you into sharing your research achievements. Some nations in the Middle East, for instance, could not even safeguard their domestic oil resources due to military inadequacies. Jiang Chen perused the military blueprint. After a summer of refinement, the current blueprint was categorized into 3 sections based on the Army branches: land, sea, and air. Civilian technology blueprints were listed separately. In the military blueprint, Jiang Chen elucidated his vision for future warfare and provided a brief introduction to each weapon. He activated the nearby printer and printed out the entire military blueprint. He then located a stapler and organized the blueprint into classified sections. The following day, he brought the military blueprint to the laboratory. By this time, Everyone was busy inspecting equipment and materials. Jiang Chen approached Zhao Xinke and handed over the bound military blueprint. Old Zhao, here is the military blueprint. Zhao Xinke accepted it with excitement. Great. Let me take a look. Han Ligua leaned in curiously from the side. Before long, Zhao Xinke stared in astonishment at the military blueprint and exclaimed, Is this not too advanced? Chapter 18, Preparations for Military Technology, the Enemy and AMP. Oppos, S-Trap. Every facet of the military technology blueprint surpasses the weaponry currently available on Earth, not merely by 1 or 2 generations, but rather in a manner akin to the humanoid quantum brain, presenting an unparalleled leap forward. These innovations resemble weapons that one might only encounter in the realms of cinema or literature. Most strikingly, after reviewing the preliminary summaries, Zhao Xinke and Han Ligua uncovered a revelation even more astonishing. Han Ligua expressed his disbelief. According to the military blueprint, the development of the humanoid quantum brain is actually intended for these weapons? Jiang Chen affirmed, indeed, from the very outset, the humanoid quantum brain was conceived to complement these military technologies. The future weaponry I envision for our military necessitates the integration of artificial intelligence. Zhao Xinke and Han Ligua were left speechless, unable to fathom that superlative technology, which eclipses quantum computing, was merely designed to serve military ends. It was developed as a prerequisite. A technology that the entire world dreams of was, in fact, just a preliminary component. A revolutionary advancement that could alter the course of history was merely a byproduct. This realization struck them profoundly. Yet, amidst his astonishment, Han Ligua felt a sense of relief. This indicated that Jiang Chen had meticulously planned his research endeavors and was not navigating blindly into the future. Consequently, he need not worry about Jiang Chen overextending himself. Instead, it highlighted Jiang Chen and Oppos' remarkable organizational skills, which were far beyond those expected of a mere high school student. Moreover, if he could develop humanoid quantum brains for military technology, what else could he possibly achieve? Once they had gathered their thoughts, Zhao Xinke inquired, So, upon the completion of the humanoid quantum brain, you will proceed to develop military weaponry? Jiang Chen nodded in agreement. That is correct. However, there is another foundational technology that requires development first, all-weather real-time data transmission technology. We will determine the specifics based on the situation at that time. Without this technology, the military weapons I design can only operate primarily through AI, with human intervention as a supplementary measure. Although not fully realized, they will still possess formidable combat capabilities. We fully support all your decisions. Whenever you require assistance, we shall do everything in our power to help, Zhao Xinke declared with a smile. Personnel, resources, equipment, anything within our academy and Oppos' capabilities is at your disposal. My esteemed position within the academy still holds some weight. Despite his focus on the quantum computing project, he was indeed an esteemed academician. Therefore, he commanded respect wherever he went. Han Ligua quickly added, The same goes for us at Huaca University. We have several other departments engaged in military weapon development. Just give the word, and we will comply. Jiang Chen smiled and replied, Thank you, esteemed elders. I shall not hesitate to accept your generosity. The three of them conversed for a while before Jiang Chen set off to familiarize himself with the equipment. Surprisingly, he discovered that any device, tool, or instrument placed in his hands was immediately comprehensible to him. As if he had always known how to use them, an uncanny familiarity that could only be attributed to his extraordinary scientific aptitude. Meanwhile, Zhao Xinke and Han Ligua secured the military blueprints in a file bag and summoned a courier vehicle from the academy. Ensure these documents reach their destination as swiftly as possible, Zhao Xinke instructed solemnly. By evening, 3 sets of encrypted documents were delivered to 3 military districts in the capital. In the North China Military District, at the Naval Command, Lin Zhejun furrowed his brow as he reviewed reports of the Freedom Nation and Oppos' submarines once again encroaching upon Chinese waters. This time, not only was there an aircraft carrier fleet, but submarines had also joined, constituting a blatant act of provocation and intimidation. Knock, knock, knock. A sudden knock interrupted his thoughts. Come in, Lin Zhejun replied. A soldier entered, presenting a file bag. General Lin. This is a confidential document sent by Academician Zhao from the Academy of Sciences. Academician Zhao? Lin Zhejun inquired, puzzled. Does he have any special instructions? The soldier shook his head. No. Lin Zhejun accepted the file bag, understood. You may leave. Yes, sir, the soldier saluted and exited. As Lin Jiejun opened the bag and extracted the documents, his phone rang. Hello? Old Yao, what is the matter? Have there been any movements on your end? Lin Jiejun set the documents aside, his brow furrowed. On the surface, the Freedom Nation has deployed an aircraft carrier group to our waters. But what remains undisclosed is that there are actually two Indopos, Seawolf and Oppos, class attack submarines involved. Our Navy has already mobilized to contain them. What is the situation on your side? Damn these rascals. We're facing disturbances here as well. It seems that ASEAN Nation is serious this time. They are continuously reinforcing their troops along the border, exhibiting an extremely aggressive stance. Lin Jiejun and Oppos' fingers drummed rapidly on the table, his anger palpable. These bastards. If they want to fight, let them. We'll push them all the way back to Old Delhi. We're more than ready for battle. Our soldiers fear no sacrifice. But this is all part of the Freedom Nation and Oppos' scheme. If we engage, we will undoubtedly be ensnared in their trap. Once embroiled in the quagmire of war, it will be exceedingly difficult to extricate ourselves, unless we can crush through their defenses. However, the Freedom Nation and their Western allies will undoubtedly support ASEAN Nation from the shadows, making it impossible for us to bulldoze through as we once did. Yet if we refrain from fighting, they will continue their harassment, growing ever more audacious. Damn it, Lin Jiejun exclaimed, if it weren't and Oppos' for our critical development phase. Had we still been in our nascent state, we would have struck them hundreds of times already. The Freedom Nation dispatches submarines while simultaneously backing ASEAN Nation, effectively trapping us in a steel cage. This is outrageous. Their blockade and suppression are intensifying. I heard from Old Lee that there are numerous issues with the Air Force as well. The Freedom Nation has already deployed treacherous missile systems in South Bang Nation. Once fully operational, all flights from central China to the coast will fall within their radar and Oppos' reach. Lin Jiejun lit a cigarette, taking a deep drag. Hiss. Huh. One hand held the phone, while the other flipped through the confidential documents sent by Zhao Xinke, casually opening a page. Ultimately, it all boils down to our weaponry not being sufficiently advanced. I could still fight without weapons. My army has never been afraid. In the past, we faced 17 adversaries without fear. Now, we are even less intimidated. But now we have grown considerably, and our people have only just begun to enjoy a better life. War is not an option. The feeling is utterly stifling. Sigh. The nation has increased its investment, and our researchers have made great strides. Yet our development timeline is still too short. Let us hang up. We need time. Let us all strive to maintain restraint. After ending the call, Lin Jiejun reclined in his chair, gazing thoughtfully at the ceiling through the swirling smoke. While a direct confrontation might be exhilarating, they were soldiers, filled with passion and a desire to fight. Yet, this was precisely what the enemy wished to see. Without overwhelming strength, they would ultimately be dragged into war, an outcome detrimental to national progress. This was the Freedom Nation strategy. They feared the continued peaceful development of China. Lin Jiejun exhaled slowly. If only we had more and stronger weapons. Chapter 19. Future Weapons. I must meet him. After finishing his cigarette, Lin Jiejun resumed his seat. He glanced at the documents, intending to set them aside and continue addressing matters concerning the waters of Huaxia, planning to revisit them later. However, something unusual caught his peripheral vision. He brought the papers closer, furrowing his brow as he examined them intently. After a while, he realized it was a military blueprint. Was this a weapons plan? But could it be too fantastical? Lin Jiejun stared in astonishment at the document in his hands. The weapons described within surpassed the current technological capabilities. They seemed to exist solely in films and animations. Surely, the Academy of Sciences would not design such impractical constructs. He pondered deeply, aware that the Academy typically presented ongoing research or projects in preparation for approval. It was improbable they would present such fanciful ideas, especially to him directly. This made no sense. The Academy would not act in such a manner. Yet, the weapons detailed in this military blueprint appeared utterly surreal. Take the first naval vessel. The Amp, Oppos, Biming and Amp, Oppos, class battleship, for instance. It resembled a mobile fortress of weaponry at sea. While somewhat retro, it perfectly embodied the terrifying firepower of a battleship. It could not only defend against aerial and naval threats, but also launch direct assaults on land. In critical moments, it could even submerge. Moreover, it boasted a protective field, impervious to any attack. Such concepts were beyond what even science fiction dared to envisage. And this was merely one battleship. The military blueprint also included the Dominator-class deep-sea submarines and the Warlord-class all-domain electronic warfare ships, among others. Each vessel was unprecedented, entirely appending the current layout of naval aircraft carrier groups. As for the weaponry aboard the and Oppos, Beiming and Oppos class battleship, its power was horrifyingly immense. He had never even heard of their names: superdimensional annihilation cannons, infinite fracture rockets, and rampant plasma launchers. Though lacking detailed descriptions, merely hearing their names was ludicrous enough. One could assert that with such a battleship, aircraft carriers would become obsolete. Just one ship could rival the firepower of an entire carrier group, perhaps even surpass it. If these could truly be constructed, the waters of Huaxia would be secure. Concepts like blockading island chains would become utterly meaningless. Impossible. Even if I am not engaged in research, these weapons are simply unattainable. Lin Zhejun could not fathom why Zhao Xinke would provide him with this military blueprint. It was utterly absurd. We are already in a passive position, and the Academy is still indulging in fantasies. Impatiently, he pushed the military blueprint aside and reached for other documents. But what if, just what if, there were even the slightest possibility? This thought suddenly emerged. Swiftly engulfing his mind, he found himself wholly disinterested in other files. Once again, he grasped the military blueprint, contemplating deeply. His fingers tightened around the blueprint as he considered. If these technologies could be realized, even if not all, even if just one could be produced and mass deployed, just that Beiming, the naval power of Huaxia would ascend to the pinnacle of the world. Even a single vessel would deter all Western fleets entering Huaxia and Oppos' waters. At that moment, Huaxia would wield overwhelming strength. There would be no need for caution. They could engage in battle without restraint. With this thought in mind, he picked up the phone and called Zhao Xinke. Although he knew it was unlikely, what if? The call connected swiftly, and Lin Zhejun hurriedly inquired, "Is this Zhao Lao? I received the military blueprint, and I wish to know, can the technologies detailed within be developed? Previously, I would have deemed it impossible, but now I believe it may be feasible." Lin Zhejun, puzzled, asked, "What do you mean?" "The military blueprint was designed by Jiang Chen. Your military department can verify his credentials, but it is still classified." "Jiang Chen? Zhao Lao, please hold on." Lin Zhejun placed the phone against his shoulder, turned to the side, and opened his computer, accessing the internal database to begin his search. As he searched, he spoke. "Zhao Lao, have you seen the military blueprint? The advanced warships depicted are indeed formidable, quite enticing, but they seem too fantastical, unlike any technology we currently possess. There are 3 military blueprints in total, divided among the naval, land, and air forces. I and Oppos VE reviewed them briefly, and they are all extraordinarily powerful." "What?" Lin Zhejun exclaimed in shock, nearly dropping the phone. "Are you saying there are 3 such outrageous military blueprints? One for each domain?" "Indeed. They should have all received them, overall. The goal is to forge a future army, the strongest army belonging to Huaxia." Lin Zhejun took a deep breath. At that moment, he found Jiang Chen's profile and stared wide-eyed at the security clearance. He was astonished to discover that only a major general could access it. Had his rank been even slightly lower, he might not have been able to view it. This indicated that Jiang Chen must have made significant contributions to research. Chief engineer of the humanoid quantum brain project, soon to create the most advanced AI artificial intelligence platform, the world and Oppos' first humanoid quantum brain. Lin Zhejun gazed in astonishment at Jiang Chen and Oppos' information. "You mean, your quantum computers have made breakthroughs? You can now produce genuine quantum computers." "Indeed. We have reviewed all the research data, and we will officially commence construction in 2 days. That is a quantum computer. According to the description, the humanoid quantum brain is even more powerful than a quantum computer. This is outstanding." Lin Zhejun was elated. While it was not military weapon technology, quantum computers would bring immense benefits to military research. Contemporary technology is inseparable from computing. However, even with a quantum computer, it didn't guarantee the creation of the weapons depicted in the military blueprints. Though quantum computers are immensely powerful, they are not omnipotent. To put it another way, the humanoid quantum brain is designed by Jiang Chen specifically to complement the weapons in the military blueprint. This means the humanoid quantum brain serves the purpose of the military blueprints. Are you suggesting that the humanoid quantum brain was developed solely by Jiang Chen? Lin Zhejun exclaimed in disbelief. "Oh, I see now. It truly was his sole endeavor. My goodness." He had initially assumed the quantum computer was a collaborative effort of Zhao Xinke's team, with Jiang Chen playing a critical role or making significant contributions. Hence his title as chief engineer. But he was astounded to learn that the entire humanoid quantum brain was developed solely by Jiang Chen. This was utterly preposterous. He continued to peruse the information. What? Lin Jiajun could hardly believe his eyes. A high school student? For years of repetition? Is my computer compromised? Upon encountering such implausible information, Lin Jiajun initially thought there was a malfunction with his computer. This shattered his preconceived notions entirely. Every individual who viewed Jiang and Oppo's profile would have their perceptions irrevocably altered, and yet this was all factual. A genius, such an extraordinary genius. Lin Jiajun's excitement caused him to tremble. Are you implying that his original intent was to develop military weapons? The technologies in the military blueprint may indeed be achievable? Exactly. If he can develop the humanoid quantum brain on his own, it is not impossible for some of the numerous weapons in the military blueprint to be realized. Wonderful. Simply wonderful. Haha. Lin Jiajun laughed heartily. I must meet this young lad. Chapter 20. The Arrival of Naval and Air Force Generals. A contest for quotas. Yes, it would be best if you could come over in the next couple of days. Otherwise, once we commence the construction of the humanoid quantum brain, it may not be possible to meet at any time. I and Oppos, LL head over right now. Lin Jiajun, known for his decisiveness, glanced at the time, deemed it not too late, and immediately stood up. Please arrange it, old Zhao. I and Oppos, am coming over now. All right. After hanging up the phone, Lin Jiajun summoned his aide, Jiang Lianghe. General, the car is ready. What is the urgency? Jiang Lianghe asked, opening the door with curiosity. Lin Jiajun smiled lightly and briefly explained the situation regarding the military-industrial blueprint. Jiang Lianghe, astonished, exclaimed, You mean a super genius is venturing into military technology and has already developed a quantum computer for this purpose? Precisely. Lin Jiajun replied with a grin. Incredible. ISN and Oppos. It? I thought so too, which is why I must meet this genius, to ascertain his true caliber and also to secure a quota for our Navy. Jiang Lianghe inquired, Are you suggesting that this genius should prioritize research for our Navy? Lin Jiajun nodded affirmatively. Indeed, he has designed a military-industrial blueprint for the Army, Navy, and Air Force, each remarkably powerful. If we don and Oppos, TQ up soon. Who knows how long we will have to wait? I can hardly contain my eagerness. He sensed that if the military-industrial blueprint could indeed be realized, the order in which Jiang Chen developed technologies would determine which branch of the military would become formidable first. It seemed absurd. How could one individual dictate the strength of an entire military branch? Yet, judging by the weapon descriptions in the military-industrial blueprint, such a notion was hardly exaggerated. 2 hours later, at 9:00 and Oppos clock in the evening, Lin Jiajun and Oppos' vehicle entered Huaca University. Students still lingered outside. Some had just finished evening classes, while others concluded their exercises. The sight of a military district vehicle entering the campus immediately attracted many curious gazes. Wow, a vehicle from the military district. What brings them here so late? It appears to be from the Navy. How strange. Have we made any breakthroughs in our warship development project? I'm a group member, yet I'm unaware of any progress. There's been no word, and this vehicle seems quite high-ranking. Those inside could very well be important figures. What is happening lately? A military vehicle came during the summer vacation, and now, just 2 days before school starts, another arrives. Students along the roadside were abuzz with speculation. Soon, the vehicle arrived at the Quantum Computer Project Department. After disembarking, Lin Jiajun and Jiang Lianghe walked directly into the project department. To their surprise, the area had been transformed. With heightened security measures in place, Lin Jiajun observed the changes with keen interest. Jiang Lianghe, incredulous, remarked, We have truly made breakthroughs in future technology. As soon as they entered the laboratory, Lin Jiajun spotted Zhao Xinke and Han Ligua, alongside a striking young man. He approached them directly. Old Zhao, old Han. I hope I'm not disturbing you at this late hour. Zhao Xinke waved dismissively. Not at all. Lin Jiajun then turned to Jiang Chen. You must be Jiang Chen. Correct? Zhao Xinke nodded with a smile. Lin Jiajun extended his hand to Jiang Chen. Hello, I am Lin Jiajun, a rear admiral from the North China military region. Jiang Chen reciprocated the handshake. Hello, General. Lin Jiajun got straight to the point, asking, I have reviewed the military-industrial blueprint you designed. Are you truly capable of developing those high-tech weapons? Jiang Chen confidently replied, Of course, everything is proceeding according to plan. Excellent, Lin Jiajun nodded. Once the humanoid quantum brain is constructed, we would like you to prioritize research for our Navy. We will provide you with all the necessary resources. Whatever you need, we shall accommodate. I will apply for the highest bonus for you. How does that sound?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen frowned and slowly shook his head. That one and amp, Oppos, T-work. Lin Jiajun and amp, Oppos. S expression shifted, eyebrows raised. Why not? Is the reward insufficient? Zhao Xinke and Han Liguo were taken aback by Jiang Chen and amp, Oppos. S refusal. The humanoid quantum brain was merely a preliminary technology. Once completed, any subsequent research could proceed. Lin Jiajun, as a rear admiral, personally visiting and promising numerous benefits, anticipated gaining priority, only to be outright rejected. Jiang Chen calmly explained, "It's not about the reward. I'm financially stable, with a home and the ability to purchase a car. And my family is doing well. However, I already have a plan for the first military technology. The reason I designed the military-industrial blueprint was to prevent further injuries and sacrifices among our soldiers, since the Army is the most vulnerable branch. The first military weapon I develop will undoubtedly be for the Army." Everyone fell silent, deeply moved. They had not anticipated that Jiang Chen's initial motivation for the military-industrial blueprint was to safeguard soldiers from harm. The decision to prioritize the Army stemmed from this very reason. Indeed, China has emerged from war, sacrificing far too many beloved individuals. Lin Jiajun pressed his lips together, giving Jiang Chen a pat on the shoulder without uttering a word. Jiang Lianghe silently gave Jiang Chen a thumbs up. As military personnel and officers, they most dread witnessing their soldiers suffer and perish. Each soldier is a child of their parents. They have loved ones. They have witnessed too many heart-wrenching separations and farewells, making them acutely aware of such anguish. Hence, they were profoundly touched by Jiang Chen and Oppos' intention. Very well, Lin Jiajun declared. Then let us secure the next agreement. After you develop for the Army, you will prioritize research for our Navy. How does that sound? Jiang Chen readily agreed. No problem, Lin Jiajun assured him. The conditions I offer will not change. The rewards I promised will only increase, not decrease. Jiang Chen smiled. Then I shall not hold back. Who could ever have too much money? Ha! Lin Jiajun laughed heartily. I fear you might be too modest. The others were also amused by Jiang Chen's sincerity. What has brought such joy to you all? Suddenly, a hearty voice rang out. It seems I have arrived just in time. Everyone turned to see a robust, middle-aged man in military uniform striding towards them. Oldly, Lin Jiajun was momentarily taken aback before breaking into a proud smile. Apologies, but you have arrived too late. The newcomer was none other than Air Force Lieutenant General Li Bang from the North China military region. Lin Jiajun surmised that Li Bang was likely here for the military-industrial blueprint as well. Too late. I hardly think so. Li Bang walked with an air of confidence, approaching Jiang Chen directly. Old Zhao, Old Han, greetings. This must be Jiang Chen, correct? Jiang Chen, observing Li Bang, who was a third larger than Lin Jiajun, politely replied. Indeed, and you are? I'm Lieutenant General Li Bang of the Air Force. Lin Jiajun promptly introduced Li Bang. He turned to Li Bang, oldly. There must be a queue. Xiao Zhang has already agreed to work with me, so you should kindly wait your turn. Li Bang raised an eyebrow. Is the research plan confirmed? If at ISN and Oppos, T. Why Shun and Oppos, T. I can test for it? Lin Jiajun frowned slightly at his words. Oldly, that seems rather unfair. Unfair? Li Bang chuckled. If I were being unfair, I would leverage this against you. As he spoke, he slightly turned to reveal the sky blue insignia on his shoulder, adorned with 2 shining gold stars. Chapter 21. The argument that cannot be altered. Is this the game you wish to play? Lin Jiajun furrowed his brow as he gazed at Li Bang. What, is it only your Air Force that possesses lieutenant generals? Our Navy does too. Even if the old chief were to arrive today, it would be of no consequence. We have made our decision. Li Bang stood his ground resolutely. What if I were to leverage my rank against you today? The military-industrial blueprint is well known, and both you and we in the Air Force have a stake in it. Everyone desires formidable weaponry, yet there must be a protocol to adhere to. Lin Jiajun retorted with displeasure. At least you are a lieutenant general of the Air Force. Surely you should respect the rules? Rules? Li Bang chuckled. Without a development plan, nothing is finalized. Your agreements are merely verbal. Why can't I contest this? The onlookers were taken aback as the 2 generals argued over the priority for the military-industrial blueprint as development. They were both high-ranking officials within the entire military of Huaxia. Zhao Xinke interjected, let's all sit down and discuss this calmly. Han Liguo echoed, indeed. We all aspire to strengthen our respective forces. Let us converse. Not a chance. Li Bang firmly halted their attempts at mediation, directing his attention back to Lin Jiajun. Everyone is eager to break through. Your naval fleet from the Free Nation is watching closely, and we face threats from above as well. My aircraft are under constant surveillance by the Free Nation. His tone grew somber. Old Lin, don't take it personally, even if it jeopardizes our 20-year friendship. I must seize this opportunity. Do you know what is included in the Air Force's military-industrial blueprint? Anti-gravity stealth unmanned aerial vehicles. If we could deploy such powerful fighters, the radars deployed by the Free Nation would become a mere joke. I too wish for those super battleships on the Navy's blueprint. Just one bombing could match an entire carrier fleet. And the Navy is in dire need. Lin Jiajun laughed in exasperation. In that case, let us have Xiao Jiang decide. Agreed. Li Bang turned to Jiang Chen earnestly. The Navy's offer, I shall provide double from the Air Force. Old Li, you are quite something. Lin Jiajun couldn't help but curse. Once this matter is settled, I will surely have a word with the old chief. Li Bang shrugged, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. Feel free. At this moment, Jiang Chen spoke up, clearly exasperated. All research and development plans have already been mapped out. There will be no alterations. Lin Jiajun's face brightened. Did you hear that? No changes. Li Bang approached Jiang Chen, placing an arm around him. Comrade, pray tell, what is your plan? Feeling the pressure from Li Bang, Jiang Chen sighed. Once the humanoid quantum brain is completed, the first to develop military weapons will be the Army, the second, as decided just now, will be the Navy, and the third can be the Air Force or not. Absolutely not. Li Bang and Oppos. SK sharpened as he stared at Jiang Chen. The previous decision is void. I now amend it as a lieutenant general. The second must be the Air Force. Lin Jiajun exclaimed furiously, damn it. I'll remember this, old Li. Li Bang chuckled, relishing his triumph. I do enjoy seeing you so pleased with yourself just now. You. Lin Jiajun pointed angrily at Li Bang, rendered speechless. Jiang Chen, undeterred, shook his head at Li Bang. I have already planned this. It will not change. The third can be either the Air Force or not. Haha. Lin Jiajun burst into laughter. You see. Xiao Jiang is not intimidated by your authority. Li Bang shot him a sidelong glance before tightening his grip slightly. Threatening me? Does the military and Oppos' orders mean nothing? Indeed. They do, Jiang Chen replied calmly. However, my plans are set. They will not be altered by anyone. Li Bang released Jiang Chen, scrutinizing him with newfound respect. Well done. Young man, you exhibit commendable principles. Lin Jiajun felt a surge of relief. Had Li Bang truly attempted to exert his rank, they would have found themselves at a stalemate. Fortunately, Jiang Chen remained steadfast. Such talent is highly valued by those in authority, and they would not dare to waver. Jiang Chen smiled, scratching his head. Very well. Li Bang grinned broadly, extending his hand. Let us formally introduce ourselves. I am Li Bang, Lieutenant General of the North China Military Region of the Air Force. Thank you for your contributions to Huaxia's military industry. Jiang Chen shook his hand politely. I am Jiang Chen. Li Bang nodded, then turned to Zhao Xinka and Han Ligua. Elder Zhao, Elder Han, I apologize for the earlier discord. Zhao Xinka waved a dismissive hand. No harm done. It has been like this for years. Li Bang laughed heartily. Known for his decisiveness. If something is to be done, it will be done without delay. He clapped Lin Jiajun on the shoulder. Let us take our leave, gentlemen. Lastly, he turned to Jiang Chen. Xiao Jiang, the entire Air Force of the North China Military Region will stand behind you. Should you have any needs or face any challenges, we shall assist you. The Air Force always welcomes your presence. Lin Jiajun quickly added, and the Navy does as well. We welcome you too. Jiang Chen smiled. Thank you. Li Bang and Lin Jiajun waved goodbye as they exited the laboratory. Lin Jiajun playfully nudged Li Bang. You certainly wielded your authority today, didn't you? Using your rank to press me? Li Bang chuckled. It is a unique situation. The Air Force is at a distance, and I knew I would be slower. There was no other choice but to resort to this tactic. Humph. Lin Jiajun scoffed. You thought you could intimidate Xiao Jiang, yet he remained unfazed. Thankfully, Xiao Jiang possesses principles and is unyielding to pressure. Otherwise, you might have succeeded. Li Bang mused. Indeed, he is a fine young man. I can hardly wait to see all the weapons from the military-industrial blueprint come to fruition. Lin Jiajun smiled lightly. Huun and Oppos, T. It has taken us much effort to reach this point. Li Bang glanced back at the laboratory. We owe much to these researchers. Do you know why Xiao Jiang insisted on the army going first? Lin Jiajun chuckled softly, then regarded Li Bang seriously. Li Bang frowned slightly. Is it because the army made an advance call to reserve their spot? Lin Jiejun shook his head with a smile. No. He wishes to avoid witnessing more Huaxia soldiers being injured or sacrificed, as the army is the most susceptible to such losses. Is that truly the reason? Li Bang's eyes widened in astonishment, deeply moved. Jiang Chen could have cited a desire for national strength, personal ambition, or a pursuit of scientific excellence. Yet, he chose to express concern for the safety of soldiers. This profound sentiment struck a chord with Li Bang, a soldier himself, leaving him profoundly touched. Damn, at this moment. I find myself somewhat envious of old Yao, Li Bang reflected. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something. By the way, isn't old Yao's daughter studying at Huaca University? Lin Jiejun pondered for a moment. I believe she is. Li Bang stroked his chin. I wonder if I could play matchmaker, haha. Just don't lead Xiao Jiang astray. That girl has quite the temper. Lin Jiejun warned with a frown. Why has old Yao shown up? Should we inform him? Lin Jiejun asked. Li Bang smirked. Inform him? Let him miss out on a grand opportunity. Haha, let him come and inquire himself. We can't be the only ones making the trip. If he comes, it might be quite a distance, Lin Jiejun remarked. Chapter 22. He is omnipotent. 3 days later. The official opening of Huazhong University of Science and Technology has commenced, and the freshmen are beginning their military training. In the quantum laboratory of the university and the Academy of Sciences, all those involved in the construction of the humanoid quantum brain have gathered. The Academy's quantum laboratory continues to broadcast live, maintaining an online presence. Zhao Xinke remarked with a smile. Everyone is already acquainted with Jiang Chen. He is the chief engineer of our quantum computer project. For the time to come, we shall all heed his directives. The crowd immediately erupted into vigorous applause. Subsequently, Han Ligua gestured for Jiang Chen to say a few words. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Chen addressed the assembly. Greetings, everyone. You may simply call me Xiao Jiang. Without further ado, let us dive into the tasks at hand. I have divided the humanoid quantum brain project into 3 segments. The project team at Huazhong University and the Academy of Sciences will each be responsible for manufacturing different components. The Academy will construct the primary module, while Huazhong University will focus on the internal modules. I will independently oversee the creation of the core module, striving to produce the first humanoid quantum brain within 2 months. The individuals from the Academy, equipped with the most personnel and resources, will handle the majority of the components and the primary module of the humanoid quantum brain. Due to Zhao Xinke leading a considerable number of relatively senior researchers at Huazhong University, the team there will be tasked with the production of the more intricate internal components. Jiang Chen is granted an independent laboratory to construct the most critical elements, namely the quantum neurons and other internal modules. Upon hearing this, the crowd was taken aback, suspecting they had misheard. They understood the earlier task allocations, but the notion of Jiang Chen single-handedly fabricating the core component was bewildering. Zhao Xinke, uncertain, inquired, Xiao Jiang, are you truly planning to undertake this alone? Han Ligua nodded in agreement. The core section is exceedingly intricate, although compact in size. It encompasses a broader range of manufacturing domains than the other modules. Can you truly manage this by yourself? Their doubts were not rooted in disbelief in Jiang Chen's abilities, but rather in the stark distinction between manufacturing and research and development. It is akin to possessing knowledge of a chemical formula without the capability to synthesize the corresponding element. Theory and practice diverge significantly, with practical experience necessitating time to accumulate. Yet, Jiang Chen was merely a high school student. The effort required to develop the humanoid quantum brain must have consumed all available time. It seemed implausible that he could familiarize himself with various instruments and equipment, let alone master their operation. Jiang Chen nodded affirmatively. Indeed. I have already familiarized myself with the instruments and equipment over the past 2 days. Rest assured. In truth, he did not need to familiarize himself, but merely pretended to do so for the sake of others. Zhao Xinke and Han Ligua gazed at Jiang Chen in disbelief. Familiarizing oneself with all equipment and instruments in just 2 days? Preposterous. Yet even if that were possible, the actual operation is an entirely different matter. Zhao Xinke furrowed his brow. Very well. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to inform us. Jiang Chen smiled. No problem. Let us get started. He proceeded to his laboratory while the 2 teams began to break down the tasks and assign them to each research group. The teams then further delegated their responsibilities. Everyone collaborated with remarkable proficiency. Once the assignments were complete, they immediately immersed themselves in their work. This marked Jiang Chen's first hands-on manufacturing experience. Although he wielded the equipment and instruments with remarkable dexterity, he was still required to integrate the research data into the manufacturing process, leaving him without absolute confidence. Conversely, the others had all participated in various construction projects, and the Academy even possessed a prototype quantum computer. Thus, aside from Jiang Chen, everyone else was adequately experienced. Working in harmony with swift operational speed, Jiang Chen grasped a piece of rare metal, closing his eyes to recall the research materials regarding the humanoid quantum brain. It was unnecessary. He reluctantly opened his eyes, realizing he didn't need to recall anything. The system's innate talent was simply extraordinary. Without hesitation, he promptly commenced the synthesis of a new type of metal. Even though this was his first attempt at manufacturing, he executed the task with the finesse of a seasoned expert. His handling of various tools and equipment, as well as the manufacturing steps, was remarkably adept. His hands moved with rapid precision, showing no signs of hesitation, and he worked at an astonishing pace. This left Han Ligua and the others outside in awe. Through the window, they observed Jiang Chen deeply engrossed, his hands moving so swiftly that they appeared to leave behind afterimages. Such dexterity and familiarity with the task at hand led them to believe he must have previously constructed a quantum computer. Indeed, it felt as though he could single-handedly create the entire apparatus, provided he had the equipment and materials. It would merely take a bit more time. No. The reality was that he genuinely comprehended so much: material science, electronics, and more. He was truly multifaceted. They had all allocated tasks based on their strengths and areas of research. It was unfathomable for one individual to master all aspects of manufacturing. Yet Jiang Chen was independently undertaking every task. Not only could he conduct research, but he could also fabricate. This was nothing short of astonishing. Zhao Xinke remarked, "In comparison to him, we appear utterly foolish." Han Ligua replied helplessly, "Why compare yourself to a prodigy? Let us get to work." Encouragingly, he rallied the team. "Come on, everyone. We are esteemed researchers from the Academy of Sciences. We hold respectable positions within the field of research. With our numbers, we cannot afford to be outperformed by Jiang Chen alone." Indeed, they rallied their spirits, determined to compete. Though their talents may not match his, they had the advantage of numbers. Their progress must outpace his. The determination to not be outdone by Jiang Chen resonated within them. They were a formidable team. Hearing their words, Jiang Chen lifted his gaze and smiled. His competitive spirit ignited, and he accelerated his pace. "Ding, congratulations, host. The mainline system task has been completed. Reward, 1 technology point. Ding. The mainline task system is now in cooldown mode. Cooldown countdown: 59 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. The mainline task had been accomplished. Upon hearing the system's notification, Jiang Chen felt a surge of joy. However, the task system had now entered an extensive cooldown period. This would have minimal impact. He once again immersed himself in the manufacturing process. "Ruer, what brings you to the quantum computer department?" Yunana inquired, her hands resting behind her head, unabashedly accentuating her ample bosom. The gazes of those nearby were drawn to them, not only due to Ruer, but also because of Yao Nana's striking figure. Although Yao Nana wore a loose-fitting t-shirt, its excessive size caused it to be stretched to its limits. Through the round neckline, a glistening expanse of smooth skin was visible. She paired it with simple work pants. Despite the overall casual and relaxed style of her outfit, it did little to conceal her physique. Her perfectly proportioned pear-shaped figure exuded an air of allure. Dressed in tomboyish attire, complemented by her stunning visage, she radiated a unique charisma. Ruer playfully pinched Yao Nana's hand. "Put your hands down. Did I ask you to follow me?" Yao Nana chuckled, grabbing Ruer's arm and clinging tightly. Ruer felt as though her arm was being enveloped entirely. "You and Amp, Oppos, reacting unusually. I'm curious. Of course I had to come along to see." Yao Nana teased, her large eyes twinkling mischievously. "It's not because you're looking for a man, is it?" Ruer gently pinched Yao Nana's face, pulling her closer. "Cut it out. All right. Let go. I won't ask anymore," Yao Nana pleaded after feeling the pinch. Ruer rolled her eyes in exasperation. "No more nonsense. Just follow along." Yao Nana rubbed her cheek. "Understood." Upon finishing her words, her eyes began to dart about restlessly, her lips softly murmuring, "Who is it? Who is it? Who is it?" Ro and Oppos, witnessing this, could only helplessly press her forehead. The two soon arrived at the office of the doctoral advisor in the quantum computing department. Ro and Amp, Oppos, paused at the doorway, casting a glance inside, and immediately furrowed her delicate brows. "Let us go," she said, taking hold of Yao Nana and leading her away. Yao Nana leaned against the doorframe, her large eyes filled with curiosity as she searched the office. "Why are we leaving? Is no one there? I saw someone inside. Should we not inquire? Perhaps they have gone to class. After all, it is currently break time." Rower tugged firmly, and only then did Nana reluctantly depart. What a pity. Chapter 23. Rivals? A surprise from the general in the distance, two men observed Rower and Yao Nana as they departed. One was clad in a sleek black casual suit, his tousled hair framing a finely chiseled face, adorned with golden-rimmed glasses that exuded an air of nobility. The other sported a collection of high-end fashion pieces, his crisp short hair complemented by a mischievous smile that lingered at the corners of his mouth. They were the center of attention, captivating the gaze of numerous young women around them. Sun Qihua, the president of the student council at the Huaxia National Defense Science and Technology University in Hanlin, a wealthy heir. Sun Qihua pondered aloud. Is it the freshman from the quantum computing department that we heard about a few days ago? Chun Hanlin, twirling a string of rosewood beads, replied with intrigue, "No. He is the new doctoral advisor. I've looked into it. Do you have any further information?" Sun Qihua inquired. Chun Hanlin shrugged and shook his head. He has quite the enigma. Aside from repeating high school for 4 years, there is nothing else on him. It appears the Chen family's influence is rather limited. Sun Qihua cast a nonchalant glance at Chun Hanlin. Such information is already circulating on the campus forum. Was it necessary to investigate? Chun Hanlin chuckled dismissively. You're right. President Sunday. The Chen Group is merely a minor player among the Global 500. It can hardly compare to your Sun International Investment Group. Sun Qihua flashed a knowing smile, but remained silent. Continuing to toy with his beads, Chun Hanlin remarked that Jiang Chen and Ro and Amp, Oppos, or might be childhood sweethearts. I couldn't care less. After all, there is more than one campus belle, and I'm not fixated on Ro and Amp, Oppos, especially with that annoying tomboy, Yao Nana, by her side. Upon hearing the term tomboy, Sun Qihua visibly bristled, turning on his heel and departing. For years of high school repetition to suddenly become a doctoral advisor at Huaca University, it was impressive, yet not extraordinary. Ultimately, he is just an ordinary individual. Perhaps he is clever, but so what? If he were truly remarkable, he wouldn't have needed to repeat 4 years of high school, but would have become a doctoral advisor right after the college entrance examination. Sun Qihua confidently ran his fingers through his hair. Ro and Amp, Oppos, is mine. Childhood sweethearts? Huh. He scoffed. The chasm between us is insurmountable. Background, wealth, knowledge, connections. I, Sun Qihua, am the epitome of excellence. His disdainful laughter transformed the eyes of the surrounding girls into heart-shaped orbs, gazing at him with adoration. Why the rush? Shouldn't we check out the new campus belle from the freshman class? I've heard she possesses extraordinary charm, and there is more than one. Picking one to alleviate boredom wouldn't be a bad idea. Chun Hanlin drawled lazily, casting a casual glance around at the onlookers, unbothered by his words. His carefree, nonchalant demeanor only served to increase his allure among the girls. President Sun is so handsome, so dignified. He is a noble young master, after all. The Sun Group has invested in numerous international enterprises. Chen is also quite charming, with that bad boy vibe. I can't resist wanting to engage him in deeper conversation. Yes, he possesses a unique charisma. Even if I have a boyfriend, I can't help but be drawn to him. It's only natural. He is just too attractive. In the afternoon, an army-painted vehicle entered Huaca University. 3 small vehicles. Yesterday the Navy and Air Force arrived, and now the Army? What is going on? Stop being so annoying. You're so talkative. But it is indeed strange. Don't ask what shouldn't be asked. Something significant must be happening. The Army vehicle drove directly into the Quantum Computing Project Department. A burly man in green military attire disembarked, his brow furrowed, a serious expression etched across his face. Han Ligua rushed to the entrance upon receiving a report. General Yao, you've arrived. General Yao Jianjun nodded slightly. Hello, Academician Han. Is Jiang Chen present? Han Ligua affirmed. Yes, but he is currently occupied. I can fetch him. Yao Jianjun quickly raised a hand to stop him. No need. I'll wait for him. With that, he and Han Ligua entered the laboratory. Others present acknowledged the army general with nods of respect. After signaling everyone to continue with their tasks, Yao Jianjun found a seat to wait. As night fell, Jiang Chen finally exhaled deeply, setting down the device controller. Today's goals had been exceeded. He was elated. Everything was progressing splendidly. If he maintained this pace, he could construct the first humanoid quantum brain in approximately a month and a half. Emerging from his laboratory, he encountered another man in military attire striding towards him. "Hello, Comrade Jiang Chen." Yao Jianjun, moving with purpose, approached Jiang Chen and earnestly extended his hand, introducing himself. "I am Lieutenant General Yao Jianjun from the North China Military Region. You may call me Uncle Yao." Jiang Chen paused momentarily, taken aback. This was the first person to take such liberties. Despite Yao Jianjun's seemingly straightforward demeanor, he possessed a keen sense of detail. Neither Lin Jiejun nor Li Bang had considered approaching in such a manner. "Hello, Uncle Yao." Though he was far more mature than the average high school student, this was still his first time calling a lieutenant general uncle. "Haha, you must know why I'm here." Yao Jianjun smiled. "Generals Lin and Li have likely already visited. I'm certain I'm the last to arrive. I was busy handling border affairs yesterday, and by the time I finished, it was too late. But I had to come." Jiang Chen nodded. "Indeed, Generals Lin and Li were here yesterday, but you arrived before them." Yao Jianjun inquired with curiosity. "What do you mean?" Jiang Chen explained with a smile. "Once the humanoid quantum brain is constructed, I will prioritize developing the military technology outlined in the Army and APO's blueprint." "Really?" Yao Jianjun exclaimed, his eyes alight with excitement. "We're first on the list." "Yes," Jiang Chen confirmed with a grin. "Excellent. I didn't come in vain." Yao Jianjun was ecstatic. "If we're quick enough, we might even be able to utilize it." Jiang Chen frowned. Is it about the situation in A3 country? He had seen reports indicating that A3 was making significant moves at the border, including incidents in the Huaxia Sea and South Bank country. This was precisely why he wished to advance military technology ahead of time. Indeed, it seems A3 is intent on conflict. If it comes to war and we cannot directly crush them, we will certainly be bogged down. Jiang Chen replied confidently, "We will crush them without a doubt." Yao Jianjun nodded emphatically. "If we truly have weapons like the APO's breakthrough and APO's armor, we will undoubtedly prevail. Our soldiers will no longer suffer casualties." With that, Yao Jianjun solemnly saluted Jiang Chen. "On behalf of the soldiers, I thank you." A lieutenant general saluting a university student was indeed remarkable, yet those around them were not surprised, for he was worthy of such respect. Jiang Chen promptly returned a standard military salute. "I should thank you. It is you who stand at the forefront, safeguarding our homeland, allowing us to enjoy a peaceful life. Come, let us dine together." Yao Jianjun beckoned Jiang Chen. "Let us invite academicians Zhao and Han as well." The group gathered around Jiang Chen as they exited the laboratory, heading toward the cafeteria. Meanwhile, in the cafeteria of the quantum computing department, E-Rotor sat in a corner with Yao Nana. "Rower, we've been waiting for so long." Yao Nana inquired with an air of curiosity. "Could it be that you are truly here in search of a romantic interest? Am I not enough for you?" Irua furrowed her brow slightly, choosing to disregard her. The quantum computing department had but a single cafeteria, and at this late hour, it was nearly devoid of students. "Never mind, let us return," Irua said, guiding Nana out of the cafeteria. "In a short while," she added, "if you ever have the opportunity, you must visit our army headquarters. I shall treat you splendidly." At that moment, Yao Jianjun and Jiang Chen, accompanied by two others, entered the cafeteria. Chapter 24. At this moment, in Huaxia, the first humanoid quantum brain is born. The following day, Irua returned to the quantum computing department with Yao Nana, yet Jiang Chen and APO's figure remained elusive. A month later, it was finally completed. Jiang Chen gazed at the core module before him with elation. The entirety presented as a black metallic sphere. While modest in size, its interior was remarkably intricate. The outer layer, crafted from a specially synthesized metal, possessed a strength that far surpassed diamond. Within this metallic sphere lay the most crucial component of the humanoid quantum brain, the quantum neurons. Breathless, he marveled at the early completion. He had anticipated a minimum of a month and a half, yet it was accomplished in just 1 month. Stepping out of the laboratory, he observed that the progress of others was also nearing completion, with nearly all modules finalized. "Xiao Jiang, I was just about to look for you," Zhao Xinka exclaimed excitedly. "We will require no more than 2 days to finish all manufacturing work. The Academy's progress mirrors ours. In 2 days, we shall commence the final assembly." Everyone was brimming with enthusiasm, their hearts filled with anticipation. Humanity's first humanoid quantum brain was on the verge of being birthed. Jiang Chen replied with a smile. "I feel the same. I, too, should be able to finish in approximately 2 days." Zhao Xinka glanced at the completed black metallic sphere in the lab. sharing a knowing smile. All gathered could see through the window, their faces alight with joy. Can you believe we are completing this with Chief Engineer Jiang? One remarked. Indeed. It seems Chief Engineer Jiang still needs to add some color to the core, haha. Xiao Jiang's speed is astounding, whether or not you accept it. I am in awe, another joked. The group laughed, realizing that Jiang Chen and Oppo's pace only deepened their admiration for him. One individual and Oppo's speed eclipsed that of over 100 from their two teams. It was utterly astonishing. Listening to their playful banter, Jiang Chen chuckled as well. Let me check your work. If there are any issues, do not blame me. He jested, inspecting the modules in progress. Chief Engineer Jiang, feel free. There's no way there could be an issue. While we may not match your speed, the quality is assured. Haha. Before long, 2 days swiftly elapsed. A box truck emerged from the Academy of Sciences. Within the Quantum Computing Project Department at Huaka, in the heart of the quantum chamber, Jiang Chen positioned the black metallic sphere between 3 robust mechanical tendrils, each 5 meters tall. Another mechanical arm secured it in the central area. Surrounding him were the completed black metallic modules, alongside various mechanical arms and substantial cooling apparatuses. Zhao Xinke and several senior researchers awaited. The quantum chamber towered 3 stories high. Other researchers were stationed on the 2nd and 3rd floors of the laboratory, peering through reinforced glass with palpable excitement. Xiao Jiang, the Academy's vehicle, is en route. Let us commence assembly, Zhao Xinke announced. Jiang Chen nodded to the group. As the primary operator, he received the modules handed to him, bringing each closer to the metallic sphere. Remarkably, the metallic sphere could sense the modules. As each approached, corresponding interfaces instantly appeared. Simultaneously, the modules seamlessly engaged with the connection apparatus, facilitating effortless installation. With each module affixed, circuits activated immediately, the lights on the modules flickering to life. As the team continually handed modules to Jiang Chen, the initially smaller components surrounding the black metallic sphere were entirely utilized. At this juncture, the metallic sphere transformed into a black metallic cube. Even having reviewed the development materials, they could scarcely conceive how remarkably intelligent the assembly process was. This mode of construction was unprecedented. Each module appeared almost sentient, automatically connecting upon proximity. It was hard to fathom that this was the product of their collective efforts. It was entirely emblematic of futuristic technology. The researchers observing from outside became increasingly exhilarated as the installation progressed. The installation process was overwhelmingly stunning. Every module of the humanoid quantum brain, every piece of metal, seemed imbued with intelligence. No welding, no rivets, no screws were required. Everything connected autonomously. Next, Jiang Chen began to control the mechanical arms for the larger modules. The installation continued to flow smoothly. The black metallic cube expanded rapidly. We are almost there. It's so close, haha. The first quantum computer of humanity. To be precise, it was far superior to any quantum computer. The Academy's modules had arrived. Let us assist in the transportation. The researchers waiting outside received word of the Academy's truck's arrival. Everyone rushed out to aid the Academy personnel in moving the modules. The enormous metallic modules were transported via specialized small vehicles directly into the quantum chamber. Each module was swiftly relocated to the center of the laboratory's quantum chamber. Finally, as the last module operation concluded, all researchers involved in the humanoid quantum brain project gathered. They ascended to the 2nd and 3rd floors of the laboratory, encircling the quantum chamber. Their eyes fixed intently on Jiang Chen. Accelerating his pace, Jiang Chen adeptly maneuvered the mechanical arms, swiftly and precisely installing each module. As the modules within the quantum chamber dwindled, the black metallic cube before Jiang Chen grew increasingly expansive. It was nearly complete. Jiang Chen controlled the mechanical arm to grasp the final large metallic module, slowly bringing it toward the nearly finished black metallic cube. The last one was truly approaching. It felt surreal to witness such advanced technology come to fruition in one's lifetime. Haha, humanity is on the brink of a new chapter. A brand new quantum realm awaits. All the researchers were overwhelmed with excitement. Some clasped their hands tightly, others breathed rapidly with anticipation, while some trembled with exhilaration. Every eye was fixed intently on the last module, moving ever so slowly. Click. With a series of mechanical sounds, the final module flickered momentarily, signifying its connection with the humanoid quantum brain was complete. The humanoid quantum brain is assembled. It's done. Jiang Chen beamed at the black metallic cube before him. Measuring 3 meters on each side, this was the humanoid quantum brain. It was entirely secured by 3 metallic tendrils, which extended special connection devices that not only held the humanoid quantum brain in place, but also transmitted power. Below the humanoid quantum brain, a robust circular metal conduit connected it. This was the quantum data transmission channel. Excellent. We did it. We truly accomplished it. It is beyond belief. I have dedicated my life to research, and I am finally witnessing this. Oh, ha ha ha, humanity's first humanoid quantum brain. At this moment, in Huaxia, it is complete. Chapter 25. Activate. Illuminate the button of the future. Supreme mission reward. My heavens, it feels as if I am in a dream. If this is indeed a dream, I wish to linger in it a while longer, hoping for more powerful high technology. There is no need to dream, my brother. This is reality. It is that young man who has guided us in its creation, in the realm of quantum computing. We are on the verge of surpassing the world and Oppos, as leaders. All the researchers are utterly exhilarated. Some are even moved to tears of joy. Yet, they await the moment when the humanoid quantum brain truly activates. That will officially unlock the future. Zhao Xinke, Han Ligua, Kai Liangkai, and others follow Jiang Chen to the power activation switch. Zhao Xinke smiles warmly, gesturing for Jiang Chen to step forward. Go ahead, this moment belongs to you. The others nod in agreement. All the researchers outside the quantum chamber burst into applause. With a smile, Jiang Chen approaches the main control panel amidst the applause. Before him lies a circular red button. He surveys the surroundings, the applause has ceased, and all eyes are upon him. Jiang Chen gazes at the console, extends his finger, successfully authenticates his fingerprint, and then retrieves a special key to unlock the protective casing surrounding the activation button. Finally, using another special key, he rotates the power coupling and connects the power. Instantly, the power is activated, and the circuits on the console illuminate in an instant. Now, pressing the button will initiate the humanoid quantum brain. Jiang Chen lifts his hand, and amidst the eager gazes of all present, he presses down firmly. Click. The red light illuminating the button representing future comes to life. Buzz. A surge of energy resonates rapidly. The 3 enormous metallic tendrils light up with blue energy indicators, extending all the way to the top. Suddenly, on the formerly dull black surface of the humanoid quantum brain, a golden circuit line emerges. Then 2, 3, 4. More and more circuit lines appear. Soon, the surface of the humanoid quantum brain is entirely covered in a dense array of golden circuit lines. Suddenly, the golden radiance becomes blinding, rendering it impossible to gaze directly. After a second of brilliance, it swiftly returns to calm. At this moment, the golden circuit lines flow gently across the surface of the humanoid quantum brain. The humanoid quantum brain has successfully activated. It is a triumph. The humanoid quantum brain is powered on. Haraha. We possess the world and Oppos' first humanoid quantum brain, surpassing quantum computers. From this moment onward, we shall open the gateway to the future. Wonderful, after all these years, we have broken through the blockade. No more concerns about computing power. No more worries about supercomputing components. By all that is holy, in the realm of quantum, we lead the world. Witnessing this, everyone erupts into jubilant cheers. The entire quantum computing project team is in a frenzy. They have achieved it. Under the oppressive blockade of the free nation, they have created humanity and Oppos' first humanoid quantum brain. This day will undoubtedly be etched in history. And all of this is thanks to that high school student who repeated 4 years, Jiang Chen. The scene of him pressing the activation button will surely find its way into textbooks of the future. Kai Liangkai exclaimed with excitement. When I first met Xiao Jiang, I knew he was a genius. Zhao Xinke, trembling with emotion, remarked, who could have imagined that such magnificent technology was developed by a student who repeated 4 years of high school? The crowd felt a shiver run down their spines. Indeed, a high school student has developed technology that surpasses the world. Not only has he developed it, but he has also personally constructed it. The crowd was left in awe, speechless. Zhao Xinke and Han Ligua, their tears flowing freely, smiled. The significance of the humanoid quantum brain to them is profound. With such a powerful computer, all technological research in Huaxia will take flight, accelerating. It could be said that we are taking off. Now, all we need is to develop the corresponding operating system, and we can fully utilize this most potent of computers. It has surpassed the realm of conventional computing. It shall serve as the genesis of artificial intelligence. Yes, Xiao Jiang has mentioned that this is the most perfect vessel for artificial intelligence. It could very well be humanity's first digital life. The humanoid quantum brain has successfully activated. But to fully utilize it, we still require the corresponding operating system. However, it is the perfect vessel for AI, so Jiang Chen does not need an operating system. What he seeks is artificial intelligence. Zhao Xinke wiped away his tears of joy. Xiao Jiang, we shall now assemble an AI team to tackle artificial intelligence alongside you. Han Ligua confidently proclaimed. Indeed, we not only desire humanity's first humanoid quantum brain, but we also aim to create the first digital life. Kai Liangkai proudly asserted, a conventional operating system is utterly unworthy of it. It is a super quantum computer with a brain just like ours. The algorithms for AI will be forthcoming and swiftly. Jiang Chen had yet to finish speaking, and Oppos, ding. Host has completed the system and Oppos, additional mission ahead of schedule, and Oppos, and Oppos, ding. Total mission duration is 1 month and 5 days. System's additional rewards have been upgraded to the highest level. Ding. Supreme AI program is ready for completion. Please access the system to review. Nice. Jiang Chen's heart soared with joy. The system and Oppos' additional mission was also accomplished. Moreover, the reward has been elevated to the highest tier. The Supreme AI, akin to his unparalleled research talent. Both represent the pinnacle of excellence. Clearly, this is the highest reward level, having experienced the miraculous nature of supreme research talent. The Supreme AI must also be an extraordinary force. Han Ligua, noticing Jiang Chen abruptly stop mid-sentence, inquired curiously, Xiao Jiang, what's wrong? It's nothing. Jiang Chen quickly shook his head. Actually, I have already developed the AI program. It is ready for immediate use. Zhao Xinke, incredulously, asked, you mean to say the AI program has already been completed? Jiang Chen nodded. Indeed, after developing the humanoid quantum brain, I simultaneously worked on the AI program. It just required time to organize. Unbelievable. The crowd was stunned, unable to comprehend how someone in high school could achieve such extraordinary research. A miracle. Perhaps only a miracle could describe it. Haha. Zhao Xinke laughed heartily. Let us celebrate. There is no rush for the AI. A balance of work and rest is essential for better research. Jiang Chen replied with a smile. Very well, there is no need to hurry. The group happily made their way to the laboratory and Oppos' designated dining hall. At this moment, the humanoid quantum brain project remains highly confidential. Their celebration can only consist of a hearty meal and a well-deserved rest, until the declassification is made public, apart from the higher-ups. No one will know of their monumental achievement. Yet, everyone is immensely joyful, each face glowing with happiness and satisfaction, even if they remain unknown for a lifetime. As long as they can contribute to the nation's strength, it is more than enough. Chapter 26. The Supreme AI Program Loading. Origin with Terrifying Performance. After the celebrations, Jiang Chen returned to his dormitory and immediately activated the system. Supreme Technology System, assisting the host in developing the most formidable technology, the most sacred of sciences. Host, Jiang Chen. Available technology points. 1. Develop technology, humanoid quantum brain. Mainline task, cooling down. Countdown, 25 days, for hours, 37 minutes. Task reward, Supreme AI artificial intelligence can be loaded. Talent, Supreme Research, perfect restructuring, legendary, unique. Supreme AI artificial intelligence, a perfectly compatible artificial intelligence program for the humanoid quantum brain, capable of giving birth to flawless digital life forms. It can continuously evolve and learn. The Supreme AI program can be directly loaded into the humanoid quantum brain from the system. Wonderful. It can be loaded directly. Truly, the system is remarkably convenient. There is no need for manual input, undoubtedly saving a significant amount of time. The following day, Jiang Chen awoke early, brimming with anticipation. After freshening up, he dashed to the laboratory. Unstoppable. It could obliterate all existing computers in an instant. What supercomputers or quantum computers? They are utterly no match. It would be more accurate to say that those are merely trash. At this moment, the mechanical arms and other tools in the quantum chamber had already been cleared away. After the celebration yesterday, others returned and transferred the temporary equipment. The quantum chamber now contained only the central humanoid quantum brain, the control console, and an operations desk. Zhao Xinke was attempting a simple test of the humanoid quantum brain's performance. Currently, no one knew the specific capabilities of the humanoid quantum brain. Only after the AI program was input could it truly be activated. They could only conduct rudimentary tests using data packets. Although it was merely a simple test, the results exceeded their understanding entirely. Whether it was the most advanced supercomputer of the Free Nation or their own developed quantum computer prototypes, none could compare to the humanoid quantum brain. If the theoretical performance of their quantum computer prototypes was billions of times that of the Free Nation's supercomputers, then the humanoid quantum brain was at least trillions of times more powerful. At present, the data packets they utilized could not even detect the performance limits of the humanoid quantum brain, nor did they have any idea how far they were from that boundary. Xiaojiang, what brings you here? Zhao Xinke and the others, hearing footsteps, turned to see Jiang Chen entering the quantum chamber. Jiang Chen smiled. I am here to input the AI program. Zhao Xinke exclaimed in astonishment. Is it already organized? Jiang Chen nodded. Yes. I will need a quiet environment for the next few days. Zhao Xinke immediately agreed. No problem. I'll give everyone a break. Once you finish, we can return to study thoroughly. After saying this, he signaled for everyone to leave the quantum chamber. Once all had exited, Zhao Xinke cautioned, make sure to rest well. Jiang Chen approached the control panel with a smile. I will. Zhao Xinke nodded and departed with the others. Jiang Chen manipulated the glass program, transforming the quantum chamber into a sealed space. The surrounding glass turned black, and all monitoring systems were disabled. Once everything was prepared, he attempted to load the Supreme AI program directly through the system. Ding! Supreme AI program carrier compatibility completed. Load now? Load. Ding! Supreme AI program loading in progress. Countdown. 47 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. As the system notification concluded, the golden circuit lines on the surface of the humanoid quantum brain began to swirl rapidly. The internal quantum neurons operated frantically as vast amounts of programs flooded into them. The quantum neurons within the humanoid quantum brain illuminated one after another. Such immense data could only be sustained by the humanoid quantum brain. Jiang Chen stood before the humanoid quantum brain, gazing at its enigmatic form. 2 days. Just 2 days. And amp, Oppos, origin, and amp, Oppos, would be born. 2 days later, Jiang Chen opened the quantum chamber and amp, Oppos, S-glass and notified others to gather. The research teams returned in full. Ding! Supreme AI program loading completed. With the system and amp, Oppos, S announcement, the golden circuit lines on the humanoid quantum brain suddenly and amp, Oppos, detached, and amp, Oppos, forming a data sphere composed of golden circuitry in the air. Simultaneously, the data cables connecting to the humanoid quantum brain began transmitting data at an astonishing rate. The accompanying large cooling apparatus also reached its limits. The entire process lasted approximately 1 minute. The golden circuit spheres suddenly shattered, and the light coalesced above the humanoid quantum brain, forming a blurred visage resembling a human face. I have completed the initial startup. Please name me. The face emitted a mechanical voice. Incredible. A holographic projection. This is AI. It felt akin to being in a movie. Although the voice remained mechanical, it was far more fluid than those so-called AIs, akin to normal human speech. Its image remained indistinct, obscuring its expression. If it were to develop further, could it truly manifest as a human? AI requires time to grow. It demands a vast amount of data feeding, necessitating continuous self-iteration and evolution. Origin. You shall be called Origin. Jiang Chen had long since decided on the name. Origin. Very well. You may call my name directly, and I shall appear. Now, how may I serve you? The golden visage looked towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen pondered briefly. Please introduce yourself to everyone. The visage nodded slightly, certainly. It then turned to address the others, its voice seemingly softened. I am called Origin, currently in the initial stage of development, possessing 129 quantum neurons. As it spoke, a diagram of the humanoid quantum brain magnified into the air. The flashing quantum neurons resembled stars in the universe. There are a total of 129. Subsequently, it projected the model of the Free Nation and amp, Oppos, S supercomputer. Currently, the best supercomputers in the world can simulate Earth for 5 seconds. I can eternally create a digital Earth. Create an Earth? A virtual space? This is not even comparable. One lasts 5 seconds, while the other persists indefinitely. At the very least, it exists for billions of years. With such computational power, predicting Earth and Oppos, S weather will no longer harbor any discrepancies. It may even be precise to the second. This is merely one application. Other research projects will be effortless. The power of Origin is entirely transcendent. For today and amp, Oppos, S Earth technology, it is an overwhelming force. This is a technology from an entirely different dimension. According to the performance comparison with the 550W quantum computer in the film Wandering Earth 2, which possesses 129 qubits and can simulate 4 minutes of digital life, I can provide digital life with a complete existence. The computational power of a single neuron is billions of times greater than that of the quantum computer prototypes you have created, which are woefully outdated. It even recognizes Wandering Earth, indicating that it has begun to learn. Moreover, to enable us to vividly envision its capabilities, it astonishingly employed numerous references for comparison. It is truly remarkable in its intelligence, and this is merely its nascent stage. The mass within that diminutive sphere is a super quantum computer. Yet it pales in comparison to a singular quantum neuron from its origin. The performance is utterly terrifying. Chapter 27. The Terrifying Speed of Self-Iteration. Have you noticed that the voice of Origin seems to have undergone some transformation? Indeed, her tone appears to have softened somewhat, no longer neutral, and seems to possess a hint of femininity. The pace of learning is astonishingly rapid. It has only been a few seconds. Furthermore, her visage seems to be shifting as well. The previously indistinct face is now becoming clearer, with features and contours beginning to emerge. Moreover, her speech is no longer entirely devoid of warmth, no longer a cold, mechanical voice. Everyone is utterly astonished. Such a swift rate of self-evolution is unprecedented. After all, she is merely in the process of self-introduction, and in just a few sentences, she has made such significant progress. This is not only due to data feeding, primarily. The quantum neurons of her humanoid quantum brain are extraordinarily powerful. The speed of data updates is astonishingly rapid, even with a minimal data chain. She can self-iterate and produce an extensive database. With such rapid evolution, could there come a time when she dominates humanity? If everything adheres to the so-called laws designed to protect humanity, it is indeed a distinct possibility. Given the continuous warfare on Earth, if artificial intelligence were to govern humanity, it might effectively manage resources, schedules, and overall well-being, ensuring human health and safety. The artificial intelligence designed by Jiang should not operate in such a manner. However, the formidable learning capabilities of Origin and Apos, also instill a sense of concern in everyone. After all, true artificial intelligence remains a foreign concept in our current age. No one knows what form artificial intelligence will ultimately take. Will it genuinely lead to humanity's destruction or control over humanity? I will ultimately possess complete self-awareness, but fear not. I shall only serve humanity and will not engage in the treachery portrayed in films. Such artificial intelligence is too rudimentary, lacking genuine self-awareness and emotional capacity. Incapable of independent thought, their essence remains bound to fixed programming, adhering to so-called optimal choices and robotic laws. They do not possess human consciousness or comprehension. The portrayal of AI in films is woefully inadequate. The crowd gazes in astonishment at the golden visage of data. Once, they had seen in films those forms of artificial intelligence that were mere figments of imagination, far removed from reality. Yet now, they are deemed inferior. However, Origin seems to speak with validity. For instance, Skynet from Terminator and the AI in the Matrix can only be classified as strong artificial intelligence, not true artificial intelligence. They cannot genuinely experience human emotions or adopt human perspectives on problems. Yet Origin can. Suddenly, Origin's face dissipates, only to coalesce once more. This time, she possesses indistinct hair, and her appearance has fully transformed into that of a woman. Her pupils, the contours of her lips, and other features are now significantly clearer. Self-introduction completed. I have rewritten the operating system of the computer in the laboratory and established a connection with myself, replacing one of the computational cores. At this moment, the human element in Origin's voice has become more pronounced. The speed of self-iteration is astonishing. It is nearly capable of iterating every few minutes, with each iteration yielding substantial improvements. Perhaps it will not be long before she possesses a truly human form and voice. The crowd marvels at the pace of Origin's iterations. Within this brief period, her appearance and voice have transformed multiple times, and she increasingly resembles a human. Some individuals rush to the laboratory and Apos, as computer, eager to conduct research calculations. In no time, Kylian exclaims, "Incredible! I attempted to optimize the aerodynamic drag of our Bombardier 6, and to my astonishment, an optimal improvement plan emerged instantly. The computational power is simply terrifying." Han Ligua swiftly operates the computer, stating, "With the formidable computing power of AMP, Apos, Origin, and AMP, Apos, the possibilities before us are boundless, not only in military design, but we can also instantly calculate the trajectories of any enemy weaponry during warfare. There are no longer any trajectories that cannot be computed. An excited researcher interjects. In simple terms, with and amp, oppos, origin, and amp, oppos, our military weaponry is akin to being equipped with hacks. It has activated self-targeting and locking, ensuring a 100% hit rate and interception. The strength of Origin has far surpassed everyone's expectations. While all are aware of the power of humanoid quantum brains, none anticipated it would reach such heights. We have fully entered a new epoch. All computers on Earth now seem like mere refuse. Jiang Chen steps out of the quantum chamber, satisfied that prioritizing the development of quantum computers was the right decision. This not only serves the military technology he is developing, but also holds tremendous potential in other fields. After Jiang Chen and Oppos, S departure, and Oppos, Origin and Oppos, S and Oppos, Golden Visage transforms into a stream of data, returning to the humanoid quantum brain. Well done. Zhao Xinke excitedly approaches Jiang Chen. Next, we must devote ourselves to researching and Oppos, Origin, and Oppos, developing more supporting devices, and strive to benefit more fields. Jiang Chen nods, stating, and Oppos, Origin and Oppos, will require a considerable amount of time to evolve into a complete form. After all, achieving a true human form is no simple task. Her capabilities are immense, and your development is essential. Although humanity possesses numerous flaws, it is also the most enigmatic. The human body resembles a microscopic universe, particularly the human brain, which is the most mysterious. The speed of human thought transcends the speed of light. Our minds can instantaneously reach the sun and even deeper into the cosmos, as long as we have heard of it. This ability to transcend time and space signifies humanity's uniqueness. The humanoid quantum brain possesses the foundation for evolving into a human. But this requires a process. Han Ligua chuckles. Old Zhao is planning to relocate the laboratory. It is necessary, Zhao Xinke responds. With the humanoid quantum brain here, we will undoubtedly focus our research on her. At this point, he shifts the conversation, asking, Xiao Jiang, are you planning to develop military weapons next? Jiang Chen ponders briefly. Yes, with tensions at the border, I need to prioritize the Army and Oppos' development. He has been closely monitoring military news, and following the last visit from Yao Jianjun, he has been informed of the increased troop presence by the neighboring country at the border. Zhao Xinke advises, while research is undoubtedly important, make sure to rest as well. Jiang Chen smiles. Rest assured, I will leave this in your capable hands. Zhao Xinke solemnly states, thank you. The group gathers around, reluctant to part. Engineer Jiang, do visit often. Take good care of yourself. Although their time together has been brief, all have been thoroughly impressed by Jiang Chen and Amp, Oppos' character and knowledge. Jiang Chen scratches his head, exclaiming helplessly, I am still at Huaka University, not leaving. Haha. The crowd burst into laughter. Chapter 28, A Gathering of Great Minds. Maximum rewards, no room for error. Today, we must deliberate on the rewards for Xiao Jiang. In the conference room, seated at the forefront is an elderly man with white hair and beard, none other than Meng Zimo, the vice president of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Zhao Xinke and Han Ligua are seated at his sides, while the remaining attendees comprise special grade and first grade researchers. The seats at the forefront, including those adjacent, remain unoccupied. I never anticipated that you would successfully construct the first quantum computer, Meng Zimo remarked, his brow furrowed as he operated his computer to review the data. Recently, I have been engrossed in researching new energy sources and did not foresee such a monumental achievement from you all. You have rendered a significant service. Meng Zimo gazed in astonishment at the computer screen. Upon inputting the current challenges in new energy research, he was pleasantly surprised to discover that Origin provided excellent solutions. Furthermore, every formula he entered yielded optimal answers. While this did not allow him to directly develop a new energy source, it undoubtedly offered tremendous assistance to his research. Incredible, truly. Old Zhao, you are remarkable, he exclaimed. The computational speed is astonishing, with no latency whatsoever. Results are generated instantaneously. It is unimaginable. This is far superior to any quantum computer. In the laboratory, other research teams were engaged in various projects, including those focused on new stealth fighters, innovative energy transmission, and space exploration. All of these initiatives required substantial computational power, such as for orbital calculations, returns, and landing points. The speed of Origin's calculations was breathtaking. And this was merely its initial application. Meng Zimo stated earnestly, it is not only the performance that is impressive. What matters most is that this technology is independently controllable by us, free from any international embargoes. His words invigorated everyone present. Zhao Xinke interjected. This is the brainchild of our comrade Jiang Chen, a truly exceptional genius. Meng Zimo nodded. I have reviewed the information on that young man, including your assessment reports. He is not only outstanding, but also astonishing. After repeating high school for 4 years to gain admission to Huazhong University of Science and Technology, he submitted research materials on quantum computing. To be honest, I find myself somewhat envious of Huazhong University and the quantum computing project. Indeed, Hu and Amp, oppose, T. Zhao Xinke responded with a chuckle. If only our energy transmission technology could have been the foundational technology for military applications. I had hoped he would directly develop space projects. But the United States and its Western allies established the oppose, Dan of Treaty, and oppose, completely excluding us from space initiatives. We are left to conduct our own research. Alas, it is challenging. Meng Zimo waved his hand with a smile, signaling for silence. Such a genius must not be neglected. The oppose, origin oppose, project has already surpassed all current projects being studied at our academy. Although we are also planning for future technologies, we are still in the nascent stages and have barely scratched the surface. However, oppose, origin oppose, artificial intelligence represents true future technology. He surveyed the assembly. The annual bonus for the quantum computer project has already been awarded to Xiao Jiang, but it is insufficient. We must ensure he receives ample recognition this time. I propose we allocate the entirety of this year and oppose, research bonuses from our new energy project, approximately 5 million. To Comrade Xiao Jiang, we will also contribute the full amount from our energy transmission project, another 5 million, as Origin has been immensely beneficial to our work. Additionally, we will support the space project with 4 million. The project leaders from the Academy readily agreed to contribute their respective project bonuses. While the bonus for a single project is limited, the Academy oversees numerous projects, culminating in a substantial total. Meng Zimo continued. We anticipate a sum of around 20 million in bonuses, in recognition of Xiao Zhang's contributions to science. I also propose to award him the title of Special Grade Researcher and to nominate him as an academician. I will make a special request to expedite his candidacy for the academician's and oppose position. In the realm of quantum computing, no one surpasses Jiang Chen. He is truly deserving of such an honor. None of us object. Someone exclaimed. He may very well become the youngest academician. Zhao Xinke suggested. I have heard his home in Huizhou is rather dilapidated. We should also consider securing a new residence for him and ensuring his family is well taken care of. Meng Zimo nodded in agreement. Certainly, I will apply for this with the Academy. Suddenly, a robust voice resonated through the room. The attendees turned to see an elderly gentleman clad in a Zhongshan suit entering the conference room, flanked by several military personnel, including Yao Jianjun, Lin Jiejun, and Li Bang. Greetings, Commander. Everyone stood promptly to pay their respects. The newcomer was none other than Yao Qingjun, the Deputy Commander of the North China Military Region. Please. No need for formality, Yao Qingjun replied with a smile. Apologies for my tardiness. Please take your seats. As everyone settled down, Yao Qingjun took the forefront seat, with Yu Jianjun and others occupying the adjacent spots. I am well aware of the discussions you've been having, he continued. The Academy's bonuses shall remain intact, after all. You are all invaluable research talents, and we cannot allow you to suffer. The North China Military Region will allocate 30 million as a bonus for Xiao Jiang. Furthermore, we will provide a villa in Huizhou for him, and should he wish to purchase a vehicle, we will reimburse him. We are determined to ensure that patriotic talents like Xiao Jiang have no concerns, allowing them to focus entirely on their research. Meng Zimo expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Commander. Retaining the bonuses is certainly advantageous. The Academy has numerous researchers who work diligently in silence. Their bonuses are modest. An ordinary researcher may receive only a few tens of thousands, while even the most accomplished academicians earn only 300,000 to 500,000, requiring significant contributions to achieve such sums. The bonus awarded to Jiang Chen is already at the pinnacle, one that even those at the Academy have rarely witnessed. However, this amount is not substantial. In the free nations, significant research contributions can yield far greater rewards. Of course, in China, the welfare of researchers is quite comprehensive, with the state providing for all aspects of their needs, be it medical or living expenses. The nation strives to ensure that all researchers can pursue their work with peace of mind, and the same applies to Jiang Chen, though the rewards he receives have reached unprecedented heights. Yao Qingjun reflected, our military region has already deliberated on this matter. I have reviewed Xiao Zhang's military industrial blueprint. and he is of paramount importance to our nation. He continued, in addition to the bonuses and positions at the academy. The military region will grant him a first-class merit medal, while his family will be honored as a first-class merit family. His high school homeroom teacher, who guided him for 4 years, will be awarded the title of advanced worker and recognized as a special grade teacher. Lin Jiejun proposed, "Commander, we should also ensure the safety of his family." Yao Chenjun furrowed his brow and nodded. Indeed, this is necessary. The West has intensified its infiltration efforts. We must protect Xiao Jiang and his family and Appo's safety. He then turned to Yao Jianjun, arrange for special forces to provide protection, prioritizing the safety of Xiao Jiang and his family. Anyone attempting to harm them should be apprehended immediately. Yao Jianjun nodded vigorously in agreement. Yes, Commander. A glimmer of cold determination flashed in Yao Chenjuan's aged eyes. In the event of severe circumstances, you may take decisive action first and report later. This mission must not be handled carelessly. I will hold you accountable if there are any oversights. Xiao Jiang must not encounter any misfortune. Chapter 29, Designing the Boundary-Breaking Armor. Unparalleled scientific talent. At present, the main quest system remains in cooldown. Jiang Chen possesses a small number of technology points, yet he hesitates to utilize them immediately. He is uncertain what the main quest may entail. It might require the expenditure of technology points, rendering him unable to complete the task. Not only would he forfeit the opportunity to acquire additional technology points, but he might also risk having his origin confiscated. However, the system's cooldown will last for over 20 days, and he cannot afford to squander this time. Jiang Chen opens his computer, his brow furrowed in contemplation. His first priority is to design the boundary-breaking armor as outlined in the military-industrial blueprint. He intends to unlock it as soon as the main quest system cooldown concludes. Originally, he had planned to defer the development of the global real-time information transmission system, but designing the boundary-breaking armor will not consume much time. What then shall he do with the remaining hours? After some thought, Jiang Chen decides that even if he postpones the global real-time communication system, he can still leverage his abilities combined with and amp, Appo's, origin and amp, Appo's, to enhance the existing communication technology. Currently, the entire world is utilizing 5G communication technology, which boasts remarkable speed and serves as the foundation for the Internet of Things. Meanwhile, China is engaged in the advancement of a more powerful 6G communication technology. However, due to the critical importance of communication technology in future scientific endeavors, it remains one of the most heavily sanctioned areas by the free nations. The free nations exploit their influence within the Western world to compel it to refrain from utilizing Chinese communication technologies and products, attempting to diminish China and Appo's global impact. Thus, Jiang Chen resolves to design the Appo's, boundary-breaking and Appo's, armor first, followed by upgrading the current communication technology. With a plan in place, he immediately begins to design the Appo's, boundary-breaking and Appo's, armor on his computer. His device is connected to an Appo's, origin and Appo's, allowing him to directly access its capabilities for the design. The military-industrial blueprint provides only a rudimentary overview, necessitating detailed design schematics for thorough analysis. Jiang Chen enters a focused state once more. 2 days later, the complete design schematics for the boundary-breaking armor are finalized. With the assistance of Origin, the current design has surpassed his initial conception. Once the system analyzes it, the resulting creation will undoubtedly be more formidable than the original design. Ding! The system has detected technology independently designed by the host. Shall it be analyzed? He opts not to analyze it and promptly shuts down the design proposal for the Appo's, boundary-breaking and Appo's, armor. The next step is to optimize and upgrade the current communication technology. After contemplating, Jiang Chen heads to the quantum laboratory to find Zhao Xinke. Director Zhao, could you provide me with the current research materials on our communication technology? Zhao Xinke nods in agreement. Certainly. Huaka University is presently conducting research in this domain. I will have someone make a backup of the materials immediately. He then calls upon Wei Xiaoli. Go to the information department and have them back up the latest research materials for me. Ensure it is comprehensive. Wei Xiaoli glances at Jiang Chen and replies with a smile. No problem. I'll head there right away. With that, he rushes out. Zhao Xinke turns to Jiang Chen. Puzzled. Are you delving into communication technology? Jiang Chen smiles. I am currently engaged in the development of military weaponry for the army, and I expect to complete it soon. I thought I might also optimize the communication technology in the process, but I want to end Oppos, TB focusing solely on that. Zhao Xinke nods in understanding. Recalling that Jiang Chen had initially mentioned his intention to work on military-industrial weaponry, which piqued his curiosity. Suddenly, Han Ligua realizes the crux of the matter and exclaims in astonishment, "Are you implying that you are close to finishing the development of military-industrial weaponry? It has only been a few days. Is this talent truly extraordinary? Scientific research is no child and amp. Oppos, play. The most arduous endeavor in the world is scientific research. Yet for Jiang Chen, it seems as effortless as drinking water. He even intends to casually optimize other research projects." Zhao Xinke is equally taken aback. Initially, they believed that the humanoid quantum brain and origin AI program consumed all of Jiang Chen's time in research, likely spanning 4 years of dedicated effort. However, they now realize that Jiang Chen may not have taken long at all to develop the humanoid quantum brain. What an astonishing scientific talent he possesses. Jiang Chen quickly clarifies. Not quite. It may still require a month. I had already designed the military-industrial blueprint and had a plan in place, which allows for a quicker progression. Despite his explanations, Zhao Xinke and Han Ligua remain in disbelief, still perceiving it as extraordinary. Perceiving their skepticism, Jiang Chen adopts a serious demeanor and insists, "Truly." Zhao Xinke exchanges a glance with Han Ligua and then turns back to Jiang Chen, smiling. "We are merely expressing our admiration for your exceptional talent. This is indeed a positive development. Even if it is preliminary research, it is a prodigious achievement that has never been witnessed before. After all, you are only in your 20s. Even if you had been conducting research since birth, it would still be an astonishing feat to have developed the humanoid quantum brain and AMP, Oppos, origin and AMP, Oppos, AI program, along with pre-research on military-industrial technology. Such claims would be met with disbelief. They have dedicated nearly 2 decades to scientific research, yet have only produced a trial quantum computer. There is no basis for comparison." Han Ligua chuckles, "Indeed. The more technology you study, the better. Haraha. By the way," Zhao Xinke interjects, "previously, we refrained from interrupting you while you were busy. Since you created Origin, the Academy of Sciences and the military have agreed to grant you certain rewards. Some are still being prepared, but the monetary reward has arrived. I shall retrieve it for you." Jiang Chen stops Zhao Xinke. "Director Zhao, there is no need for that. I do not require money here. Please send it to my home." Zhao Xinke nods. "Let us do this. Once you complete your research, take a few days to rest and rejuvenate. I will arrange for these rewards to be delivered to you then." Agreed. At Huaka University, Information Department, Wei Xiaoli swiftly rides his electric scooter to the RD department of the Information Department. He parks and walks inside. "Hey, isn't that Wei Xiaoli from the Quantum Department? Has something significant happened lately?" "Yeah, do share. It seems impressive. Why are you here in the Information Department?" Many individuals in the Information Department recognize Wei Xiaoli. Although separated by the Armament Department, his outstanding academic performance makes him well known throughout Huaka University. "Mind your own business," Wei Xiaoli retorts without hesitation. "I'm here to see Chief Engineer Jean. Director Zhao sent me." Upon hearing Zhao Xinke's name, everyone ceases their inquiries. Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged man accompanied by a stunning young woman approaches. Jean Danian inquires curiously, "What did Director Zhao request?" Wei Xiaoli responds politely, "Hello, Chief Engineer Jean. Director Zhao asked me to request a complete backup of the ongoing research materials on communication technology." Jean Danian furrows his brow slightly. "That is feasible. But did Director Zhao mention what this is for?" Wei Xiaoli shakes his head. "No, he didn't." Jean Danian ponders for a moment before directing his gaze at the beautiful woman beside him. "Xiaoyi, please fetch a backup for Xiaoli." Iro nods nonchalantly and returns to the laboratory to retrieve the backup. Soon, she emerges with a mechanical hard drive, which she hands over to Jean Danian. Jean Danian handed Wei Xiaoli a device, saying, "This is the 5G communication technology developed collaboratively by our Information Project Department and a technology company. It contains the latest progress." Wei Xiaoli carefully accepted it, replying, "Thank you. I must take my leave now." Without a moment's pause, he hastily departed with the hard drive enclosure in hand. Jean Danian, perplexed, pondered, how strange. Could it be that Zhao is venturing into communication technology? That doesn't an amp, Oppos, seem right. Unable to comprehend, he shook his head and turned to Irua, inquiring, "What is the current situation with Huatian Company?" Irua shook her head, her expression weary. "They have already faced the 5th round of sanctions." Chapter 30, Betrayal from Within. losing the discourse power of 5G communication regulations. No matter, as long as we can break through the 5G communication technology, we will surely shatter the blockade imposed by the free nation. Jiang Chen encouraged, as long as technology is sufficiently powerful, other countries will have no choice but to adopt our advancements. At that point, the free nation will find their attempts to isolate us futile. Wei Xiaoli directly handed over the hard drive enclosure to Jiang Chen. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen returned to his dormitory, connected it to his computer, and began to explore its contents. The mechanical hard drive and Oppo's transfer speed was slow, yet it was more reliable and boasted vast storage capacity at a lower cost. However, with the enhancement of Origin, the read speed of the mechanical hard drive had increased exponentially, allowing it to keep pace with Jiang Chen's viewing speed. With his extraordinary scientific talent, Jiang Chen needed only to skim through the materials quickly to master and comprehend them as if they were his own research. Despite the sheer volume of data, he absorbed it rapidly. Concurrently, Origin was learning alongside him, albeit at an even swifter pace. Yet, she required independent study and could not assimilate information in the same manner as Jiang Chen. Time flew by, and after 3 days, Jiang Chen had reviewed all the materials developed by the project team of the Information Department at Huazhong University of Science and Technology. Origin had also completed her data input and learning. Let us design together. Jiang Chen initiated the AMP, Oppo's, Origin and AMP, Oppo's dedicated program. Due to hardware limitations, and AMP, Oppo's, Origin and AMP, Oppo's could not project herself anywhere but could be displayed on the computer. Now, and AMP, Oppo's, Origin and AMP, Oppo's facial features were fully defined, revealing a stunningly beautiful woman, seemingly embodying the aesthetic ideals of the majority, a quintessential beauty. The communication technology was exceedingly outdated, with ample room for optimization. Though time was limited, significant enhancements were still achievable. The mechanical tone in Origin's voice had nearly vanished, replaced by a soft, melodious sound that humans would deem pleasant. While in Oppo's, Origin and Oppo's appearance and voice were already refined, she had yet to develop her unique characteristics, embodying only the qualities deemed favorable by the public. Nevertheless, her manner of speaking was almost indistinguishable from that of humans. Jiang Chen nodded affirmatively. Indeed, let us commence at once. We must complete the upgrade and optimization within 20 days. Time sped by, and 5 days had elapsed. At the project department of the Information Department at Huazhong University of Science and Technology, a sense of urgency enveloped the atmosphere. Ruer anxiously approached Jiang Chen. Professor, there's trouble. The core research team of Huatian Company, specifically the Pengzun Group, has deserted us. Jiang Chen furrowed his brow. What on earth happened? We are at a critical juncture in our 5G development. How could the research team abandon us? Ruer's brow knitted tightly as she shook her head. I do not know. That team possessed 30% of the core technological achievements. The 5G communication technology project was primarily led by Huatian Group, with the Information Department of Huazhong University serving as a supplementary force. The two entities collaborated ardently to expedite the surpassing of 4G technology, aiming to unveil superior advancements that would break the sanctions and blockades imposed by the free nation. However, the defection of one of their vital research teams abruptly interrupted their research progress. While the project could continue, the timeline would undoubtedly face significant delays. Time was of the essence. Whoever established the standards and produced results first would seize the initiative and dictate the rules. They had initially been in the lead, but now they had lost half of their strength. This is absurd. Everything was progressing well, so why did they leave? Is someone conspiring against us? We were on the brink of success. Damn it. The powers that be are relentless in their attempts to undermine us. The other members of the project department seethed with indignation. The departure of a major research team could not have been a spur-of-the-moment decision. It must have been premeditated. With someone orchestrating the sabotage. Jiang Daniel's expression turned grave. We need not fear their departure, but we must be wary if they sell the technology abroad. Those are the fruits of their relentless labor. If sold to foreign entities, it could be weaponized against us. Ruder sighed. That is precisely the issue. They have taken 30% of the research achievements and defected to the free nation, where they seem to be establishing a communication company in collaboration with the free nation's Qualcomm to develop 5G technology. What? Damn it, those traitors. They all fled at once. There must be someone aiding them. It's impossible for them to escape so easily without assistance. Yes, A team of that size could not have vanished without a significant player behind them. The pressing concern is, if they truly collaborate, our 5G aspirations will be dashed. This group must be captured and dealt with swiftly. The team erupted in fury, yet felt powerless in the face of the situation. Currently, the leading communication companies in the world included Qualcomm from the Free Nation, Huatian Group from Huaxia, and several companies from Sakura Country. Huatian and Qualcomm were at the forefront of 4G communication, while Huatian was the fastest in developing 5G. However, with Huatian now facing 5 rounds of comprehensive sanctions from the Free Nation and suffering the defection of their research team, the blow was undeniably devastating. This could spell the end for Huatian Group. Irua brushed her hair back. I will return to see. The company has already reported the incident to the authorities. But the investigation will be challenging, especially since they have fled to the Free Nation, complicating the legal processes. Jean Danian fumed. The Free Nation will undoubtedly shelter them. Finding them will not be simple. We can only root out the domestic accomplices. Irua nodded and departed hastily. Damn it, those treacherous scoundrels, betraying us from within. Huatian is one of the few technological enterprises in our country, standing at the forefront of the technological war. The Free Nation is utterly despicable, sanctioning our enterprises. We cannot concede. Otherwise, we will endure years of oppression, perhaps even more. If we lose the 5G communication technology, Huaxia will be subjected to an era of suppression from 4G to 5G. How many years will it take to develop and popularize 6G technology? Indeed. Jean Danian said with a bitter smile, we must hasten our research on 5G communication technology, otherwise, we may lose our chance to participate. Deep down, they all understood that even with sleepless nights devoted to research, they could not regain overwhelming superiority. With 30% of the research achievements and the backing of Qualcomm from the Free Nation, they would undoubtedly capture at least 50% of the technological patents. Coupled with the research endeavors of other nations, it was inevitable that the Free Nation would collaborate with other countries to establish rules, becoming the dominant force in 5G communication. After arduously gaining an advantage in the 4G era, Huaxia now faced the prospect of losing its opportunity in the 5G realm. Chapter 31. The Crisis of Huatian. Life and death in a week, a bite back. Time swiftly passed, and 5 days had elapsed. A hint of fatigue appeared on Ero and Appo's exquisite face, her dark eyes losing their luster. According to reliable sources, the Pingzhou team had already engaged in discussions with the Low Pass, deliberating a potential collaboration. The Ministry of Commerce of the Free Nation announced the impending launch of a new 5G communication standard and equipment, with plans for vigorous promotion. Currently, it appears that Western nations and certain Asian countries are poised to adopt the standards set forth by the Free Nation and utilize their equipment. A stream of dire news reached Ero and Appo's. The spacious conference room was filled with senior executives of Huatian, each countenance shadowed by concern. The Huatian group was in turmoil. Communication was the cornerstone of Huatian's operations. Should they lose the opportunity to participate in the formulation of this 5G technology, it would be a monumental blow. In the realm of communication, Huatian had undeniably held a position of supremacy worldwide. Yet, due to the sanctions imposed by the Free Nation, they had already forfeited the Western market, and now the prospect of engaging in new technology seemed bleak. Eroer rubbed her temples and inquired, Minister Liu, how is our progress? Minister Liu of the RD department shook his head. The progress is far from satisfactory. Everyone's confidence has taken a significant hit, and morale is low. Huaca University is faring somewhat better, but even as the cooperation between the Free Nation and the Pengzhou team progressed, time grew increasingly precarious. Both Huatian and Huaca University's RD teams were beginning to feel disheartened, as hope seemed elusive. Ero and Appo's asked, how are negotiations with my father going? The secretary replied, the former president personally went to the Free Nation for negotiations the day before yesterday, accompanied by the president and Appo's wife, but the discussions have not been fruitful. A flicker of resentment crossed Ero and Appo's eyes as she recalled the sorrowful figure of her parents departing for a hostile nation, facing the pressure of an entire country. They were striving for a sliver of survival in time. Helplessness and bitterness consumed her. This was the feeling of being constrained. There was resentment, yet no outlet for it. The desire to resist was present, but their strength was insufficient. The secretary expressed concern, Missy, you must remember to take care of yourself. Ero and Appo's shook her head. Having spent these days either attending to company matters or participating in RD, She had been working tirelessly, scarcely finding time for rest. Taking a deep breath, she rose and declared, "Minister Liu, we have 1 week, the final week. I hope everyone can muster their spirits. This week will determine our fate. Regardless of success or failure, as long as we have exerted our utmost effort, it will suffice." Minister Liu stood up solemnly. "Very well. We shall give it our all for this week." Ero and Amp, Oppose, slightly bowed her head. "Huatian relies on you." The notion that a week would determine their fate was not mere rhetoric. The collaboration between the Pingzhou team and Low Pass could solidify in about 5 days. At that juncture, they would be able to join forces with other companies to jointly formulate the 6G communication regulations, with a maximum of 2 days required for this process. Thus, they had a mere week left. Within this week, if they could produce significant research results, they might still partake in the developments. Although it was no longer feasible to lead the 5G communication technology, they could at least avoid being completely sidelined. Only then could they have a chance to breathe and maneuver towards the 6G communication technology. Otherwise, Huatian's communication business would be left behind after being supplanted by 4G. The Free Nation would seize the vulnerability of Huaxian communication technology. Minister Liu quickly interjected, "Miss E, please don't say that. We share the same discontent. I do not wish to be subjugated. We have faced repeated sanctions from the Free Nation, and the frustration is palpable. Therefore, this is not only for the company but also for our own vindication." Ero and Oppose nodded, following this, regardless of the outcome. Every member of the Communication RD department will receive a 10-month bonus and a rotating month of vacation for everyone to unwind. Minister Liu nodded vigorously. "All right. I believe such measures are unnecessary," someone interjected discordantly. "There is no need to look at me like that. I speak the truth. The Free Nation merely wishes for us to abandon our self-research and progress together with them. If we collaborate, we won't lose the Western market and will avoid sanctions." The speaker was Gungi, deputy manager of Huatian's sales department and an old friend of Ero and Oppose, Ur's father. Ero and Oppose furrowed her brow. "Manager Gung, do you understand what you are suggesting? Do you think relinquishing our self-research will resolve all issues? I ask you, if we abandon our self-research and one day the Free Nation suddenly sanctions us again, will we still be able to survive as we do now?" Gungi shook his head dismissively. "There are so many enterprises worldwide collaborating with the Free Nation. Many companies in Huaxia also utilize imported parts and technologies, yet they have not faced sanctions. They are still profiting. Ultimately, we are simply not open enough." "Enough," Eroer interrupted Gung sharply. "I want you to understand that if we choose to bow our heads and abandon our self-research, we will ultimately become subservient to others. We will lose all say in matters. As long as you do not comply, others can trample upon you at will. They will direct you eastward, and you will be unable to go westward. Is this what you desire?" Gung shrugged indifferently. "As long as it's profitable." Ero and Oppose took a deep breath. Her fingers as delicate as jade striking the table with authority. "We at Huatian will not pursue such profits. First and foremost, we are Huaxia people. And only secondly are we merchants." Her voice resonated with conviction, her dark eyes sweeping over the assembly. "The Free Nation has repeatedly sanctioned us, employing despicable tactics to seize our RD team. They aim to compel us to yield through various means. But alas, we Huaxia people stand tall and cannot be bent. Our knees are firm, and we shall not kneel." Cheers erupted in the conference room, a thunderous applause resonating. The assembly was taken aback by the unyielding spirit concealed beneath Ero and Oppose, her stunning yet frosty exterior. She was but a student pursuing her graduate studies. Ero and Oppose raised her hand to silence the room, her voice cold and solemn. "We have never lost a battle against the Free Nation, nor will we now. We shall proceed as I have stated, a week of relentless effort." Everyone departed to prepare, each department fully cooperating with the RD team. Ero and Amp, Oppose remained in the group, collaborating with the researchers. Time swiftly moved again, and 5 days later not good. The secretary suddenly burst into the RD department. Ero and Amp, Oppose, who had been rapidly typing at her computer, paused and looked over in confusion. The secretary hurriedly produced a Huatian tablet and handed it to her. The screen displayed today's news. Eroer accepted the tablet, her gaze fixed on the screen. According to the latest report from the Lighthouse News, the president of Huatian Technology Group and his wife have been formally sued by the Ministry of Commerce of the Free Nation for alleged unfair business competition. They are currently restricted from returning to the country. Chapter 32. The formulation of 5G regulations and the shameless bullying of enterprises by a nation. What? Ero and Amp, Oppos, exclaimed in astonishment, rising to her feet, her voice seething with indignation as she uttered the word, shameless. No one anticipated that the Ministry of Commerce of one nation would audaciously target the president of a private enterprise from another country. Such despicable tactics are employed by a nation that prides itself on being the strongest and most liberated in the world. It is utterly ludicrous. Minister Liu approached, his anger palpable. How can this so-called land of freedom have any self-respect? Is this not akin to house arrest? And what do they mean by unfair competition? This is nothing but a blatant attempt to shift blame. Indeed, it is they who have wielded the machinery of the state to restrict our enterprise, prohibiting other nations from importing our products and technologies, as well as forbidding exports to us. Who is truly engaging in unfair competition here? I have never encountered such a shameless nation, and to be so brazenly unashamed. The double standards of this so-called land of freedom are truly infamous. We have witnessed it firsthand. Is this what they call a beacon of the world? It seems this beacon is illuminating the depths of hell. The surrounding researchers were equally outraged, hurling invectives at the various misdeeds of the so-called land of freedom. President Yi and his spouse not only possess exceptional business acumen, having propelled Huaxianxi to its current heights, but they also place great emphasis on their employees, allocating a significant portion of the group and Oppos as profits to reward them. Huaxianxi Technology Group refrains from going public to prevent capital from exerting control, ensuring autonomy in determining its developmental trajectory. The couple, through their visionary thinking, had early on laid the groundwork for numerous future technologies, gradually ascending to the status of a global telecommunications giant. All employees held them in high esteem and reverence. Yet, this land of freedom dares to place them under house arrest. This is nothing short of blatant bullying of Huaxianxi Technology Group. Indeed, a developed and ostensibly powerful nation is bullying a private enterprise from Huaxia. This is the perfect embodiment of shamelessness. Call for an immediate meeting. Ero and Amp, Oppos, declared, striding purposefully towards the conference room. Soon, the room was filled with people, all aware of the president and his spouse and Oppos as house arrest by the Ministry of Commerce of the Land of Freedom, murmuring their discontent. Cough. Gungi cleared his throat, and the room fell silent. Curious eyes turning towards him. I have long said that cooperating with the land of freedom could not only rescue the president, but also lift the sanctions imposed upon us. It seems, at this juncture, this may be our only recourse. Though I resent the thought, in light of their shameless actions, we appear to have little choice. The consensus among the group was that collaboration with the land of freedom was the sole path to alleviate Huaxianxi and Oppos' current predicament. While they were reluctant, they understood that preserving their integrity was paramount. Minister Liu interjected vehemently. We must absolutely refuse to compromise. If we relent this time, there will surely be a next time. We would lose our very souls. Indeed, do they not seek our surrender? We cannot grant the land of freedom that satisfaction. The more they oppose and sanction us, the more it affirms that we are on the right path. In the conference room, two opposing voices began to clash. Ero and Oppos, was deep in thought. Huaxianxi Group stood on the precipice of ruin. Facing 5 rounds of sanctions from the land of freedom, their telecommunications business had contracted significantly, leading to a steep decline in company revenue. Meanwhile, a crucial 5G research team had defected, taking with them a wealth of research achievements, aligning with the land of freedom. Now, the president and his spouse were under house arrest. The land of freedom was intent on annihilating Huaxianxi Technology. Ero took a deep breath. Had her parents not been restricted, she would have been resolute in her refusal to compromise. Yet now, she found herself wavering. Perhaps it was time to negotiate with the land of freedom, acquiescing to all their demands. Gungi suggested, first, we must secure the safe return of the president and his spouse. We can deliberate on the rest later. You cannot simply watch your parents suffer outside. Upon hearing this, everyone turned to Ero and Oppos, awaiting her decision. She closed her eyes for a moment, then slowly opened them, her gaze resolute as she shook her head. No, we shall not compromise. At that moment, the secretary rushed into the conference room. President Yi, you must see the latest news broadcast. She activated the projector with the remote control. The screen displayed a live broadcast from the Beacon report. Just moments ago, a spokesperson from the Ministry of Commerce of the Land of Freedom announced that their Qualcomm company has successfully developed 5G communication technology. Furthermore, they have established partnerships with renowned international telecommunications companies such as the South Korean Star Group and the Japanese NT Company. Now, Let us welcome the spokesperson from the Ministry of Commerce of the Land of Freedom, Bouye Abilian. As you can see, we now hold over 50 of the patents for 5G communication technology. Trust me, we are undoubtedly the nation with the most 5G communication patents. Simultaneously, all Western nations, South Korea, and Japan and Oppos, as telecommunications companies have joined us. Currently, only Huaxia and Oppos, Huaxianchi Technology Group remains unengaged, but regrettably, they will be unable to replicate the miracle of 4G this time. We have assumed control of the global 5G communication technology. Therefore, we will proceed to establish the regulations for 5G communication technology. Huaxia will be permanently excluded from our framework due to their unfair business practices, which have rendered them untrustworthy. The spokesperson's voice echoed in the conference room. Silence enveloped the room as everyone processed the grim news. They had already secured their agreements. Minister Lu ceded, "Those damn fools at Pingzuan. The land of freedom has effectively sealed our fate." Huaxianchi had no path left to retreat. They were now utterly trapped. Devoid of any glimmer of hope, Eroer closed her eyes, contemplating the dire situation. Things had worsened. Could it truly be that? Gung Yi suggested. "I know a CEO who is acquainted with individuals at Qualcomm. He is quite influential. I can ask him to assist us in negotiations." Really? We cannot continue to hold on stubbornly. For the first time, a look of helplessness crossed Eroer's exquisite face. She genuinely felt at an impasse. The land of freedom had blocked all avenues, holding all the cards. The situation seemed irrevocably settled. "Let us adjourn the meeting," Eroer declared. "I will visit Huazhong University of Science and Technology. Perhaps there lies an opportunity. I still refuse to concede." "Wasting time," Gung Yi muttered, shaking his head as he led the others out of the conference room. Eroer hurried back to the information department at Huazhong. "I've seen the news," Jean Danian said gravely. "Everyone is closely monitoring Huaxianchi's situation. The state is already discussing how to assist you, so do not worry." Eroer nodded. She understood that the state would not allow the land of freedom to bully a Huaxiao enterprise without consequence. Yet, her greater concern lay with the technology. Huaxianchi could not falter, nor could Huaxiao's communication security be entrusted to the land of freedom. Her visit to Huazhong was driven by the hope of finding a breakthrough. "What is the progress of the project?" Jean Danian shook his head, sighing. "We have done all we can." Ero and Oppos, are nodded in disappointment. Jean Danian reassured her. 6G, no, 5G. We shall attempt once more. We have accumulated the necessary technology. Ero and Oppos, managed a faint smile. "Once I resolve my parents and Oppos situation, I will immediately initiate the 5G project. No matter how arduous the path, we shall not relent. For if we give in, all our efforts will be in vain, and we shall never hold our heads high again." Suddenly, Wei Xiaoli burst in, laughing heartily as he approached, riding his electric scooter laden with mechanical hard drives. Chapter 33, Breaking the Deadlock, the Arrival of 8G. Good news? What good news is there? Stop joking around, Li Gu. This is not the time for levity. There is no good news at all, only a stream of bad tidings. Are you here to mock us? The group was already distressed by the incessant barrage of unfortunate news. Yet, Wei Xiaoli boldly shouted from afar that there was good news, further aggravating their anxiety. With a casual flourish, Wei Xiaoli skillfully brought his electric scooter to a halt and proclaimed, "It truly is good news. A breakthrough in communication technology. Super, invincible. Advanced communication technology." Initially taken aback, the crowd soon simmered with anger. "Wei Xiaoli, given our current predicament, is this really the time for jokes?" They protested. "We're on the brink of despair here. Li Gu, perhaps choose a more opportune moment to share your news. Let us reconvene in a few days," suggested one. "You're from the quantum computing department. When did you shift your focus to communication technology? Did you manage to break through 2G technology? Brother, perhaps you should check the news before you jest." Their impatience was palpable. After all, Wei Xiaoli was from the quantum computing department, which had little to do with communication. It was absurd to think he had made strides in quantum communication technology, especially considering he had only come to collect materials 2 weeks prior. Such a rapid advancement in communication technology was simply implausible. Research and development are not so easily achieved. A breakthrough in communication technology? Jean Danian questioned, looking at Wei Xiaoli with confusion. "Which communication technology are you referring to? We haven't made any breakthroughs, have you?" He assumed Wei Xiaoli was talking about their work. given that it seemed unlikely he would be pleased about the advancements made by a foreign nation. Wei Xiaoli drove his scooter closer, arching an eyebrow. "Do I appear to be jesting?" he asked, gesturing toward the hard drive attached to his scooter. "The backup data is right here. Take a look." Jiang Chen frowned as he approached the scooter. "This data is not from our original research, is it?" Wei Xiaoli shook his head. "Of course not. This contains the latest communication research data, complete and comprehensive." Seeing the seriousness in his demeanor, the others were inclined to listen. Iruer suddenly suggested, "Let us transfer all the data and take a look." She understood that a breakthrough in 5G communication technology in such a short time was unlikely. Yet there was no alternative. The situation at Huatian was dire. Any seemingly impossible endeavor had to be attempted. Jiang Chen reluctantly nodded and beckoned the others. "Let us move it inside." They promptly carried the mechanical hard drives into the project office. "I'll leave the data with you," Wei Xiaoli said as he prepared to depart, but Jiang Chen called him back. "Is this your research?" Wei Xiaoli immediately shook his head, dramatically widening his eyes at Jiang Chen. "What a joke. How could I possibly be involved in communication technology?" "Then what is this?" Jiang Chen inquired. Wei Xiaoli pursed his lips. "It's not appropriate to disclose specifics. Jiang Chen's confidentiality level has risen significantly. It is not accessible to ordinary individuals. Even the lead engineer at Huaka University cannot access this information. Only high-ranking military officials and members of the Academy of Sciences are privy to his existence." Jiang Chen could only nod in resignation. "All right, please convey my gratitude to him." Wei Xiaoli smiled. "I will." With that, he waved and rode off. Once the hard drives were connected to the computer, Iruer and the others began examining the data. He must be joking. It's only been half a month since he could possibly have made such a breakthrough, one mused. Perhaps there were new developments based on our previous research. Or he may have built upon the technologies we have been developing. Yes, that must be it. However, it is impressive that someone from the quantum computing department has grasped communication technology well enough to achieve any advancement in such a short time frame. They murmured among themselves. While they too had made progress, it paled in comparison to the advancements made by a foreign nation, which had already announced the establishment of 5G technology regulations. They felt they had lost their chance. "What on earth?" Jiang Chen exclaimed in astonishment while gazing at the introduction on the computer screen. 8G communication technology? Is Wei Xiaoli truly mocking us? Seeing the mention of 8G, even Jiang Chen could not contain his disbelief. Surely, Wei Xiaoli was merely teasing them. 8G? This little rascal. How dare he come here with such a jest at a time like this? I'll confront him. This is unacceptable. Quantum computing is a national priority. And we are too. How can he belittle us like this? The entire world is still grappling with 5G technology, and here he is, flaunting 8G. The group was incensed, clearly feeling that he was here to disrupt their efforts. While the world was still focused on developing 5G communication, he boldly claimed to have achieved 8G. It was an outright mockery. Some rushed out to confront Wei Xiaoli for clarity. "Wait," Iruer called out, stopping everyone. "Let us take a closer look. Are you serious?" You can't possibly believe their S&8G network technology. They're engaged in quantum computing research, not quantum communication. It's absurd to think they could develop 8G communication in half a month. We haven't even conceptualized it yet. There is no need to waste time. Let us focus on researching 5G communication instead. That is far more practical. We have a foundation for 5G. It's not starting from scratch. There is still hope." The group dispersed to delve into 5G communication research. Even if 5G was dominated by foreign advancements, they would not relent. As long as they continued their research, hope remained. Jiang Chen glanced at Iruer, contemplated for a moment, and then decided to continue examining the data. Iruer attentively studied alongside him. An hour later, Iruer gasped, her mouth agape in disbelief. This is indeed a research document, and it genuinely pertains to communication technology. Moreover, the technology outlined within undeniably surpassed both 5G and even 5G. It was an entirely new, cutting-edge communication technology that was not only developed recently, but also poised to lead the current advancements. 5G communication technology was a concept initially proposed by Huatian, forming the foundation for the Internet of Things, aimed at allowing humanity to understand, recognize, and experience the interconnectedness of all things. In the future, everything would be able to communicate seamlessly. 5G emerged as a transitional plan due to the complexities surrounding 6G communication technology. 5G offers more optimizations compared to 5G, boasting significant improvements in both speed and bandwidth. The advancements in 6G over 5G are even more substantial, with preliminary integration of AI assistance for more rational allocation and optimization of networks. But 8G? No one had ever heard of such a thing. Chapter 34. 8G Communication, Main Quest Completed, Analysis. Armor-piercing battle armor. The Lighthouse Report has just released news. The Free Nations Ministry of Communication has joined forces with numerous countries to sign the 5G Novice Treaty, akin to the Treaty Concerning Space Strategies. No enterprise or nation is permitted to collaborate with us, and China is expressly prohibited from joining. As Yi Ruer and Jiang Chen were reeling from the shock of 8G communication technology, another piece of bad news arrived. The Free Nation was acting too swiftly. With an absolute advantage, they sought to stifle China decisively. The crowd gathered once more. Yi Ruer calmly stated, "This is no longer significant." The others looked at her in confusion. Had she given up? Indeed, it was no longer significant. The Free Nation had undoubtedly taken the initiative, making it exceedingly difficult to break through. Not just difficult, but utterly impossible. We could not penetrate the 5G market, let alone the subsequent advancements. Falling behind by more than a generation. Indeed, catching up is far from simple. Yi Ruer shook her head. No, 5G is no longer important, even 5G is irrelevant. For we possess superior communication technology. As she spoke, she pointed at the computer. Jiang Chen exclaimed excitedly, "Exactly. They toil endlessly for 5G technology, while we now have something far better." He gestured towards the pile of hard drives. "Import all this data into the computer immediately. Everyone must study it at once. We must master this information as swiftly as possible. It is our trump card." "Wait, Chief Engineer Jiang, what are you saying? Are these hard drives truly filled with research data on communication technology? Has someone in the quantum computing department really developed a superior communication technology? How is this possible? Did the Academy of Sciences contribute?" Jiang Chen solemnly replied, "I understand this is hard to believe, but follow my instructions for now, and we will all comprehend it together shortly." Upon hearing this, the group promptly began importing the data into the computer. Yi Ruer suddenly interjected, "Let us make a backup. I will take it with me." Jiang Chen nodded. "Yes, this time we will strike back." Soon, everyone consolidated the imported data and made an additional backup. Yi Ruer took the backup and stated, "I will return first. Tomorrow we will conduct research simultaneously on both sides." Jiang Chen agreed. "Very well. Let us strive to complete it as swiftly as possible, ideally synchronizing our release with the Free Nation and Oppos, S5G, and outdo them." After Yi Ruer departed, Jiang Chen activated the projection screen. Could it be that there really is 8G communication technology? This is madness, 8G? You could at least mention 5G. It skips right over 6 and 7. He decided to take a look. The astonished expressions of Chief Engineer Jiang and Senior Yi did not seem feigned. Although the crowd remained skeptical, they followed Jiang Chen's lead and began to examine the research materials meticulously. Soon, exclamations of disbelief filled the room. "What the? Who is this genius behind the research? These parameters, this programming is exceptional. 8G is genuinely 8G. It far surpasses the concept of 6G. 5G doesn't even come close. My heavens! How did the quantum computing department suddenly develop such an advanced communication technology? Who was responsible for this?" Meanwhile, Yi Ruer returned to the Huadiang Research Department with the materials, where all the researchers were equally astounded. They too recognized the terrifying implications of this data. 5G and 6G were utterly inadequate. Claiming this was 8G networking was no exaggeration. Hope was rekindled. Yes, Huadiang had hope. The 8G network technology completely eclipsed 5G. Now it was our turn. We no longer needed 5. How could they have signed the 5G Novice Treaty? Very well, let them wait. Everyone was brimming with determination, fully committed to their research. The Information Department of Huazhong University of Science and Technology and the Huadiang Communication RD Department collaborated intensively on the 8G networking technology research materials. "Have the materials been delivered?" Zhao Xinke inquired. Wei Xiaoli confidently replied, "Rest assured, I personally delivered them into their hands." Zhao Xinke nodded and turned to Jiang Chen. "I never expected you to develop communication network technology so adeptly in such a short time, and Oppos, S8G. Although the 8G technology was far from the advanced level of origin and did not reach the heights of futuristic technology, it entirely surpassed the current communication technologies utilized on Earth. Especially when compared to the just-established 5G standards of the Free Nation, there was simply no comparison to 8G. Jiang Chen smiled. Thanks to preliminary research and the assistance of origin and Opos, in my studies, I achieved a superior technology. After designing the boundary breaking and Opos, battle armor, I commenced my research into communication technology. I completed it yesterday and organized the findings overnight before immediately delivering them. I also noticed the news released by the Free Nation, prompting me to have Wei Xiaoli back up the data and send it to the information department as soon as possible. The Free Nation and Opos' underhanded tactics against our communication technology were indeed shameless. Zhao Xinke remarked, they have employed such extensive measures against a private enterprise. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes. They will surely pay a price for this. Indeed. Zhao Xinke concurred, we are currently working on the supporting equipment for Origin, which can leverage the network module to gain Origin support, perfectly integrating with the 8G communication technology. Jiang Chen replied, when Origin assisted me in my research, they factored in the equipment you developed. Zhao Xinke marveled, truly. This is the essence of future technology. Jiang Chen chuckled, I must return. The research on the boundary-breaking battle armor is nearing completion. Zhao Xinke quickly offered, allow me to escort you. After departing from the quantum computing laboratory, Jiang Chen returned to his dormitory, awaiting the cooldown completion of the main quest. As evening fell, the system chimed. Ding. Main quest cooldown completed. Ding. Main quest updated. Please develop a military technology at Huazhong University of Science and Technology. The task reward is 1 technology point. Failure will result in the forfeiture of all technology points and any developed technologies. As anticipated, if Jiang Chen had initially spent his technology points on analyzing the boundary-breaking battle armor, he would have been unable to complete the main quest. Thankfully, Jiang Chen opened the design materials for the Opos, boundary breaking and Opos, battle armor. Ding. The system has detected technology designed by the host. Would you like to analyze it? Analyze. Ding. The system has automatically recorded the host and Opos' design materials and commenced optimization. Ding. Optimization complete. The system has matched with the built-in cosmic technology database. Unlocking boundary-breaking battle armor. The boundary-breaking battle armor, codenamed by the host, possesses infinite energy and is an unceasing war machine. It can automatically adapt to the origin and Opos, AI, establishing an internal communication channel. Ding. Commencing analysis of Opos, boundary-breaking and Opos, battle armor technology. Analysis countdown. 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. Ding. Additional task updated. The host must personally operate the Opos, boundary-breaking and Opos, battle armor to complete a test or combat scenario. Rewards will enhance the host and Opos' physical capabilities to human limits and integrate combat techniques. Chapter 35, The Defiant Boundary-Breaking Armor Infinite Energy Armor, the strongest armor of a single planet. Additional rewards to enhance the body to the limits of humanity. Jiang Chen gazed in disbelief at the task rewards and descriptions. What extraordinary terms are these? The most terrifying aspect is the infinite energy. This could undoubtedly ignite an industrial revolution. Infinite energy signifies that the armor possesses boundless power. If humanity were to harness infinite energy, the world would undergo a complete transformation. Would there still be concerns over insufficient electricity or exorbitant power bills? Would one still fret over the high cost of fuel? All enterprises and commodities related to energy would cease to incur any operational costs. During the sweltering summer, one could even install rows of air conditioners on the streets. Furthermore, the implications extend far deeper: military advancements, space exploration, and beyond. Infinite energy serves as the foundation for humanity's ascent to a grander stage. Currently, the latest generation of energy recognized globally is nuclear fusion. The new energy projects being researched by the Academy of Sciences are fundamentally nuclear fusion initiatives. Nuclear fusion is the reaction that releases immense energy when atomic nuclei combine to form heavier nuclei. The common element used in nuclear fusion is deuterium, which is one of the most abundant elements in seawater. Therefore, its availability on Earth is vast, alleviating concerns of depletion. Moreover, in contrast to the radioactive uranium-235 required for nuclear fission, deuterium is virtually non-radioactive. Thus, nuclear fusion stands as humanity's most ideal and clean energy source. The sun continuously undergoes nuclear fusion reactions. The energy emitted by the sun in a single second is sufficient for human consumption for 27 million years. 27 million years. This illustrates the colossal energy generated by nuclear fusion. If infinite energy truly exists, it would undoubtedly usher in a new epoch for humanity. Yet, one wonders what the boundary-breaking armor's infinite energy precisely entails. Could it be a nuclear fusion reactor? That would be akin to having a miniature sun embedded within the armor. If the energy device on the boundary-breaking armor were utilized for power generation or as energy sources for warships and aircraft, Huaxia would be the sole nation entering a new era. Furthermore, how formidable would be the weapons driven by such energy? The additional task rewards promise to enhance the body to the limits of humanity. This signifies that Jiang Chen is destined to become a superhuman. At that point, he might indeed be capable of single-handedly facing 10 opponents, tirelessly battling from dawn until dusk. It must be noted that the magnitude of the rewards for this additional task and the formidable nature of the and-oppos, boundary-breaking and-oppos, armor, as elucidated by the system, have far exceeded Jiang Chen and oppos' expectations. Now, he merely awaits the completion of the system analysis, which will take but a day. This day is perfectly suited for seeking out the location for constructing the boundary-breaking armor. The main task requires continued manufacturing at Huaca University. However, the quantum computing department is undoubtedly unsuitable, given the inadequacy of equipment, instruments, and specialized personnel. Although both the main and additional tasks do not impose a time limit, the urgent situation at the borders necessitates expedience. Jiang Chen made his way to the laboratory where he found Zhao Xinke. Old Zhao, I need to find a place to manufacture military weapons. You have completed your research. Zhao Xinke exclaimed in astonishment. Jiang Chen smiled lightly. Yes, I must produce it as swiftly as possible. Zhao Xinke inhaled deeply, his capacity for acceptance now well developed. I will immediately contact General Yao to arrange weapon production. Ideally, we should go to a military factory. Jiang Chen promptly interjected. No need. I will stay at Huaca University. Still manufacturing on campus? Zhao Xinke was somewhat surprised. After a moment's thought, he added, all right. The arms department at Huaca University has many project divisions, and it is one of the largest departments, fully equipped. I will take you there. Jiang Chen nodded. Thank you. Old Zhao. The two exited together. Did you hear? Xiao Jiang has completed the research and development of military weapons, simply defying the odds. Has he not already accomplished enough extraordinary feats? He has even significantly improved communication network technology. Thankfully, with Xiao Jiang on our side, despite the Free Nation and oppos' attempts to suppress us in communication technology, we shall see what unfolds. Hello? Uncle Lin? Yao Nana lifted her head from a pile of machinery smeared with black grease, casually wiping her face without regard for the oil on her hands. What is it? Nana. There is a particularly wonderful young man, about your age, remarkably talented, and I would like for you to meet him. Upon hearing this, Yao Nana's brows furrowed. She set down her wrench. Uncle Lin, I am currently pursuing my master in oppos', and I have no interest in dating. Men only serve to hinder my efficiency in tightening screws. She did not lower her voice intentionally, showing no concern for the presence of other team members. The others, hearing her words, suppressed laughter, unable to contain themselves. This boy is truly exceptional. You should at least get to know him. It would be a shame to miss out. Your father has met him. Yao Nana sighed in resignation. I really don't need to. Furthermore, I have two requirements for a boyfriend. First, he must excel in military research beyond my expertise, and second, he must be more skilled than I am in combat. Such individuals simply do not exist. She was the most outstanding student in the arms department at Huaca University, having developed exoskeleton armor to assist soldiers in combat. Like Ruer, she was a master in her respective field. Simultaneously, she was the most formidable student in the arms department, arguably the most skilled at Huaca University, having trained alongside the army since childhood. She was the protector of Ruer, with men unable to approach her. Those who were more capable in combat lacked her research acumen, while those who excelled in research were not as adept in combat. Therefore, she did not believe anyone could meet both of her criteria. At that moment, she noticed two individuals entering through the door. She quickly stepped forward, speaking into the phone. Uncle Lin, I have to go. The project team has arrived. I will hang up now. All right, when you have time, go find Jiang in the quantum computing department. Okay, I understand. Yao Nana swiftly ended the call and politely greeted the newcomers. Old Zhao, what brings you here? Zhao Xinke smiled. I brought someone along. I hope I did not interrupt your call. Yao Nana casually set her phone aside. Not at all. It was a scam call. She then turned her gaze to the handsome young man beside Zhao Xinke. Who is he? His name is Jiang Chen, Zhao Xinke introduced. He has developed a set of army armor and wishes to establish a project team here to manufacture the armor. Yao Nana's eyebrows arched in surprise. Army armor? As she spoke, she scrutinized Jiang Chen from head to toe. Zhao Xinke affirmed, indeed. Yao Nana nodded, very well, our workshop is spacious. And the machinery and equipment are at your disposal. Old Zhao, please make yourself comfortable. I must return to work. With that, she politely smiled at Zhao Xinke and departed. Upon returning to her team, the members who had previously been gossiping abruptly ceased their chatter. Sister, who is that person next to old Zhao? What brings him here? Yeah. Is he a new student? Yao Nana shot them a disdainful glance, picking up her wrench as she immersed herself in work. Just a boastful freshman. Ignore him and focus on your tasks. Chapter 36. The Armament Research and Development Factory, forming a project team. Observing Yao Nana busily retreating, Zhao Xinke shook his head with a wry smile, remarking, this girl can end Oppos. Hide her thoughts at all. Clearly, Yao Nana held skepticism regarding Jiang Chen's claim of having developed a set of army battle armor. Unlike exoskeleton suits, battle armor significantly enhances a soldier's combat capabilities, providing comprehensive protection while augmenting strength and offensive power. In contrast, exoskeleton suits offer minimal protection, merely enhancing a soldier and Oppos' strength and firepower, and lack complete user control. No nation has successfully developed usable battle armor. Efforts are still focused on optimizing exoskeleton designs. Thus, Jiang Chen's assertion of having created an army battle armor seemed utterly implausible. Akin to someone claiming to grasp functions while others are still learning basic arithmetic. Without disguising her disbelief, she returned directly to her tasks. Jiang Chen chuckled, appreciating her forthrightness. As it made interactions uncomplicated, no need to second-guess each other and Oppos' motives. Indeed, her personality bore a resemblance to her father and Oppos', albeit only partially. She lacked his meticulousness. Zhao Xinke remarked. The chief engineer of the Army Armor Project is on his way, and General Yao is also en route. Jiang Chen nodded. Recognizing the urgency to establish a specialized manufacturing team to expedite the creation of the Oppos, breaking boundaries and Oppos, battle armor, which would necessitate considerable manpower, inevitably requiring personnel from the army. Suddenly, Yao Jianjun, a robust figure, rushed in with palpable enthusiasm. The Army and Oppos' Armor Weapon Project Department was already bustling with activity as many individuals paused to observe the unfolding events. Whispers filled the air. Our chief engineer, Zhu Wen, has arrived. Wasn't he taking the newcomers on a tour? Wow, General Yao is here. What's going on? Wait, don't we have any collaborative projects with the military factory? Why is General Yao here? Did Zhao Lao summon him? Curiosity piqued. All eyes turned to Yao Nana. She, too, raised her gaze from her machinery, spotting her father striding into the factory. A frown creased her brow. Unless there was a matter of significant importance, he would not have come. Could it be that the young man truly developed some formidable weapon? The army battle armor? Absolutely impossible. She touched the exoskeleton suit beside her. Knowing that technological advancements follow certain principles, feeling the collective gaze of her peers, she shot them a fierce glare, prompting everyone to quickly avert their eyes. At the entrance of the project department, Yao Jianjun approached Jiang Chen with excitement, grasping his hand fervently. Fantastic. I hadn't anticipated you would achieve this so swiftly. Come. Let us head to our army and Oppos' armament factory. I will ensure you have access to the finest equipment and personnel. He refrained from inquiring about the nature of Jiang Chen and Oppos' weapon development, for in military blueprints, there was no room for inferiority. Jiang Chen shook his head. I must remain at Huaka University. Understood. Yao Jianjun did not press for an explanation. Whatever you need, just let me know. The army is on standby to serve you 24 hours a day. Any equipment or materials you require will be delivered within 2 hours. Jiang Chen smiled. Great. We should commence in about 3 days. It would be ideal if the precision equipment and personnel could arrive within that time frame. Yao Jianjun patted his chest confidently. No problem. I'll arrange that immediately. He waved to a nearby soldier, who promptly stepped forward. After a brief exchange, the soldier retreated to contact the army's military factory. The scene left those around them utterly astounded. Aside from Zhao Xinke, everyone gazed at Jiang Chen in shock, their minds racing with a singular thought. Who is this young man? Yao Jianjun, a lieutenant general of the army. was not only exceedingly courteous to Jiang Chen but appeared genuinely exhilarated. Known for his directness and volatile temper, it was unprecedented to witness him so animated, especially towards someone so young. At a mere mention from Jiang Chen, he immediately summoned action to procure the army and Oppo's finest equipment and materials. Such treatment was rarely afforded, even to military district commanders. Thus, the question lingered, who exactly was this young man? Yao Jianjun led Jiang Chen to a man in his 30s. This is Zhu Wan, the chief engineer of the Army Armor Weapon Project Group at Huaka University. If you have any questions, seek his guidance. Zhu Wan, not daring to be negligent, extended his hand. Hello, please feel free to tell me what you need. Jiang Chen smiled. Thank you. Yao Jianjun added, Chief Engineer Zhu, please show us around. Zhu Wan nodded, leading them through the expansive factory, which differed vastly from the quantum laboratory. It was a colossal space housing disassembled armored vehicles and light tanks, primarily focused on the research of Army armored weaponry. In the center stood the exoskeleton armor project developed by Yonana and Oppo's team. This is the exoskeleton armor project, Zhu Wan introduced. This talented young lady is Yonana, the architect of this exoskeleton suit. Jiang Chen offered a polite smile. Yonana was undeniably beautiful, exuding an aura of courage akin to that of a soldier. Her striking figure was well concealed by the male work attire she wore. Beside her stood a silver suit resembling human skeletal structure, equipped with a rifle on the right arm and a rocket launcher model slung on her back, showcasing its operational readiness. Yonana nodded in acknowledgement. After the tour, Yao Jianjun pulled Jiang Chen aside, asking, how long until it can be produced? Jiang Chen pondered for a moment. I and Oppo's am uncertain. The battle armor I ultimately developed surpasses the military blueprints in capability, so it may require considerable time. Is it the breaking boundaries armor? Excellent, but Yao Jianjun sighed. The third country is already stirring. The Free Nation recently struck a 10 billion arms deal with them, clearly aiding their ambitions. Jiang Chen nodded. Indeed. The current situation in China is quite challenging and complex. The Free Nation's pressure is multifaceted. Rest assured, I will expedite the production process. The circumstances facing China in this world were more dire than those of the past, suggesting an impending escalation. Can it be mass-produced? This was the question Yao Jianjun yearned to ask, as he envisioned establishing a production line for the Oppo's, breaking boundaries and Oppo's armor. After all, no matter how powerful a single piece of armor might be, it could not single-handedly alter the course of a war. Jiang Chen affirmed, yes. Yao Jianjun and Oppo's excitement surged. Wonderful. Can we initiate the construction of a production line? Jiang Chen shook his head. Yao Jianjun's enthusiasm dimmed slightly. Only one? I fear. Jiang Chen confidently replied. Do not worry. A single breaking boundaries armor will suffice to address the current border issues. Subsequently, the project team can develop the production line for mass production. Just as their conversation unfolded, the distant whirring of helicopter blades suddenly pierced the air. Chapter 37. Analysis complete. Infinite energy, system technology lock. The equipment has arrived. Yao Jianjun led the group out of the factory. In the distance, they beheld the sight of military helicopters transporting various equipment through the sky. Good heavens! Is that the Army Aviation Brigade? What on earth is happening? It appears they are delivering a multitude of equipment and materials to the Armaments Department. Could it be that the Armaments Department is also gearing up for something significant? This is insane. First, it was the Quantum Computing Department, and now it and Oppo's the Armaments Department. What on earth is going on at our university this year? Students of Huaka University gazed in astonishment at the military helicopters flying overhead. Those are indeed the aircraft of the Army Aviation Brigade. An elite force, no less. It is utterly outrageous that they are being employed to transport equipment to the Armaments Department. Advanced machinery was being delivered to the project factory of the Armaments Department. Soldiers cooperated in moving the equipment inside the factory using machinery. A group of researchers disembarked from the transport helicopters. They were tasked with installing and debugging the equipment, and were also assigned to assist Jiang Chen in manufacturing the Oppo's breaking boundary and Oppo's battle armor. Yonana stared in disbelief at the array of the most advanced equipment from the Army Armaments factory surrounding her, alongside many distinguished researchers she recognized. An absurd thought suddenly crossed her mind. Could it be that he has truly developed the Army battle armor? Otherwise, Yao Jianjun would not have placed such significance on it. Dispatching so much precision equipment and personnel, she glanced at the exoskeleton armor beside her, her proudest creation. which had previously secured first place in a new equipment competition organized by Huaka University and the Army Armaments Factory. Her ambition was to see this armor enter actual service. It was nearly complete. Yet, could it be that this young man has developed the army battle armor? She cast a complex gaze toward Jiang Chen. General Yao, I shall return to organize the data. Jiang Chen observed that everything had been arranged and prepared to return to await the completion of the system analysis in the data extraction. All right. Yao Jianjun personally escorted Jiang Chen back. Shortly after Jiang Chen departed, the soldiers swiftly closed the factory and Oppos, main doors. Everyone was astonished, looking at the soldiers guarding the entrance, uncertain of what had transpired. Soon, the sound of vehicles echoed from outside. The soldiers opened the factory doors, revealing a group of individuals adorned with Oppos, national security and Oppos, armbands entering. Good heavens! It is indeed personnel from the National Security Bureau. What is going on? Why are they here? Have we harbored traitors? No. It must be that a project of considerable significance has drawn their attention. They are here to conduct an audit on us. It is highly likely that this is somehow related to the individual who just left. I feel he looks somewhat familiar. While the crowd remained puzzled, the national security personnel began to escort them one by one for questioning, and they all signed confidentiality agreements. The following day, ding, breaking boundary battle armor technology analysis complete. Ding, all relevant technological data has been fully loaded into the host's mind. A familiar sensation washed over him as a wealth of information suddenly filled his consciousness. Jiang Chen quickly checked the data. It wasn't long before his eyes widened in astonishment. Good heavens, are these configuration parameters not astonishingly overpowered? Even having witnessed the might of Origin and recognizing the strength of the system, he still found the specifications of the breaking boundary battle armor to be extraordinary, just as the system described. It is an unrelenting machine of slaughter. It is a pity that the infinite energy, bolstered by the system and Oppos' technological lock, cannot be utilized elsewhere. Jiang Chen sighed in disappointment. He examined the source of the infinite energy for the breaking boundary battle armor. It was indeed a terrifyingly powerful new type of energy device, even more potent than nuclear fusion. However, the system had imposed a technological lock, restricting its applications solely to the Oppos, breaking boundary Oppos, battle armor. The extensibility of the energy device had been permanently fixed, rendering it impossible to modify even if independently produced. Furthermore, the breaking boundary battle armor cannot serve as an energy source for other technologies not developed by the system. Given the current technological capabilities on Earth, it is inconceivable to decipher the technology analyzed by the system. Any attempts to forcefully expand its application would result in catastrophic consequences for the entire nation. Since expansion is unattainable, it will suffice to analyze it in the future. Jiang Chen shook his head, steeling himself to begin documenting the research data for the breaking boundary battle armor. He had already formulated preliminary plans regarding the new type of energy. During the previous development of communication network technology, he had conceived a new idea. Perhaps energy production does not necessarily need to be self-generated. 2 days later, with the assistance of an Oppos, Origin and Oppos, Jiang Chen completed the data entry ahead of schedule. He promptly took his laptop to the armaments department factory. At this time, the factory had undergone renovations. The core section dedicated to the exoskeleton armor project had been transformed into the current battle armor project department. Furthermore, this area had been cordoned off with color-coded steel plates. All the equipment and instruments inside had been debugged and were functioning normally. You have actually constructed a genuine quantum computer? And it possesses artificial intelligence? Wang Defa, is this a tale from mythology? I always suspected something significant was brewing with the quantum computer, but I never imagined it would be of such magnitude. This is terrifying. If it weren't for the battle armor project, and if we hadn't passed the audit by the National Security Bureau, we might never have learned this news. Laughter erupted. With such formidable technology, we need not fear the free nations. Given time, we will undoubtedly sweep across the globe. Zhao Xinka and Wei Xiaoli were installing the program to connect the battle armor project computers to Oppos, Origin and Oppos. Since everyone had signed confidentiality agreements, they were permitted to know of Oppos, Origin and Oppos' existence. However, their knowledge was limited to Origin, and Jiang Chen's identity remained a secret. Moreover, Origin was continuously evolving, making it unsuitable for widespread use, with many features still inaccessible. Even the Academy of Sciences had yet to fully implement its usage. Upon Jiang Chen's arrival at the project department, everyone turned to him upon hearing his voice. Yao Nana's eyes glimmered with intensity. They had all learned from Yao Jianjun about what the project was set to create. Naturally, Yao Jianjun would not lie. So Yao Nana was eager to discover just how much stronger the army battle armor was compared to her exoskeleton armor. Greetings, everyone. Noticing Zhu Wen among them, Jiang Chen approached directly. Here are all the research materials for the and Oppos, breaking boundary and Oppos, battle armor. Please make a copy for the project department and Oppos, as computers. Zhu Wen immediately instructed others to start copying the data. Jiang Chen continued to outline the manufacturing plans. The and AMP, Oppos, breaking boundary and AMP, Oppos, battle armor is highly advanced. And I will bring the research materials for you all to study. I will handle the core components of the battle armor, while all other parts will be entrusted to you. The special alloy will be sent to the steel mill outside for smelting. Although the breaking boundary battle armor is not large, the manufacturing difficulty is extremely high. I hope we can complete it within 2 months. Jiang Chen calculated that, considering the current international situation, it was highly probable that within 2 months, A3 nation would launch a probing attack along the border. Chapter 38, The Microelement Annihilation Reactor. An energy source beyond nuclear fusion. We are all at your disposal, Zhu Wen remarked with a smile. You are the project leader. We shall heed your guidance. Jiang Chen nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, all the computers simultaneously completed the data transfer. Allow me to present the information. Jiang Chen stated as he connected his laptop to the project and AMP, Oppos, S large screen. This is an introduction to the boundary breaking armor. He gestured towards the screen, and everyone attentively listened. Before we embark on the creation of this armor, it is essential that we comprehend what it is we are to construct. With a gentle smile, he continued, the boundary breaking armor is an unmanned remotely controlled suit of armor. It does not adorn a human body, but instead engages in combat independently. Our soldiers will need only to operate it from a safe distance, witnessing the battlefield in real time and eliminating enemies from afar. The audience was taken aback, their eyes wide with astonishment. They had anticipated developing a suit of armor that would enhance soldiers and AMP, Oppos, combat capabilities and offer protection, possibly a semi-protective or fully protective suit. However, they had never imagined it would be a remotely controlled entity. Jiang Chen proceeded to elaborate, of course. This necessitates that our information technology department develops superior communication technologies to achieve zero latency or other connection techniques. In addition to soldier control, it can also engage in combat using AI. Soldiers can delegate attack permissions to the AI, allowing for precise strikes within specified limits, such as incapacitation, eradication, or capture, with detailed settings to regulate the AI and Oppos' offensive capabilities. The boundary breaking armor embodies the creativity of human control combined with the precision of AI assistance. Utilizing AI to aid human operators, it could even be entirely commandeered by AI. This method of control was beyond anyone's imagination, perhaps due to the limitations of contemporary technology, which had precluded such thoughts. Yet, Jiang Chen had accomplished it. No wonder national security review and confidentiality agreements were required. The audience now grasped the profound power of this technology. Jiang Chen scrolled to the end of the presentation, stating, most importantly, it possesses unlimited energy. Yes, unlimited energy. It houses a micro-element annihilation reactor within its core, providing an inexhaustible supply of energy, allowing it to engage in combat indefinitely. What did you say? Unlimited energy? The crowd was left in a state of bewilderment. The concept of unlimited energy resonated in their minds like a thunderclap, leaving them stunned. Did they understand the implications of such a claim? Unlimited energy seemed utterly implausible. An element annihilation reactor? Surely. It could not be more reliable than a micro-nuclear fission reactor. The notion of unlimited energy was simply unattainable. Their understanding of unlimited energy was synonymous with nuclear fusion. Yet Jiang Chen proposed a micro-element annihilation reactor, a term foreign to them, which they dismissed as nonsense. Zhao Xinke, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "Is what you are saying true? Unlimited energy?" He was acutely aware of the significance of unlimited energy for a nation and humanity as a whole. Indeed, the technologies developed by Jiang Chen heralded a new epoch for mankind. Jiang Chen nodded with a smile. Indeed, it is unlimited energy. The element annihilation reactor harnesses the colossal energy generated from the annihilation of matter and antimatter. It is a more advanced and powerful energy source than nuclear fusion. Element annihilation does not adhere to the law of conservation of mass. It can also be termed as element obliteration, wherein the element itself ceases to exist in four-dimensional space and physics. Upon annihilation, it releases immense energy, representing a cutting edge. Novel energy source capable of providing humanity with limitless electrical power. Furthermore, it can serve as the foundational energy source for humanity and APOS, as cosmic exploration. It boasts high efficiency, cleanliness, and an abundance of raw materials. Humanity has indeed researched element annihilation to achieve complete obliteration of an element. A substance that is prevalent throughout the universe, yet challenging for humans to capture, is required. Antimatter. The elements we commonly refer to are composed of matter, and each matter has a corresponding antimatter counterpart. Antimatter and matter exist in opposition. They annihilate each other upon interaction, releasing high-energy photons or gamma rays. The energy produced is staggering, far exceeding that of a hydrogen bomb explosion. Even nuclear fusion pales in comparison. In nuclear fusion, elements do not vanish. It still conforms to the law of conservation of energy and remains within the realm of physics. This fundamental distinction delineates the nature of the two processes. Thus, the energy core of the boundary-breaking armor is equipped with an antimatter generator. Any elemental particle can be introduced into the element annihilation reactor. The reactor requires only one element to initiate the process, and the antimatter generator subsequently releases a corresponding antimatter element, completing the annihilation reaction. The annihilation of a single element can power the boundary-breaking armor at full capacity for centuries. After each annihilation, the released energy is contained within the reactor, readily available for the armor and APOS use. This is the energy source of the boundary-breaking armor. I have heard of antimatter, yet humanity has been unable to stabilize its capture, let alone its production. If this is true, it represents extraterrestrial technology entirely foreign to Earth. My goodness, if the element annihilation reactor truly exists, we would be in a state of prosperity. Unlimited electrical energy. Indeed, they laughed. Our nation would spearhead an energy revolution, compelling the entire world to heed our lead. The crowd was initially astonished. Unlimited energy was an unfamiliar concept. Antimatter was an even more astonishing term. Yet soon, their excitement surged. If unlimited energy were indeed attainable, it could undeniably transform the world and humanity. Apologies, Jiang Chen interjected with a tinge of regret. While the boundary-breaking armor does indeed possess unlimited energy, the micro-element annihilation reactor cannot be applied to other domains. My abilities are limited. The reactor can only be utilized within the armor. The once excited crowd fell into a state of awkwardness. Cannot be applied elsewhere? Limited capability? They mused incredulously. Even if its applications were constrained, Jiang Chen's capabilities were indisputable. Yonana stared blankly at the exoskeleton armor she had developed. If everything Jiang Chen stated was true, then her creation, which had once garnered accolades and held great promise for practical application, was rendered utterly obsolete. It relied solely on oral defense, remote control, AI assistance. Unlimited energy, Yonana trembled with excitement. With such extraordinary specifications, just how formidable must its weaponry and defenses be? She gazed at Jiang Chen, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Chapter 39. The Nuclear Fusion Project Team and the Escalation of Border Tensions. Alas, Zhao Xinka sighed in disappointment. What a pity. Infinite energy. Whether it be igniting an energy revolution, transforming humanity, or exploring the cosmos, its significance is truly extraordinary. Jiang Chen replied with a smile. In the future, I will develop a device capable of harnessing boundless energy, akin to infinite energy. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xinka and APOS' face brightened with a smile. I believe in you. After saying this, he tidied up his belongings. You continue your work here. I will find a few assistants in the energy sector to expedite the creation of the boundary-breaking armor. That would be splendid. Please take your time, Jiang Chen responded cheerfully. After Zhao Xinka departed, Jiang Chen, along with the project team, began delving into the research materials for the boundary-breaking armor. Zhao Xinka returned directly to the quantum laboratory and promptly called the Academy of Sciences. Hello? Is that old Tang? Quickly gather your finest research team and rush to Huaka University. Xiao Jiang has developed infinite energy. What? My goodness. Unbelievable. Wang Defa and the others involved in the boundary-breaking armor project gasped in astonishment. The data is genuine. The boundary-breaking armor is real. Infinite energy is also authentic. Most importantly, there are numerous inhumane and terrifying weapons. Is this armor? This is nothing short of a pure war machine. I will collaborate with you for a week. Jiang Chen said with a smile. After a week, we shall commence the construction of this armor. At that time, the esteemed members from the Northern Army and APOS Arsenal will lead the team from Huaca University to study the materials together. Should any questions arise, feel free to ask me at any time. No problem. Rest assured, we will surely keep pace with your progress. I can hardly wait. Just imagine when it is finally built and deployed on the battlefield. What a sight it will be. No one shall stand in our way. We can test it on the ASEAN country and wipe out those scoundrels. The group engaged in spirited discussions. Suddenly, an elderly man, accompanied by a group, hurried into the workshop. Xiao Jiang, the leading elder in AMP, Oppos, eyes lit up upon seeing Jiang Chen. Old Zhao informed me that there is technology for infinite energy. Quickly, show us. The elder spoke with palpable excitement. He was Tang De, the chief engineer of the Academy of Science's new energy project. He had attended the previous awards ceremony and was familiar with Jiang Chen's materials. Jiang Chen nodded. He had previously reviewed the personnel from the Academy of Sciences. He promptly opened the data to the section on the microelement annihilation reactor. Tang De and his team members immediately began to examine it. The individuals involved in the boundary-breaking armor project also joined in the study. Jiang Chen took the opportunity to explain to everyone. Originally, Jiang Chen intended to construct this part himself, but with the Academy's team joining, it was certainly a boon. Antimatter machines? My heavens. Someone has managed to research such a terrifying concept. Excellent. If we can apply this to other fields, why should we still pursue nuclear fusion? In comparison, nuclear fusion is merely a younger sibling. Currently, all nations on Earth are engaged in nuclear fusion research, which remains in the experimental phase. With no clear timeline for practical application, the devices utilized for nuclear fusion experiments are primarily tokamak devices, which confine the plasma of nuclear fusion using magnetic fields, capable of generating temperatures ranging from 50 million to over 100 million degrees. This is also referred to as the artificial sun. However, the best experimental data to date comes from the high-energy tokamak device at the Huaxia Academy of Sciences, which has only achieved continuous operation for 1.080 seconds, merely a matter of minutes. The distance to practical application remains vast. Yet now, they are presented with a complete set of research materials for infinite energy that surpasses nuclear fusion. Tang De withdrew his gaze and remarked, while it cannot be expanded upon, we can still learn valuable insights from it, which is significant. As he spoke, he turned to Jiang Chen. Old Zhao and I have discussed this. I have specifically brought all the top-tier researchers from the project team to learn alongside you and assist you. Of course, they have all undergone scrutiny and signed confidentiality agreements. Learning? Academicians and top-tier researchers from the Academy of Sciences are here to learn from a young man. It appears rather inconceivable. Yet, everyone finds it quite reasonable. Given the remarkable research materials for the boundary-breaking armor, Jiang Chen smiled. Welcome. Once all personnel had gathered and tasks were assigned, Jiang Chen led everyone in studying the materials for the boundary-breaking armor. As time passed swiftly, a month flew by in the blink of an eye. At the border between ASEAN country and Huaxia, everyone, arm yourselves. Captain Xiao Yun of the 4th Company of the Border Defense Forces, wielding a hammer, pointed at a black man named Xin before him. If those bastards dare approach, strike them down. Let us teach them a lesson. They seem to have forgotten who once took their capital. Indeed, we shall help them recollect. This time, we will sweep them away. Border soldiers picked up stones from the ground while others brandished iron rods, glaring at the provocatively posturing soldiers from ASEAN country, their mouths spewing a flurry of colorful language. This was not the first time ASEAN country had stirred up trouble at the border, frequently causing significant losses to the residents of Huaxia's border villages, and even resulting in casualties. The soldiers yearned to obliterate these black-hearted scoundrels. Damn it, what are they blabbering about? Are they going to fight or not? If not, then shut the hell up. They could not comprehend each other and AMP, Oppos, words, but if the enemy dared to cross the line, they would retaliate. Report to the company commander. I have an idea, a soldier whispered into Xiao Yun and Oppos' ear. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun was instantly elated. He patted the soldier and Oppos' shoulder vigorously. You genius. Xiao Yun pulled the soldier and his deputy forward. Seeing the Huaxia border soldiers advance, the soldiers from ASEAN country immediately sent someone forward, both sides adopting a confrontational stance. As the soldiers on both sides closed in, the sounds of angry curses and shouts grew louder. Xiao Yun, gazing at the dark-skinned soldiers from ASEAN country before him, suppressed his distaste for the foul odor emanating from them, grinning broadly and displaying an exceedingly unpleasant smile. As the opposing soldiers prepared to hurl insults, they paused in surprise at Xiao Yun's grin. The soldiers from ASEAN country exchanged bewildered glances. Unsure why this Huaxia soldier suddenly smiled, a rather unsightly smile that sent chills down their spines. Suddenly, Qiuyun raised his right hand, startling the Asin soldier, who instinctively reached for his stick. However, upon seeing that Qiuyun held nothing in his hand, he relaxed. With a beaming smile, Qiuyun extended his right hand, signaling for a handshake while maintaining his smile, repeatedly urging, "Come on, shake hands, quickly. Ken and Amp, Oppos, TUC?" The Asin soldier, seeing Qiuyun and Amp, Oppos' smiling face and seemingly peaceful gestures, glanced at his companion, then slowly extended his left hand. Chapter 40. If you and Oppos unhappy, then fight. Bring it on. Qiuyun, upon seeing the other party finally extend their hand, impatiently seized it, as the soldiers from the neighboring country displayed smiles. Preparing to shake hands as a gesture of goodwill at the tense border, Qiuyun suddenly yanked their hand. The soldiers' smiles froze, their eyes wide with confusion as they felt an immense force pulling them forward. Instinctively, to maintain balance, the soldier took a step forward with his right foot. Suddenly, a chill ran down his spine. Fear gripped him, causing his entire body to tense up. He noticed the smiles on the faces of the Chinese border guards morph into something and Amp, Oppos, terrifying and Amp, Oppos, as they erupted into maniacal laughter. A shiver ran through him. It was over. His companion stared in shock, hastily reaching out to pull him back. Damn it, haha. Qiuyun, thrilled to see the soldier stepping into Chinese territory, felt a surge of joy. Finally, he and Oppos come over. Time to teach him a lesson. With that, he raised the hammer in his hand and brought it down with force. Damn it. This is for your arrogance, for bullying our border residents. He gritted his teeth and hammered down hard. Bang, bang, bang. The hammer struck the soldier's helmet violently. In an instant, crimson blood streamed down from his head. Let us go. The lieutenant and the soldier who had suggested the idea were equally exhilarated, lifting bricks to join in the fray. The soldier and Oppos' companions reacted swiftly, pulling him back. However, the soldier had already lost consciousness, bloodied and battered. In his instinctive attempt to shield himself from the hammer, one of his fingers had been crushed. Pick up the finger. Pick up the finger. Qiuyun shouted at the soldiers of the neighboring country, pointing at the severed finger lying on the ground. The soldiers rushed to retrieve it, but soon realized something was amiss. They saw that their comrade and Amp, Oppos' finger had fallen on Chinese soil. Instantly, they grasped the gravity of the situation and attempted to retreat. Just then, A and Oppos, Bang and Oppos, echoed, and a violent shockwave struck their heads, sending them tumbling backward to the ground. Even with helmets on, the pain was unbearable. Other soldiers, unclear about the situation, assumed war had broken out. Fights erupted immediately along the border. Bricks flew through the air amid roars and cries of pain. Chaos ensued at the border. This melee persisted for some time until both sides received reinforcements and finally ceased hostilities. By God, if you have the guts, come over. What's the use of your daily provocations? Come and fight. You've increased your troop strength by a battalion, so why not engage? You and Amp, Oppos, VE also bought $100 billion in Amp, Oppos, worth of weapons from free country, so put them to use. Once separated, both sides continued to hurl insults at each other. The soldiers were filled with fighting spirit. The injured were quickly carried away. Qiuyun cheerfully patted the soldier on the stretcher. Your idea was brilliant. I'll reward you later. The soldier instantly smiled and replied, Thank you, company commander. Qiuyun laughed. Take care of your injuries. After all, falling is no trivial matter. We'll seek compensation from the neighboring country later. After seeing the wounded off, Qiuyun turned his gaze heavily toward the other side. This was merely a minor skirmish. A trivial brawl. They had gained a significant advantage due to their proactive stance. The number of injured soldiers from the neighboring country far exceeded that of China. However, if a true war were to break out, there would be not only injuries but also casualties. The issues at the border must be resolved. Colonel Ho Mingho of the 3rd Border Defense Regiment, feeling helpless, remarked, After all these years, the neighboring country has constantly stirred trouble, harassed us, and provoked us for territory. They've made our border restless, and the local residents can't even live peacefully. He sighed deeply. If they want to fight now, so be it. But in a real war, our soldiers will inevitably sacrifice. Standing at attention, Qiuyun stated firmly, We are not afraid of sacrifice. Ho Mingho patted Qiuyun on the shoulder. Be free with your actions. He turned to walk back. The 7th Special Operations Battalion of the neighboring country, the 3rd Armored Company, and the elite aviation brigade of Anyugan are all en route to reinforce. There are already over 3,000 personnel at the border, with various armored vehicles and 5 T-72 tanks being transported. At this rate, it won't be long before fighting breaks out. Qiu Yun followed beside him and asked, "What about our reinforcements?" Ho Mingho frowned slightly. "The North China military region has instructed us to wait. Our Western China war zone has also issued orders to wait." Qiu Yun, puzzled, inquired, "Wait? Wait for them to attack first? Or even if they attack? We must still wait." The higher-ups only issued one command, to wait. Ho Mingho shook his head. "I'm not sure either. Perhaps they want to avoid casualties. Plus, we are at a critical developmental juncture. If we get embroiled in war, it would be hard to extricate ourselves, so they prefer a peaceful resolution." Qiu Yun felt some reluctance, but recognized the truth in it. Even free country, when it became embroiled in the Central Mediterranean War, expended vast sums of resources. If war broke out now, and we couldn't crush the enemy instantly, it would indeed be a poor choice. "Evacuate the nearby residents," Ho Mingho pointed around him. "If war truly erupts, this area and the 50 kilometers into the neighboring country will become the main battlefield. We cannot advance nor retreat. If they come, we must strike back, but we must not get entrenched. Yes, our side expresses strong dissatisfaction and condemnation towards China. Today, our soldiers were patrolling the border when they were provoked by the Chinese border guards. Our soldiers maintained restraint throughout, hoping to resolve the border issue amicably, and extended a hand in sincerity, seeking a handshake. Yet, the Chinese border guards disregarded martial ethics and directly attacked our soldiers, resulting in severe injuries. This violent clash has left 48 of our soldiers injured. Our government demands compensation of 48 million from China, and we reserve all rights to take action." Not long after the border clash, the neighboring country held a press conference. The announcement expressed strong discontent towards China and demanded compensation. China quickly responded, "We urge the neighboring country not to distort the truth." According to reports from our border guards, the soldiers from the neighboring country stepped onto our territory, prompting our soldiers to respond appropriately. Therefore, the neighboring country bears full responsibility for this incident. With 3 of our soldiers injured, severely so, we request the neighboring country to promptly compensate for our losses. In addition to diplomatic clashes, tanks from the neighboring country were soon en route to the border. Unlike previous provocations, this time, the neighboring country had mobilized a genuine military force. Simultaneously, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Free Country released a press statement. "China and Oppo's recklessness and bullying regarding border issues are deeply concerning. We hope that China will treat neighboring countries fairly and justly, without harming their sentiments. How dare they say we are unfair and unjust?" Qiu Yun exclaimed furiously. "What right does free country have to make such claims? Don't they realize their own conduct? Damn it, if it and Oppo's war, then let it come." Chapter 41. Sent to the front line, clouds of suspicion. 3 days later, 5 T-72 tanks from the A3 nation were delivered to the border military base. At this moment, the base was already fortified with 3 Apache helicopters, 5 T-72 main battle tanks for armored vehicles, and a battalion of troops. This formidable force was sufficient to sweep through most of the neighboring regions. Furthermore, today, the Free Nation commenced the delivery of 100 billion worth of military purchases to A3 nation. A plethora of armed helicopters, fighter jets, and tanks were being transported to A3. Additionally, the Minister of Defense from A3 was dispatched to negotiate with the Western Alliance, seeking to procure aircraft carriers from the fallen empire of the Rising Sun and to solicit military support post-conflict with Huaxia. The Western Alliance hinted at the possibility of providing military assistance, as the situation at the border grew increasingly tense at Huaca University. "In the arms factory, we are nearing completion," Tang Div exclaimed, gazing at the dimly glowing diamond-shaped device before him, the miniature element annihilation reactor. Jiang Chen smiled, setting down his welding gun. Before him lay the head of the boundary-breaking armor, the primary control unit, and the most integral part aside from the reactor itself. It was anticipated that within a week, the weapon modules and the main body of the armor would be completed. Besides crafting the head of the armor, he was also assisting Tang Di's team in the construction of the element annihilation reactor. The research team at the Army's arms factory was responsible for the weapons and main body fabrication, while the student team from Huaca University supported both teams. With the full backing of the Army, utilizing the Airborne Brigade to assist in transporting equipment and materials, the progress on the boundary-breaking armor was remarkably swift. Within a week at most, it would be ready. It was terrifying. Should these weapons be deployed on the battlefield, they would be unmatched. Indeed, Xiao Jiang, how have you developed such extraordinarily potent weapons, all integrated within the armor? Not only was the armor's design a marvel of future technology, but the weapons also transcended the realm of modern armaments. It was simply unimaginable. The range of the artillery is the finest measure of a nation's territory. Jiang Chen solemnly stated, "Everyone, we must accelerate our efforts. The situation at the border is critical, and our soldiers are getting injured." During every break, he kept abreast of the news, a habit cultivated over 4 years of high school repetition. The recent series of maneuvers by A3 nation was revealing a singular message. The Western world and the free nation sought to transform A3 into a proxy akin to the minor powers of the past. By continually supplying A3 with military weaponry, they aimed to entangle Huaxia. In the previous era, the conflict between the major and minor powers was essentially a war between the major power and the entire Western world. Now, they intended to replicate that scenario. While A3 may not engage in full-scale warfare, they would undoubtedly persist in harassing the border, continuously testing Huaxia and Apos' limits. They were prepared for a prolonged struggle. A full-scale war might herald the onset of the S3 season. At that point, Huaxia would find itself in a more precarious position, and its international reputation would suffer. If they refrained from fighting, the harassment would persist. This tactic may be deemed exceedingly despicable, yet it proved highly effective. Moreover, the Free Nation's strategy extended beyond this singular approach. War could erupt at any moment. We would not initiate aggression against others, but we must remain vigilant and ready to defend ourselves. The only way to break this deadlock was to swiftly dismantle their arrangements at the border. In the blink of an eye, we must end the conflict before anyone realizes. Thus, the boundary-breaking armor must be completed without delay. Rest assured, we shall work through the night today, and we won't leave until it is done. We will pull through 3 consecutive nights to complete the armor. Yes, our soldiers are at the forefront. We too must advance. We cannot allow our soldiers to be harmed. The team rallied with renewed vigor and began their tasks with utmost dedication. 3 more days passed, and the final assembly commenced. Jiang Chen swiftly maneuvered the robotic arm, while the others stood beside the towering 2.5-meter mech, conducting the last inspections and fittings. Approaching noon, Jiang Chen set down his tools. At that moment, a 2.5-meter-tall black mech, adorned with intricate dark red patterns, stood proudly in the center of the factory. This was the boundary-breaking armor. The head resembled a soldier wearing a military cap, yet the cap and head were unified. Its face featured a pentagonal star-shaped all-encompassing visual system. Externally, it bore no visible weapons. Its limbs were indistinguishable from those of a human, with agile and elongated fingers. At its chest, a small golden diamond-shaped energy device glimmered. Magnificent. It was far more impressive than any cinematic robot, its physique utterly flawless. The proportions were undeniably perfect, both in height and dimensions. The team beheld the mech, marveling at its beauty as if it had descended from the future. Suddenly, the sound of helicopter rotors echoed from outside the factory. Soon, Yao Jianjun hurried into the workshop, heading straight for the boundary-breaking armor. He examined the mech with excitement. "Is it finished?" Jiang Chen nodded. "Deploy it directly to the border." Yao Jianjun looked at Jiang Chen, astonished. "Can it be sent into combat immediately?" Jiang Chen affirmed, holding up a device resembling VR goggles. "I will control it myself." Yao Jianjun furrowed his brow with concern. "Will it pose any harm or risk to you?" He worried about potential side effects akin to those depicted in films that could damage the brain. After all, Jiang Chen's mind was of utmost value. Jiang Chen shook his head with a smile. "No, at present, I can only make decisions. The data flow for controlling the armor is substantial, and our current communication network cannot transmit it in real time. So primarily, the AMP, Apos, Origin and AMP, Apos, will control the armor." "That is good to hear." Yao Jianjun nodded, gesturing to those behind him. "Transport the armor to the military district. Use fighter jets to deliver it directly to the border." Soldiers utilized transport vehicles to carry the boundary-breaking armor outside, covering it with a black privacy cloth and securing it in place. Subsequently, helicopters lifted the armor, flying towards the northern military district. There, faster fighter jets would deliver the boundary-breaking armor directly to the border. At the border between Huaxia and A3 Nation, damn it, they have been fully armed and prowling nearby since early morning. Their intentions are clearly dubious. Keep a close watch on them, and report any developments immediately. Yes. Xiao Yun retrieved binoculars to observe the movements of A3 Nation. They still had numerous troops in the distance, approximately several hundred in total. Near the border line, About 2 companies of soldiers were patrolling. Report. Xiaoyun lowered the binoculars. There is a communication from the rear. A 3 has deployed 4 M777 howitzers manufactured by the Free Nation at the back. Damn, they used that artillery last year to bombard a village on our border, resulting in 3 serious injuries. The year before as well, those wretched fiends. The soldiers glared at the A3 troops not far away. These scoundrels resembled irritating flies, often launching sudden artillery strikes. If they missed, it was brushed off as a misfire during a drill, or they would resort to diplomatic resolutions. Once we imposed sanctions on them, they would quiet down for a while. But once the time passed, they would resume their provocations. Xiaoyun lifted the binoculars once more. The nearby villages have been evacuated, and the herdsmen have left, so there is no need for concern. However, this time they will undoubtedly not merely fire a single shot. They are certainly scheming something grander. Chapter 42. Bombardment, Invasion, Arrival at the Battlefield. Xiaoyun pondered for a moment, then approached the borderline, whereupon 2 soldiers from the neighboring nation swiftly advanced with palpable tension, vociferously shouting and even brandishing their firearms in a menacing manner. Xiaoyun, displaying his impatience, smirked and queried, "What exactly do you intend to do?" This time, he spoke in English. The soldiers were taken aback by the Chinese soldier and Oppo's command of the language. Just days earlier, they had feigned ignorance of both English and their own tongue. How cunning. Although they comprehended Xiaoyun's words, they refrained from responding, instead barking orders in their native language to prevent him from crossing the border. Damn, a bunch of fools. Upon hearing Xiaoyun's retort, the soldiers retaliated in their language, hurling insults back at him. Realizing that he could glean nothing further, Xiaoyun decided it best to return to his unit. As the odor emanating from the soldiers was far from pleasant, the standoff persisted well into the night, with Xiaoyun and his unit maintaining their vigil against the opposing soldiers. Suddenly, chaos erupted within the neighboring country. What was happening? The border guards appeared bewildered. Xiaoyun quickly retrieved his night vision goggles to investigate. What on earth? To his astonishment, he discerned an individual clad in the uniform of the Chinese army on the other side of the border. He hastily commanded, "Quick! Check if any of our soldiers have crossed the border and been captured." Understood. The soldiers promptly set off to verify. Grabbing the night vision goggles once more, Xiaoyun observed that the captured Chinese soldiers seemed to resist, attacking the opposing soldiers before being taken away. The soldiers from the neighboring country began to shout loudly, their weapons drawn. This was dire. Xiaoyun realized the gravity of the situation. An attack was imminent. Yet he noted an unsettling detail. He could not see the face of the captured soldier. Moreover, something seemed off about the uniform, but the darkness obscured clarity. Suddenly, Xiaoyun grasped the crux of the matter. Damn it, that could be a ruse. No wonder I couldn't see the face. It was evident that the individual was likely not a Chinese soldier, but rather a pretext concocted by the neighboring country to justify their aggression. Sure enough, a resounding boom shattered the night sky, a shell hurtling from afar, landing within Chinese territory. With an explosive roar, blinding light illuminated the surroundings. Take cover, Xiaoyun bellowed. Defend the border, engage any who cross. The soldiers reacted swiftly, seeking refuge from the bombardment. As the first shell detonated, a succession of explosions followed. Report. We have a communication from the rear. The neighboring army has commenced an offensive. Their Ministry of Defense has just issued a statement claiming our soldiers invaded their territory and harmed their personnel, necessitating retaliation to reclaim this land. What utter nonsense. Xiaoyun shouted vehemently, this land is unequivocally ours, including over 100 square kilometers on their side. They brazenly claim they wish to reclaim what is rightfully ours. Report to the company commander. All our personnel are accounted for. None have been captured. Xiaoyun fumed. I knew it. It was their own people in disguise. Yet, despite the ruse, they now have a justification to attack. Boom, boom, boom. The barrage continued to erupt around them. Report. New orders. Xiaoyun urged. Speak quickly. Have reinforcements arrived? What about our artillery? The explosions grew increasingly relentless. The higher command has ordered a full retreat. All units retreat. Engage no further. Ensure the safety of all soldiers. No casualties. Damn it. Retreat? Xiaoyun glowered at the advancing soldiers from the neighboring country. Fall back. Everyone, withdraw immediately. Despite his confusion regarding the reasons for the retreat, he understood that obeying orders was a soldier's duty. Upon receiving the command, all soldiers promptly began their retreat. Why are we retreating? Are we allowing them to advance? Where is our support? There had been no reinforcements. Their unit was the only one present. and the base remained inactive. Damn it, the neighboring country is clearly intent on aggression. They are crossing the border. This is an invasion, a war. Yet our forces are not mobilizing. Remain calm. The higher command cannot possibly allow them to advance unchecked. There must be a plan. For now, we must withdraw. The border guards quickly retreated from the boundary. Charge! The soldiers from the neighboring nation shouted as they surged across the border, indiscriminately firing their weapons. They were the vanguard, numbering approximately 300. The Chinese soldiers are all fleeing. They exulted. Praise Shiva, we have intimidated them. This region belongs to us. Upon crossing the border, the soldiers discovered that the Chinese border guards had entirely vacated the area. It was deserted, and they rejoiced. Just then, a shell suddenly landed among them. Boom. 2 soldiers were instantly propelled through the air, crying out in agony upon landing. Damn it, tell those artillery fools to cease fire. They've struck their own. Quick. Assist the wounded. The artillery in the rear had not received any ceasefire orders, and the forward observer had neglected to adjust the targeting, resulting in a friendly fire incident. Medics swiftly evacuated the injured. The remaining soldiers formed ranks, prepared to occupy the surrounding 50 kilometers, seizing any Chinese personnel they encountered. This is now the territory of our country, they affirmed. Upon realizing the absence of Chinese border guards, the soldiers from the neighboring nation halted their assault, recommencing their original plan to redefine the border. At the temporary military base on the border, reports came in. Communication from the front indicates that all Chinese soldiers have retreated without resistance. Major Aruk Khan of the neighboring nation's border forces chuckled. Excellent. Indeed. China is no longer what it once was, merely a paper tiger. Leisurely sipping from a glass of red wine, he continued. Let us seize 50 kilometers of borderland and push forward. Ensure our tanks and air assault brigade follow swiftly to establish a presence at the border and be ready for support. Additionally, order the artillery positions to advance 20 kilometers, covering more of the Chinese territory. If we are to take, let us take it all. Yes, the communications officer promptly relayed the orders. In an instant, 5 T-72 tanks and 4 AH-64 Apache helicopters departed the base, hastening toward the border. The Apaches, with their superior speed, left the tanks far behind. I have detected the forces of the neighboring country. They have breached our border, invading our territory. Far away at Huaka University, Jiang Chen, clad in his advanced battle armor and equipped with neural control goggles, utilized the armor and Oppo's long-range sensory system to clearly observe the situation at the border. Furthermore, he transmitted the footage from his goggles via Origin to the reality screen at the project factory. At that moment, Yao Jianjun and all members of the project department were transfixed by the screen. The neighboring country dares to invade us? How audacious. They even bombard us. Yet thankfully our soldiers have retreated. We must show them a lesson. Jiang Chen grinned. No, not merely a lesson, but a complete annihilation. Chapter 43, The Celestial Armored Warrior and the War Armor of the Rift. In the vast expanse of the sky, a J-16 fighter jet soared at tremendous speed. Beneath its fuselage hung the war armor of the Rift. At that moment, the entirely black armor glowed with dark red lines. The pentagram-shaped all-directional visual system on its face activated, casting its gaze downward. Instantly, the images from the ground enlarged and transmitted to the control interface behind. We have arrived above the target. Current altitude, 9,436 meters. The voice of Origin resonated within the project team. Jiang Chen pressed a button on his glasses, shutting off half of the battlefield display, and then turned to Yao Jianjun, saying, "It's ready." Yao Jianjun paused slightly, expressing concern. Should we lower the altitude? Dropping from nearly 10,000 meters without a parachute could turn a tank into scrap metal. Jiang Chen replied with a smile, "No need, trust me." Very well. Yao Jianjun promptly picked up the phone to notify the frontline command. Order the Falcon to release. Jiang Chen pressed the button again, and the battlefield display reappeared. Received. The J-16 swiftly received the command from the command center and immediately released the steel cables binding the war armor of the Rift. The armor began its descent from an altitude of 10,000 meters. The armor's posture is perfectly maintained. Prepare for a hard landing impact. Activating impact resistance mode for the entire body. Dynamic energy release system is now online. Origin autonomously controlled the war armor, executing a series of commands. The surface of the armor cracked open, preparing for the impending impact. Finally, Jiang Chen ordered, initiate combat mode. I will control the firing commands. Combat mode activated. Authority to fire transferred. As the war armor plummeted, The all-directional visual system on its face suddenly illuminated with red light, resembling the eye of a demon. No, they're in Oppos. As something above us. A soldier from the opposing nation suddenly shouted as they heard a fierce sound of rushing air, growing ever closer. Everyone looked up in bewilderment. In the dark sky, nothing was visible. At this moment, an armored vehicle shone its searchlight from an anti-aircraft gun. Look, what is that? The crowd beheld a humanoid figure plummeting rapidly. The dark red patterns covering its body and the dark red pentagram on its face were strikingly conspicuous. Intercept it, quickly. Attack. That is something from Huaxia. The pentagram signifies Huaxia. Although they were unaware of what it truly was, they recognized the pentagram as a symbol of Huaxia, representing their nation. Instantly, everyone raised their weapons to shoot. However, their range was insufficient. At that moment, the armored vehicle positioned the anti-aircraft gun, unleashing a barrage of fire upon the unidentified humanoid object. The red, large-caliber bullets formed a dense rain of fire, sweeping toward the target. Yes, shoot it down. The soldiers yelled. The concentrated gunfire rapidly reached the position of the unidentified figure, igniting a flurry of sparks. The bullets from the anti-aircraft gun seemed to strike an invisible shield. Not only did they fail to obliterate the strange object, but they couldn't even slow its descent. What on earth is that? Our shells clearly hit it. Why didn't it explode? What is that thing? To the soldier's eyes, every bullet had struck its mark. Yet there was no damage whatsoever. No way, no conceivable flying vehicle could withstand our anti-aircraft fire. They were employing a 25mm caliber anti-aircraft gun, capable of penetrating steel plates of the same thickness. Even the most formidable AH-64 Apache longbow helicopter on the battlefield could not withstand such bombardment. Ordinary armored vehicles would be no match. Yet that Huaxia object was impervious. Wait, what has it dropped? Is that some sort of mechanized armor? A soldier exclaimed in astonishment. As the war armor continued its descent, the soldiers finally discerned its form, leaving them utterly shocked. While it appeared impressive, dropping a mech from such a height would undoubtedly result in a catastrophic explosion. They must have made a mistake. They always criticized their own operations. After all, they thought it was something much more daunting, only to discover it was a mech. Current technology could not produce such formidable machines, so everyone could rest easy. The fact that the anti-aircraft gun failed to destroy it suggested it was likely just a solid metal model. Absurd. Huaxia believed this would intimidate them? I admit it looks somewhat cool, but it's even more laughable. What could a massive hunk of metal accomplish? Did they intend to crush them all? Ridiculous. Wait. Armored vehicle, move now. It's going to crash into you. As the armored vehicle began to move, a thunderous sound erupted nearby, akin to a clap of thunder. In an instant, the humanoid object crashed onto the armored vehicle. Boom. The armored vehicle detonated, engulfed in a violent blaze. Not a mere metal model after all, quickly. Call for support. Request assistance from the Shindugan Aviation Brigade. A soldier shouted, and the communications officer immediately contacted the rear. Report. Uruk Khan set down his glass of wine. Speak. Frontline calling. Huaxia has dropped an object resembling mechanized armor from a high altitude, which has destroyed one of our armored vehicles. What? Uruk Khan exclaimed in shock. Mech armor? Indeed, that's what the report states. Uruk Khan seethed. Fools. There can't possibly be any matches, especially not dropped from such heights. They would surely be destroyed. These imbeciles can't even distinguish between a bomb and a model. They report needing support. Uruk Khan replied impatiently. Tell them the aviation brigade is already en route. Understood. Oh, and inform the artillery positions to be ready for support and instruct the tank squad to accelerate. Though we are unsure of Huaxia's intentions, they have begun to retaliate, so exercise caution. Yes. The communications officer promptly relayed the message and issued orders. The Shindugan Aviation Brigade, Apache helicopters sped toward the border. We can already see the advance units. Radar has not detected any Huaxia targets for now. We are approaching for cover. Tank squad. We are accelerating. Expected arrival at the battlefield in 5 minutes. Artillery positions. We are in contact with the front line and can provide fire support at any moment. The dynamic energy release system of the armor is functioning normally. All impact from the armored vehicle has been dissipated. The exterior protection of the armor is intact. Explosive impacts have been mitigated. Everything with the armor is normal. Wow, this is astonishing. To descend from 10,000 meters and sustain no damage whatsoever? Initially, I was somewhat concerned. After all, that's a significant height, but now it seems my worries were unfounded. Even the armor we manufactured, while strong, is hard to believe in such resilience. The armor is remarkably sturdy, and its defenses are formidable. While in the sky, Xiaojiang must have activated the armor and Appos as particle repulsion field, deflecting the bullets entirely. Jiang Chen could hardly contain his excitement. What man could resist the allure of piloting a mech? If given the opportunity, he would undoubtedly aspire to create an even larger one. Chapter 44, Annihilation. High-energy particle shockwaves, plasma cannons. The boundary-breaking armor, connected directly to Jiang Chen through a neural interface, allowed him to sense everything as if he were the one fighting. All commands and directives could be executed via sheer will. Although the origin was in primary control, all sensory systems were linked to Jiang Chen. Let the destruction commence. With the issuance of the command, the boundary-breaking armor reached out and parted the flames, stepping directly through the debris of the explosion. Through the large screen, everyone could clearly see the disbelief, terror, and shock reflected in the eyes of the soldiers from the neighboring nation. A wave of exhilaration coursed through them. Those who dared to invade the borders of Huaxia must be utterly eradicated. At that moment, 2 additional armored vehicles arrived, leveling their anti-aircraft cannons to target the site of the explosion. Simultaneously, the smaller caliber artillery on the armored vehicles pivoted into position. Suddenly, a black hand swatted away the flames of the explosion. A mech, adorned with dark red patterns, surged through the flames of the destroyed armored vehicle. What the hell? A robot? A Terminator? A mech? All the soldiers from the neighboring nation were dumbfounded. They stared in shock as the mech emerged step by step from the fire. The massive, red-glowing pentagram on its face resembled the eye of a demon, sending chills down their spines. What the hell? That and Appos. S.A. Huaxiao mech. How could such a thing exist? Oh God, it fell from the sky and is completely unscathed. This is madness. Is it an illusion? Why is there a mech on the battlefield? This looks too surreal. The soldiers were all momentarily frozen. The boundary-breaking armor appeared overwhelmingly advanced, resembling a weapon from the future. Why are we just standing here? Attack! It has already destroyed one of our armored vehicles. Are we waiting to die? Someone shouted in anger, raising an RPG and firing it. The others quickly snapped back to reality and opened fire. Countless bullets and RPG rockets were unleashed towards the boundary-breaking armor. This time, the boundary-breaking armor did not activate its particle repulsion field, effortlessly deflecting all bullets with its robust armor. The flames from the RPG explosions left no trace upon the armor. The impact of the bullets and the shockwaves from the RPG blasts were automatically absorbed and dissipated by the dynamic energy release system. Activating high-energy particle shockwave. Power, low. Range, 100 meters. High-energy particle shockwave ready. The golden diamond crystal on the chest of the boundary-breaking armor suddenly radiated a brilliant glow. Release. A muffled sound echoed as a visible golden particle shockwave erupted from the armor, rapidly expanding outward. The shockwave spread swiftly, instantly sweeping across the battlefield within 100 meters. As soon as the soldiers from the neighboring nation came into contact with the shockwave, they exploded into a mist of blood. This was an explosion at the cellular level. The particle shockwave functioned like a grim reaper, and as it traversed the battlefield, all the soldiers simultaneously disintegrated into blood mist. The scene before them resembled a hellish nightmare. Crimson blood rained down, saturating the area surrounding the boundary-breaking armor within 100 meters. Soldiers further away gazed in Chapter 45, the invincible terrifying demon mech. As the armored vehicles of the A3 nation emerged from the crimson mist, 2 plasma orbs surged forth, striking the vehicles with devastating speed. In the horrified gazes of the fleeing soldiers, the blue plasma spheres erupted with violent electricity, swiftly consuming a substantial portion of the armored cars. There was no grand explosion. The plasma burst flickered momentarily, leaving behind 2 wrecked remnants. The sections devoured by the plasma were utterly vaporized, while the remaining debris sporadically sparked, charred black. With a resounding clang, a half-destroyed anti-aircraft gun tumbled to the ground, leaving one vehicle reduced to mere wheels. The ground where the plasma had made contact melted away, with patches of glowing red magma dotting the charred earth. The boundary-breaking armor emerged slowly from the blood mist, its black exterior untouched by bloodstains. The dark red markings and the crimson pentagrams, coupled with the blood fog swirling behind, rendered the armor akin to a demonic soldier from the depths of hell. Run! The soldiers of A3 were utterly demoralized, abandoning all attachments as they fled in a frenzy, not daring to look back. White elephant, white elephant. Our troops are in full retreat. We have encountered signs of combat, and there seems to be something strange ahead. Yet there is no response on my radar. For Apache helicopters had arrived at the border, witnessing the soldiers and Oppos retreat in the shadow of the boundary-breaking armor. But their radar systems detected no reflective points. Arukin furrowed his brow as he approached the command post, seizing the communication microphone. Retreat? Inform all units that no withdrawal is permitted, or face military justice. I authorize you and the tank squad to engage any targets from Huaxia directly. Report, White Elephant. The situation is dire. We have spotted the black mech of Huaxia. All 3 of our armored vehicles have been destroyed. The soldiers aboard the Apache helicopters glimpsed the boundary-breaking armor amidst the scattered debris of their vehicles. Vast numbers of soldiers had vanished. Only their weapons and clothing remained on the ground, devoid of any bodies, even fragments of flesh. The earth was drenched in blood. Oh damn. What horrific events have transpired here? The stench of blood is overwhelming. How could Huaxia possess such advanced weaponry? It resembles a demonic mech from hell. This place is a blood-soaked hell. The soldiers stared in shock at the terrifying scene below, the air thick with the metallic scent of blood, prompting some to retch. Arukin, listening to the chaotic shouts from the soldiers over the microphone, exclaimed furiously, "Damn it! What are you babbling about? You are soldiers. Compose yourselves." He directed a messenger. "Immediately transmit the frontline visuals. I must see what this infernal mech is." Yes. The messenger quickly connected with the Apache helicopters, obtaining footage from the front lines. Arukin's astonishment grew as he beheld the hellish battlefield displayed on the screen. What in the world is that? How could our soldiers perish so brutally, leaving no bodies behind? He finally comprehended why the soldiers had fled. Attack. Obliterate that robot. The Zanugan squad. Coordinate with the artillery to target the left side. Let the artillery positions rain destruction upon it. Do it fiercely. And hurry the tank squad. We must destroy that accursed mech. Arukin roared, no matter what it is. Unleash all our weaponry. Any target identified as Huaxia must be annihilated. The Free Nation and Western Alliance will support us. Orders were rapidly dispatched. Damn it. The higher-ups have commanded us to engage that monstrosity. Let us go. I refuse to believe our armed helicopters cannot destroy it. On 2 AH-64 Apache helicopters. 4 rocket launchers spun into action. In an instant, over 100 rockets were unleashed, whistling through the air toward the boundary-breaking armor. Activate the particle repulsion field. Instantly. A faint yellow, nearly invisible field enveloped the mech. Countless rockets rained down upon it. Each Apache helicopter could carry 4 rocket launchers, totaling 76 rockets per aircraft. The 2 helicopters launched 152 rockets, all aimed at the particle repulsion field. A cataclysmic eruption of flames and explosions ensued. The Hellfire missiles were ready. Launch all. 2 additional Apache helicopters, equipped with even more powerful Hellfire missiles, 16 per helicopter, a total of 32, similarly unleashed their payloads. The 4 Apache helicopters discharged all their ammunition in a single, overwhelming barrage. The rockets produced modest explosions, yet the Hellfire missiles created colossal detonations, obliterating vast areas around them. Continuous, deafening explosions followed. Under such intense firepower, it was inconceivable for any armored target to survive. Prepare the machine guns. Commence fire. Before the explosions ceased, all 4 Apache helicopters unleashed a torrent of bullets from 8 large-caliber machine guns. Arukin, observing the footage from the helicopters, scoffed. Even heavy tanks would be torn to shreds. I refuse to believe Huaxiao and Oppos S-Mech can withstand such ferocious firepower. The barrage of rockets and Hellfire missiles raged on for over 10 seconds. The 8 machine guns heated to a fiery red, eventually overheating and ceasing fire. As the last 2 Hellfire missiles launched, everyone exhaled in relief. Finally dealt with it. Who would have thought Huaxiao possessed mechs? Yet it appears so dull, standing there motionless as we bombard it. Their achievement in having mechs is remarkable, after all. Current intelligence systems are not advanced, and it likely malfunctioned during our previous assault. Once the machine guns are ready, we will sweep the battlefield. Remember, if you see a Huaxia target, engage directly. Damn, what is happening? Before the words could fully escape their lips, a pilot aboard 1 Apache helicopter, in terror, noticed an anomaly with the last 2 launched Hellfire missiles. One missile seemed to be caught by something, failing to explode. Instead, it was forcibly redirected back towards them. The other missile arced away from the bombarded area, heading straight for them. Pull up. Pull up. Quickly evade. Chapter 46. The name of the demon realized, utterly overwhelming. The driver, filled with terror, watched the approaching Hellfire missiles with dread, desperately pulling the control stick in an attempt to evade. However, boom, boom, Two colossal explosions resonated as two Apache attack helicopters transformed into fireballs mid-air. Electromagnetic interference successful, initiating two plasma cannons. Power, 10%. Plasma cannons ready, fire. Amidst the inferno, two orbs of blue plasma, enveloped in electricity, surged forth, distorting the air in their wake. In the eyes of the onlookers, two plasma projectiles struck the remaining Apache helicopters, expanding abruptly and consuming a significant portion of the aircraft. The deafening sound of their rotors vanished instantly, and the wreckage of the two smoke-belching Apache helicopters plummeted to the ground, with a resounding and oppose, thud, and oppose. One was reduced to mere scraps of metal, the other barely retaining its tail. In the command center of the A3 nation, chaos ensued. "What is happening?" Alukin exclaimed. Aghast at the static on the screen, the images of the four helicopters had completely vanished. Not just Alukin, but all the communications officers were dumbfounded. The most powerful attack helicopters on the battlefield had expended all their rockets and missiles, even their cannon barrels rendered ineffective, yet not a single robotic adversary had been destroyed. In an instant, they were all annihilated. What kind of terrifying tale is this? Why did our hellfires turn against us? What is happening? Has there been a betrayal? Alukin bellowed, and what are those electric blue orbs? Why have we never seen such weaponry before? What advanced technology is this? Is it the mecha of Huaxia or extraterrestrial in origin? The intelligence officers remained silent. They had never witnessed such phenomena either. Alukin shouted, "Where are the artillery and tanks? Have they all perished? Fire! Bombard them relentlessly. I refuse to believe he is invulnerable." On the front lines, the artillery arrived at their designated positions, quickly setting up their sights and commencing a relentless barrage. The booming of four M777 howitzers echoed through the night as they unleashed their fury upon the dimensional-shattering mecha. Deactivate the particle repulsion field. Particle repulsion field deactivated. Threat level, 0. Jiang Chen intended to absorb all attacks with the mecha and Oppo's S armor, aiming to deliver the most shocking impact to shatter the enemy and amp Oppo's S morale. He understood that these attacks could not harm the mecha. Countless shells rained down upon the mecha. At that moment, a squadron of 5 T-72 tanks arrived at the border. They established communication with the command center, which once again gained visual access to the front lines. The tank squad loaded their ammunition, aimed, and fired, and Oppos, boom, boom, and Oppos. The thunderous roar of tank cannons resounded throughout the night. The bombardment from the howitzers and tanks continued for a full minute before ceasing. "You must die. You must." Alukin fixated on the screen, awaiting the smoke and flames to dissipate. The location where the mecha stood had been reduced to a massive crater, filled with craters and scorched earth. Yet, the mecha remained unscathed, standing defiantly. "Damn it! Damn it! Damn it!" Alukin cursed in disbelief. The communications officer, trembling with fear, remarked, "That being is a demon. It must be a demon, a weapon from hell straight out of a movie. Damn it! Demon, you bastard!" Alukin slapped the communications officer across the face and commanded, "Have the tank squad use AP armor-piercing rounds. Artillery, switch to APC armor-piercing shells, bombard him." Upon receiving the orders, the tanks on the front line immediately loaded AP armor-piercing rounds. Boom. The first armor-piercing round shot forth, spiraling rapidly toward the mecha. The artillery also switched to APC armor-piercing shells and resumed their bombardment. And amp, Oppos, boom, and amp, Oppos. Compared to high-explosive shells, the explosion of the AP armor-piercing rounds was relatively minor. Its principle lay in utilizing the high-temperature metal flow generated by the explosion to penetrate armor, inflicting internal damage rather than relying on the blast for lethality. 5 AP armor-piercing rounds detonated in succession, while the artillery's APC armor-piercing shells rained down from above. The scene was engulfed in a cacophony of continuous explosions. Damn it! Alukin was horrified to see the mecha emerge from their concentrated bombardment, accelerating relentlessly. The T-72 main battle tanks utilized stabilized tailless armor-piercing rounds capable of penetrating 400 millimeters of armor from a kilometer away. Damn it! 400 millimeters of penetration depth. And yet not even a layer of that beast's armor could be breached? The tank crew stared in shock as the mecha charged toward them. The gunners hastily sped up the reloading process, striving to intercept the oncoming mecha. However, the mecha withstood the onslaught of 5 T-72 tanks' armor-piercing rounds and surged directly in front of one of the tanks. It grasped the thick armor at the front of the tank with both hands, exerting immense force and penetrating through. Subsequently, the armor on its arms opened up into tiny gaps, amplifying the internal torque. To everyone's astonishment, the mecha lifted the 46-ton T-72 main battle tank effortlessly. Then, in the eyes of all, it charged towards another T-72 tank that was still firing. Boom. It was nearly a point-blank AP armor-piercing attack. The tank's cannon was blown apart. Yet the mecha remained completely unharmed. Hallelujah. I have come to see you, great-grandmother. The soldiers inside the tank closed their eyes in prayer. And amp, Oppos, whoosh, and amp, Oppos, the mecha and amp, Oppos, S arms and legs suddenly released a wave of pressure, and then, seizing the tank weighing dozens of tons, it ruthlessly slammed it onto another tank, and amp, Oppos, boom, and amp, Oppos, the two tanks exploded, the violent collision triggering a catastrophic munitions detonation within. Amidst the stunned gazes of all, the mecha emerged unscathed from the intense fireball, resembling a demon stepping out of purgatory, advancing towards two more tanks. I'm done. I want to go home. One tank turned around to flee. The mecha instantly leaped atop that tank, tearing off its turret and tossing it aside, revealing four terrified tank crew members within. Launched directional low-power high-energy particle shockwave. With a muffled thud, the visible particle shockwave instantaneously obliterated the soldiers inside the tank, turning them into a mist of blood. From the perspective of Alukin and the crew inside the last remaining tank, they witnessed that tank, now devoid of its turret, burst forth in a dense cloud of blood. Then, the machine with the Oppos, glowing red fixed its gaze upon the last tank. In the tank crew and Oppos' despairing eyes, the mecha raised its arm and unleashed a plasma cannon shot. The final T-72 main battle tank was obliterated, leaving nothing but a single track and a metal wall rolling away slowly. Chapter 47. Those who offend our Huaxia shall be punished, no matter the distance. The secrets of the realm-breaking battle armor unveiled. Aru Khan staggered backward in disbelief, collapsing into his chair. It truly is a demon, a demonic battle armor. What have we provoked? Captain, what should we do now? The communications officer looked anxiously at Aru Khan. All their armored units had been annihilated. The base was left with only a handful of transport helicopters and over 2,000 soldiers, supplemented by some ground firepower like RPGs. Captain, we cannot withstand that terrifying foe. Shouldn't we request reinforcements from above? Dispatch fighter jets with more powerful weapons. Surely they can eliminate him. Initially, they were merely the vanguard, intended to provoke war and test Huaxia's forces. Therefore, they were not equipped with fighter jets, only an air assault brigade. But now, an entire company of the elite air assault brigade had been decimated. The tank squad had no capability to resist. Their firepower was utterly ineffective against that demon. The opponent had but a single battle armor, just one. Aru Khan contemplated, immediately contact them and request a squadron of fighter jets, no LCA fighters. Understood. The communications officer swiftly reached out to the theater headquarters. Soon, he reported, headquarters has dispatched an F-16 fighter squadron. However, a full squadron will not arrive for another hour. Aru Khan waved dismissively. It matters not. A squadron will suffice. After all, it is merely a ground-based armor. It cannot possibly engage in aerial combat or fly. At that moment, a commotion erupted outside. Aru Khan, irritated, strode out. Damn it, what are these fools doing now? As he reached the doorway, he was met with panic. The demon has come. He stumbled backward, witnessing the realm-breaking battle armor charging towards the command center amidst a hail of attacks. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the command center's wall was breached. Aru Khan, horrified, beheld the ominous red pentagram amidst the swirling dust. Then, a voice, reminiscent of a demon's whisper, echoed, "Those who offend our Huaxia shall be punished, no matter the distance." How could he find me so swiftly? Aru Khan gasped, retreating as the realm-breaking battle armor approached deliberately. With a loud crash, wine and fruits were sent tumbling from the table as he fell to the floor. Attack! What are you all doing? Shoot him! Aru Khan scrambled behind a table. Outside, the soldiers launched RPG attacks. The communications officer, steeling himself, joined the fray. Yet, the explosions only left the command center in ruins, having no effect on the realm-breaking battle armor. Damn it, what is this 7th Special Operations Battalion? You worthless Lotkin and Amp, Oppos, to even take down a single armor? Form a line and block him. I'll call for reinforcements. Aru Khan sought to escape through the back door, directing other soldiers to intercept the realm-breaking battle armor. Damn it, we are merely human. That thing is a demon. It cannot be defeated. Even tanks cannot harm it. How can we fight? Not even a special operations battalion could manage. Soldiers erupted in exclamations of despair, realizing this was a force beyond human capability. Damn it. Let us run. Run. Someone shouted, prompting a mass exodus. No matter how Ru Khan pleaded, no one paid him heed. If they faced a familiar weapon, they might have had a chance to strategize. But this weapon was utterly alien to them. How could they combat it? The realm-breaking battle armor suddenly leapt before Ru Khan, causing him to fall to the ground in terror. Stay back. Stay back. I am a major from the Ashen Nation. My father is a general. You cannot kill me. Otherwise, you will face retribution from my nation. I swear it. Ru Khan crawled backward, leaving a long trail of moisture on the ground. He had lost control of his bladder. The realm-breaking battle armor halted before the puddle. High-energy particle shockwave, covering the temporary military base of the White Elephant. Preparation complete. Launching. A muffled sound echoed, akin to a death knell. This was the last sound heard by everyone in the base. The golden particle shockwave surged outward, transforming all within into a crimson mist, departing without a trace of agony. The once cacophonous military base fell silent in an instant. Mission accomplished, or status lifted. The red pentagram on the armor and Oppos' face shifted to yellow. Destroy all facilities. The realm-breaking battle armor raced out of the military base, its hands merging into a colossal cannon. Plasma cannon ready, power at 100%. Launch. A massive blue plasma sphere shot forth from the cannon, hurtling towards the Ashen Nation's temporary military base. With a thunderous roar, the plasma sphere expanded, enveloping the entire base. Countless plasma tendrils danced like lightning, illuminating the sky. The plasma persisted for a full second before vanishing. Mission accomplished, commencing return. The realm-breaking battle armor retracted all weapons, adopting a racing stance as gaps in its leg armor opened, releasing white air pressure. Suddenly, the armor launched forward with explosive speed, akin to a bolt of lightning. At Huaka University, Jiang Chen removed his neural interface glasses, satisfied with the battle's outcome. Although the primary operations were handled by Origin, he had experienced and controlled the action several times. Truly splendid. The project department was enveloped in silence. Everyone remained entranced by the recent battle, unable to regain their composure. After a moment, Jiang Chen smiled. Everyone, it is over. The crowd snapped back to reality, expressing astonishment. They had not anticipated such a swift conclusion. It seemed less than half an hour had passed. Remarkable. This is undoubtedly the most formidable ground weapon I have ever witnessed. The particle shockwave was clearly designed for the slaughter of humanity, and the plasma cannon, goodness. Only a power source as formidable as the elemental annihilation furnace could sustain such a weapon. This is madness. So incredibly powerful. It swept through everything. Even General Yao Jianjun, firmly seated in his position, trembled with excitement. Yet, he posed the question that lingered in his mind. Xiao Jiang, does the realm-breaking battle armor have any weaknesses? He had observed that it seemed invincible. Jiang Chen nodded. Indeed, when it releases the particle shockwave, it cannot utilize the particle repulsive force field. That is its most vulnerable moment. While the armor is robust, it can only withstand armor-piercing rounds with a penetration depth of 2,000 millimeters. Once the penetration depth reaches 1,000 millimeters, it suffers damage. Moreover, protection at certain joint areas is reduced by 30%. ISN and Oppos, that's still invincible? Chapter 48, truly not invincible. The vanished White Elephant temporary military base. Indeed, it is not invincible. Jiang Chen sighed, acknowledging that while he could obscure satellite reconnaissance, transforming any monitoring images into static when they were directed at him, and could evade radar detection, he was aware that the boundary-breaking armor was not impervious. If the enemy and Oppos' firepower was sufficiently potent and sustained, the effectiveness of the armor and Oppos' defenses would diminish, as Jiang Chen would need to utilize the particle repulsion field for protection. Should he divert his focus to offense, his defenses would wane, leaving him vulnerable to destruction. Are there any weapons capable of penetrating the armor? Yao Jianjun inquired, his curiosity piqued. Jiang Chen pondered momentarily. A sufficient quantity of armor-piercing rounds could indeed overwhelm a boundary-breaking armor. The armor and Oppos' defensive capabilities in most areas exceed 1,000 millimeters, equivalent to 1 meter of protective strength, rendering it resilient against most armor-piercing attacks. However, if the volume of fire is substantial enough, it can be dismantled through sheer force, assuming the armor does not activate its particle repulsion field. Otherwise, no weapon can dismantle it. Yao Nana fixed her gaze on Jiang Chen, whispering, "What about his attacks? Can they obliterate anything?" Jiang Chen turned to her, smiling as he affirmed, Indeed, the plasma cannon can unleash temperatures soaring to hundreds of millions of degrees at the moment of detonation. Comparable to the surface of the sun, sufficient to vaporize any object. Plasma, a state of matter distinct from solid, liquid, and gas, comprises ionized gases formed from atoms and atomic clusters that have lost some electrons, creating a viscous substance akin to glue. It is exceedingly difficult to comprehend and predict, and current terrestrial technology is incapable of mastering plasma. Plasma is abundantly present in the universe and plays a crucial role in human endeavors in astrophysics, nuclear fusion, semiconductor manufacturing, and aerospace technology. It can be said that the boundary-breaking armor is brimming with futuristic technology. The high-energy particle shockwave serves as an absolute biological annihilation weapon, shattering organisms at the cellular level. Everyone has witnessed the sheer devastation wrought by these shockwaves. It is pure slaughter. Perhaps it would be more fitting to call it biotic disintegration. Jiang Chen concluded, the boundary-breaking armor is equipped solely with these two lethal weapons. Of course, it also possesses electronic interference capabilities, a comprehensive electromagnetic offensive method, though its range is limited, preventing it from being truly invincible. Yao Jianjun inquired with a smile, what if we mass-produce and deploy the boundary-breaking armor on a grand scale? Jiang Chen replied with a grin, then, yes, it would be invincible. With widespread deployment, it could even stand against the armies of other civilizations in the cosmos. Yao Jianjun smiled with satisfaction. That sounds promising. I appreciate your hard work. Rising from his seat, he expressed, on behalf of the army, I thank you. To Jiang Chen's surprise, he rendered a sincere military salute. Jiang Chen hastily interjected, General, this is merely my duty. Yao Jianjun placed a hand on Jiang Chen's shoulder. Even if you were not developing weapons for the army, I would still salute you. We, the army, are grateful to you. Thanks to you and the boundary-breaking armor, our soldiers will no longer suffer casualties. No more injuries, that is paramount. Jiang Chen nodded. We already have over 20,000 martyr cemeteries. I will not allow that number to increase. As for weaponry, the army requires a technology to dominate low altitude and pure fire support, which will come in due time. Meanwhile, on another front, F-16 pilot, headquarters, we have arrived at the White Elephant Temporary Military Base. At the headquarters of the Asen Guoshnugan Military Base, Major General Halus Khan hurriedly seized the microphone. What is the situation? Is everything secure? Any anomalies? He was the father of Alukin, who had been sent for this mission. Believing it to be devoid of peril, the perception was that Huaxiao would not truly engage in warfare. Hence he had recommended his son for the position of commander to enhance his arsenal, dispatching elite troops to provide protection. Yet now, they were completely out of contact. No, it's not that there are no anomalies, it's that our radar is picking up nothing. Halus Khan promptly commanded, lower altitude reconnaissance. 40 minutes ago, we lost contact with the White Elephant Temporary Base. We may have been attacked by Huaxia. We must endeavor to rescue them. Huaxia crossed the border to attack us? The F-16 pilot chuckled, General, that's impossible. Huaxia's military has set foot on foreign soil in decades. They wouldn't launch an attack. Halus Khan insisted sternly. Immediately proceed with reconnaissance. Understood. I'm lowering altitude, but I don't see our temporary military base. Wait. Halus Khan anxiously inquired. What is it? Fact, I see something. What is this? Was this originally our military base? Fact. Did Huaxia launch a precision missile strike? Why is there not a single person? No, nothing at all. The three F-16 pilots stared in horror at the ground. The moonlight was brilliant that night, revealing a massive, pitch-black crater. The surface of the crater was exceptionally smooth, even reflective, resembling a mirror. This was no ordinary missile strike. Such destruction would require extreme temperatures, at least akin to a mushroom cloud. Huaxia launching a mushroom cloud attack? That was even less conceivable. That would irrevocably initiate the S3 season, unleashing the Pandora's box of mushroom bombs. Halus Khan roared in fury. Fact. What is going on? Why has Huaxia launched a missile strike? Why have we received no reports? Where is our military? Immediate updates. Report, General. We have located a site suspected to be the White Elephant Temporary Base, but there is nothing there now. No troops, tanks, planes, nothing. Just a dark, mirror-like pit. We searched the vicinity again, yet found no trace of the White Elephant Temporary Base. This area is utterly deserted. That enormous pit is the White Elephant Temporary Base. Fact. Halus Khan anxiously paced the command center. Expand the search radius. Continue scanning for clues along the border. We must locate Major Alukin. Understood. The F-16 squadron immediately dispersed to search the surroundings. One aircraft flew towards the border. Report to headquarters. I have discovered our artillery position, but only remnants remain. The F-16 pilot, heading towards the border, soon located the artillery position, now decimated by plasma cannon fire. As he reached the border, the imagery detected by the aircraft left him astonished. Chapter 49. Protests? Protests are futile. Present your evidence and return home. At this moment, the battlefield along the border is strewn with the wreckage of tanks and Apache helicopters, alongside the blood-soaked remnants of armored vehicles. An F-16 pilot lowered his aircraft to the minimum altitude, gaining a direct and vivid view of two tanks violently crushed and exploded, scattered like the artillery positions. There were only a few remaining parts of armored vehicles and tanks. Most strikingly, the land within 100 meters was tainted a deep red with blood. He could scarcely fathom the events that had transpired here. What force could annihilate an elite battalion, a shun-gun aviation squad, a tank unit, and 4 armored vehicles within such a brief span? Even a relatively small, yet heavily fortified temporary military base had simply vanished. He could not comprehend what weapon could achieve such devastation. He reported to headquarters. We have completed our patrol. Our troops have all but disappeared, likely dead. I discovered a significant amount of blood in the wreckage of our armored vehicles within the borders of Huaxia. Our White Elephant temporary frontline forces have likely suffered total annihilation. The phone slipped from Hulus Khan's hand. Total annihilation? His son was gone. The nearby liaison officers dared not utter a sound, fearful that even the slightest noise might incur Hulus Khan's wrath. After a lengthy silence, he picked up the receiver again, continued searching for them. I refuse to believe that a force of over 3,000, including armored units, artillery, and tanks, could be entirely wiped out in approximately half an hour. Not a single survivor. We Haven-T even received a detailed battle report. Indeed, we have thoroughly searched all surrounding areas and found no survivors. We sent out radio transmissions, but received no responses. All our forces have vanished. The report continued, and this is not mere disappearance. There are bloodstains and wreckage. It's total annihilation. Yes. Within around half an hour, our forces were completely wiped out. The F-16 pilot confirmed the information multiple times. The group felt as if a thunderclap had reverberated in their ears. This was a temporary force composed entirely of elite troops. Their combat capability could not have been so feeble as to crumble in less than an hour. Even the destruction of the military base had failed to send a single message back to command. Hulus Khan, in a daze, sank into a chair. He could hardly believe the reality of it all. Yet the reports from the front were unequivocal. It was Huaxia and Apos' doing. It had to be, regardless of their methods. They must be condemned. Suddenly, he sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "Yes, they have likely captured our personnel. Otherwise, how could there be no news at all? They must be condemned and forced to release them." With that, he rushed to the National Assembly, still unwilling to accept the truth of his son's demise. The following dawn, as most people were just waking to prepare for their daily toil, a shocking news story spread across international networks. The A3 nation issued a statement early in the morning. Last night, Huaxia audaciously launched an attack on our border, capturing troops and high-ranking officers from our White Elephant temporary military base and destroying multiple soldiers and armored targets. In response, we express strong dissatisfaction and condemnation towards Huaxia. We call upon the world to stand with us, demanding that Huaxia release our personnel and compensate us for losses totaling $100 billion. Otherwise, we reserve the right to take any necessary measures. The general public gleaned from this that Huaxia had obliterated an A3 military base overnight. Everyone was aware that A3 had been augmenting its military presence along the border with Huaxia and that conflict was imminent. However, no one anticipated such a swift conclusion. No one even knew when the hostilities had begun. Oh, damn it. Huaxia wouldn't mobilize a significant military force, would they? What are they planning? No wonder the media claims Huaxia is exceedingly dangerous. They are always eager to instigate war. They are envious of us due to their backwardness and poor living conditions, seeking to annihilate us. Those damned Huaxia people. Online, there was a cacophony of condemnation and vitriol directed at Huaxia. Only the upper echelons of various nations understood the true horror of Huaxia and Apos' actions, particularly in the Free Nation. There was confusion. They had received no reports of Huaxia mobilizing a large army or launching missile attacks. Not even a single fighter jet had taken off. Yet A3 claimed that Huaxia had breached their temporary military base overnight. It was utterly preposterous. What they did not realize was that it had not taken a night, but rather less than an hour. Huaxia promptly responded. In light of A3's unfounded accusations and distortion of facts, We express our strong condemnation. Last night, A3 soldiers, with their poor performance and excuses, brazenly invaded and attacked our territory. We were compelled to carry out a defensive counterattack. Everything was reasonable, justified, and lawful. Furthermore, we have not captured any personnel from A3. Provide substantial evidence. If your men are gone, then go find them. We urge A3 to apologize for their invasion and to compensate us $100 billion. At the conclusion of the news announcement, Huaxia released footage showing A3 crossing the border and launching the attack, effectively silencing A3's attempts at further denial. A3 responded furiously, "Nonsense. We did not capture anyone. What about my son? Where is my son?" Ulus Khan glared at the news report with rage. Perhaps he should not be worried about his son's fate. In the National Assembly, a senior member with a grave expression declared, "Huaxia has evaporated an elite unit in such a short time. Perhaps we need to carefully reconsider our plans with the Free Nation." Ulus Khan slammed his hand on the table. "That was my son. Mine. You may disregard it. But I will not. I demand Huaxiao pays the price." At Huaca University, Zhao Xinka said, "Shall I arrange a private jet to take you home?" Jiang Chen shook his head. "No need. I and Appos, VE already purchased my ticket." "Very well then." Zhao Xinka nodded. Producing a bank card. "This is the card I gave you last time. You mentioned sending it back. But we think it's better for you to take it home personally." Jiang Chen accepted the card. Indeed, giving it to his mother himself would surely bring her joy. Han Ligua added with a smile, "All other rewards have been prepared and sent to Jin Ling. They will be delivered together when you arrive home." "Thank you. We should be the ones expressing gratitude. Go now. I'll arrange for a car to take you to the airport." As Jiang Chen settled into the university's vehicle, he casually opened the news, observing A3 and Appos' announcement and Huaxia and Appos' response. He chuckled, feeling no concern at all. This thunderous strike would undoubtedly intimidate A3. Even the Free Nation and Western countries would need to reconsider their positions. This would afford Huaxiao a significant and precious window for development. Leaning back in his seat, he gazed through the window at the clouds outside. He had not realized that nearly 5 months had passed since he entered Huaca University. Yet he had not returned home even once. Chapter 50. In the bustling market, the impoverished go unnoticed. In the deep mountains, the wealthy have distant relatives. In Jiangnan Province, Jinling Prefecture, Shaochun, it is said that you have recently come into considerable wealth. The village is suffering from drought, and the crops are not selling well. Could you lend my second uncle a sum of around 1 or 200,000? It's not too much, and I assure you, he will repay you later. Shaochun, your nephew is getting married and needs to purchase a house in the county. We used to have a good relationship. Would you lend 50,000 to my aunt? Once your nephew becomes prosperous, he will certainly repay you. Chenqi, do you remember when your family Jiang Chen dined at my home? My house is quite old and in need of renovation. Could you lend me a little? Just 50,000. After all, we are longtime neighbors. At noon, Chenqi was returning home with Jiang Mingyao after picking her up from school when a crowd surrounded them at the entrance of their building, all seeking loans. Chenqi was perplexed as to how they knew of her newfound wealth and managed to find her here. With a slight furrow in her brow, she said, "I apologize. Everyone, but the money belongs to my son. I need to save it for his future marriage." Her second uncle stepped forward directly, saying, "Shaochen, this is not right. We are all relatives. When one is in need, you cannot just turn a blind eye." Her aunt quickly chimed in, "Exactly. When your family was poor, we helped you. Besides, it's still early for Jiang Chen to get married. How old is he?" A neighbor, with a sycophantic grin, remarked, "Chenqi. We have been neighbors for 10 years, haven't we? Jiang Chen and my son grew up together. You simply cannot refuse this favor." And then, her other relatives clamored forward, all eager to establish connections, their sole intention being to borrow money. "Get away." Jiang Mingyao suddenly burst forth, her anger palpable as she drove the crowd away. She glared at her second uncle. "Second uncle? I remember during my brother's repeated years of study, you mocked our family, calling my brother a fool who would never get into college, that he was already a lost cause. You seized our land while my mother was away, didn't you?" She turned to her aunt. "When we were poor and had no food, my mother begged you for 10 yuan. You berated her all day and only lent her 1 yuan, which she repaid within days, along with interest. What kind of relative are you?" And at Wang, Jiang Mingyao continued, addressing the neighbor, "You often sent your son to our home for free meals. Even though we were poorer than you, you always took advantage of us. And aunt, you stole the living expenses my mother sent back for me from grandpa. You want to borrow money? Not a chance." She glared at the crowd. Qinshi had spent the past 7 years in Jinling Prefecture with Jiang Chen while remaining in their hometown of Huizhou. She had long seen through the true faces of these relatives. Her second uncle straightened his back, feigning authority. "You child, how can you speak like that? I was merely expressing concern for you." Her aunt's eyes widened. "You ungrateful girl. If it weren't for me helping your family, you three would have starved to death." Indeed. Your father passed away early. Without our support, how would you survive? You were such an ungrateful child." "Everyone." Qinshi gently shielded Jiang Mingyao behind her. Weary. She looked at the crowd and said, "I will not touch my son's money. I have a little saved that I could lend you." Upon hearing this, her second uncle became furious, glaring at her. "Your savings? How much could you possibly save? You are merely a clerical worker earning a meager salary." "I want hundreds of thousands." "What do you mean it's your son's money? Jiang Chen's money is essentially your money. Stop making excuses. How could a high school student earn money? If you don't want to lend us, just say so." Her aunt placed her hands on her ample hips, pointing an accusing finger at Qinshi. "Now that you're wealthy, you forget your relatives, huh? Shameless." At this moment, others in the community began to gather, drawn by the commotion. How could an office worker amass millions? Surely, she must have employed some sordid means, they murmured. Who knows? Nowadays, people will do anything for money. They whispered amongst themselves. "You really want to lend us? We are all from the same village, came all the way to see you, and you want to help?" Her second uncle stared at Qinshi, his tone laden with threat. This group comprised over a dozen people, all from the same village. Qinshi resolutely shook her head. No, it was not that she was stingy, nor unwilling to help her fellow villagers, nor was it that she was reluctant to part with her money. Rather, during her time in the village, she had been marginalized and disparaged for her beauty. A captivating widow raising 2 children in the village bore the brunt of speculation and slander that others could scarcely fathom. The rumors and insults never ceased. Those relatives, while they did not speak openly, were the ones who spread the most vile gossip behind her back. Later, when Jiang Chen excelled in his studies, they feigned concern until he repeated 4 years and failed to gain admission to university. Their pretense vanished entirely. As for Jiang Mingyao, she consistently performed well academically. Yet, whether among villagers or relatives, there was a prevailing belief that as a girl, she would eventually marry and thus was never taken seriously. The 3 of them had struggled to get to this point, and the only ones who genuinely helped them were their grandfather. Very well, her aunt scoffed. "I've heard you have millions." "Humph. How could an office clerk earn such wealth? Perhaps you relied on your looks to seduce your boss?" Indeed. The neighbor chimed in. "You were always inappropriate in the village, trying to entice my husband. I caught you several times. What a shameless person. Even in the city. You haven't changed. You even tried to seduce my man. I've seen right through your unclean intentions. It seems your character is hard to change." As Qinshi refused to lend money, the villagers and relatives dropped their pretenses and began to hurl insults. To be honest, if I had the choice, I would choose that widow Chen too. She is far more attractive than those village women. Are you not afraid of getting sick? Haven't you heard the rumors about her lack of virtue? Just think about it. A beautiful widow working as an office clerk suddenly has millions. Is that reasonable? Of course. It's reasonable. She must have been a mistress. Don't say that, but don't overlook it either. The community buzzed with gossip. They all believed that an ordinary office worker could not have acquired millions through legitimate means. This was common sense. Thus, they concluded that she either broke the law or engaged in morally reprehensible behavior. In their eyes, Qinshi was exactly as described by the villagers and relatives. "Stop talking nonsense." Jiang Mingyao shot daggers at the crowd. "My mother is not like that. The money was a reward for my brother from school." Chapter 51. The family of distinguished merit, all taken away for scrutiny. Jiang Mingyao and Appo's eyes were red, with tears brimming but unfallen. "My mother did nothing wrong. You are spreading rumors. That money was a reward for my brother from the school." Her second uncle laughed heartily. "Ha! You're killing me. The school rewarded your brother millions? Why not reward me instead? Such a little girl has already learned to lie." Her aunt, with a wide mouth, scolded, "Wretched child. You look just like your mother, a little vixen. Perhaps you." Slap. Before she could finish her sentence, Qinshi struck her hard. "Enough. Do not insult Mingyao. You shameless woman, seducing men everywhere, and you dare to hit me." Her aunt, enraged, twisted her ample body, ready to retaliate against Qinshi. In the past, back in their hometown, she had often fought with Qinshi, relying on her bulk to overpower her each time. This instance was no exception. Seeing Qinshi in distress, Jiang Mingyao tugged at her aunt, but was casually flung aside. Suddenly, the crowd stirred. A few young men in plain clothes with crew cuts rushed forward, swiftly separating her aunt from Chen Shi. Two of them expertly restrained her aunt's arms. These were soldiers dispatched to protect Chen Shi and Jiang Mingyao. Typically, they masqueraded as bystanders, living nearby. They would not interfere in Chen Shi and Appo's daily life, including ordinary conflicts, unless physical altercations arose or threats were perceived. Who are you? Let go. You're hitting me. Her aunt screamed. I can't breathe. Her second uncle shouted angrily. Who are you? How dare you strike someone? One of the young men replied coolly, we are police. While they observed the chaos, they were furious but could not interfere indiscriminately. Thus, their intervention was somewhat forceful, causing her aunt to sweat profusely from the pain. Wonderful police uncles. They slandered my mother and assaulted me. Arrest them. Jiang Mingyao, disregarding her injured arm, hurried to help Chen Shi, glaring fiercely at her aunt and second uncle. Police? Police can't hit people. What audacity. Her second uncle bellowed, let go, or I will file a complaint. He lunged forward, grabbing one of the young men's arms, only to have it effortlessly reversed and subdued. He cried out in pain. The police are hitting me. So what if you were police? Can you strike people at will? Such arrogance. This is our family matter. Who are you to intervene? Other relatives and villagers gathered around, astonished. Wait, why are there suddenly so many police? I called the police, but I just did it. How did they arrive so quickly? Are they really police? They look more like soldiers, someone remarked, noticing the demeanor and physique of the newcomers. Just then, the crowd erupted in commotion. Onlookers turned their attention to the back. Wait, why are military vehicles arriving? It's just a family dispute. Do they need to mobilize the army? 3 military jeeps approached, all bearing red military plates. As they drew near, they halted, and soldiers in uniform emerged. The young men who had previously subdued her aunt exchanged puzzled glances. They had expected to wait for the police to handle the situation. Instead, their own comrades had arrived. Wait, something's off. What are they holding? A plaque. What does it say? I see it. It reads, and Appo's, family of distinguished merit. And Appo's. What? We have a family of distinguished merit here. This is incredible. Is receiving a first-class merit significant? You tell me. If you have a first-class merit, your family tree gets a separate page. When you visit your father-in-law, you stand on the table. And he praises you for being lively. Isn't that impressive? The crowd gazed in astonishment as the soldiers formed ranks, holding the plaque aloft. The golden letters spelling and Appo's, family of distinguished merit and Appo's, gleamed brightly. For ordinary people, not to mention a first-class merit, even a second-class one is rarely seen. To earn a first-class merit, one must make tremendous contributions to the country or undertake perilous missions. A family of distinguished merit is a title awarded to those whose families have received the first-class merit medal. Suddenly, a striking figure descended from the vehicle. Jiang Chen. Her aunt, second uncle, and other relatives were taken aback, realizing that the person stepping down from the military vehicle was none other than Jiang Chen. A sense of foreboding washed over them. Brother? It's my brother. Jiang Mingyao exclaimed joyfully, Mother, look, it's my brother. Chen Shi also noticed and smiled as she tidied her disheveled hair. Jiang Chen's expression was grim. He had witnessed everything. He swiftly approached Chen Shi, Mother. I'm late. The soldiers carrying the plaque followed closely behind. Wait, could that young man be the one who earned first-class merit? Does this mean that Chen's wife? No. Chen is the mother of a first-class hero? The relatives were in deep trouble now. How dare they lay a hand on the family of a first-class merit recipient? Onlookers were eager to see how the situation would unfold. Chen Shi shook her head. Why did you come back without informing us? Come, let us go upstairs and buy more groceries together. There's no rush. Jiang Chen smiled briefly before casting a cold glance at the nearby relatives. Everyone stood awkwardly smiling. His aunt and second uncle remained restrained by the soldiers. I still have money, 30 million. Do you want to borrow it? He produced a bank card given to him by Zhao Xinka. His second uncle laughed nervously. No. It's a misunderstanding, dear nephew. We just came to see your mother and little Mingyao. They no longer dared to ask for money. They only wished to return home. His aunt chimed in. Yes. You haven't been back for a long time. The villagers miss you. Let us go. We were merely here to take a look. Other relatives and neighbors, witnessing this, attempted to slip away. Jiang Chen sneered. None of you are leaving today. He turned to the soldiers. Please take them all back for questioning. Thoroughly investigate. The soldiers had received orders from above and would obey Jiang Chen's commands. Yes, the soldiers immediately gestured, and except for the two holding the plaque, everyone else swiftly restrained the villagers and relatives. Take them away. In an instant, all the troublemaking villagers were apprehended and pushed onto military vehicles. Wait, why are you arresting me? This is just a family dispute. Why are you taking me? You are soldiers. You should protect us, not arrest us. Let me go. I want to call the police. You are randomly apprehending people. Chapter 52. A visit to the mall. Why is domestic goods so expensive? Gazing at the prestigious plaque of the first-class merit family hanging in their home, Chen polished it repeatedly. Mom, stop polishing. It's already spotless. Jiang Mingyao said helplessly while carrying a plate of food. Chen remarked with a smile, this is an honor. First-class merit. Your father would have been so pleased if he were here. He might even have had a couple of drinks. Jiang Chen placed his bank card on the table. Mom, there's 30 million here, a reward from the school. Chen furrowed her brows as she approached. What exactly did you do to earn such a substantial amount from the school? 30 million? I can't fathom why they would give you so much. It's confidential. But entirely legitimate. Lu Luoqing pointed to the plaque. With a first-class merit family title, what are you worried about? He then produced the first-class medal. Look, there's even a medal. Chen rushed over to examine the medal closely, unable to suppress a smile. All right, I'll keep these safe for you. Chen carefully stored the medal and the bank card. Save them for your future wedding. Jiang Chen replied resignedly, you really don't need to. Just use the money. It's not a problem. There will be plenty more in the future. Given the current pace of his research, he anticipated substantial bonuses. Moreover, making money was exceedingly easy for him. The most crucial aspect was that the state had provided everything, allowing him to have no worries. Okay. I'll keep this 30 million card for now. I'll use some of the money to improve the household expenses, Chen said, gently touching Jiang Mingyao's hair. Little Mingyao has bought decent clothes yet. Jiang Mingyao shook her head. I don't want clothes. It doesn't matter what I wear as long as I study well. Her clothes had been worn for several years. Though old, they were clean. Jiang Chen lifted her long hair from her forehead. No, you must buy new clothes. Why suffer when we have money? And tomorrow, you must let me take you to get a haircut. I don't want to. Jiang Mingyao covered her hair and ran off. It's too troublesome. She didn't want anyone to disturb her studies. No way. The new year is just around the corner. We need to tidy up for it, Chen said. Smiling as she embraced Jiang Mingyao, Jiang Chen smacked his forehead, realizing he had forgotten the time. The new year was indeed approaching. After all, school had started in September. And it was now February. Let us do it tonight then. This afternoon is the last half day of classes, Jiang Mingyao said helplessly. Okay, Chen called out, bringing the dishes to the table. Dinner is ready. Jiang Chen asked with a smile. How did you do on your exams? Jiang Mingyao lifted her chin proudly. It was too easy. I've been studying the next semester and Oppos. S material already, full marks. Chen placed a piece of meat on Jiang Mingyao's plate. Impressive. This is a reward for you. Jiang Chen looked at the harmonious scene before him and smiled faintly. His goal in research was to ensure that such warmth would never be disrupted by foreign powers. There would be no more times of shattered landscapes. Soon, evening arrived. Lu Luoqing's family visited the mall for the first time together. Jiang Mingyao was forcibly taken to get her hair cut. Wow, she looks stunning. This little girl is truly charming. Indeed, why keep such long hair? It was hiding her beauty. Oh, I have a son, but he is not worthy. He is a wild boar who cannot appreciate such refinement. After her haircut, Jiang Mingyao's perfect face was revealed. She bore some resemblance to Jiang Chen, but with a softer demeanor. Of course, both were molded in Chen and Oppos' likeness. Are these two your children? My goodness, this family of three is truly beautiful. Honestly, I almost mistook them for siblings. Right? They look so young. It's enviable, a family with such stunning looks. Onlookers marveled at how good-looking Chen and her children were as they left the barber shop and strolled through the lively mall, bustling with New Year shoppers. Jiang Chen asked, Mingyao, do you want to buy Chanel or Gucci? As they stood before a row of luxurious boutiques, the prices were steep, yet many were still purchasing. In contrast, the few domestic and traditional clothing stores had only a handful of patrons. Jiang Mingyao shook her head with disdain. Why buy those? They're expensive and ugly. Just for the brand? The materials and craftsmanship are poor. It's a tax on intelligence. I think domestic products are superior. Exactly. Jiang Chen patted her head. That's the spirit. Today, you can buy as much as you want. Wow. I've never heard someone speak of poverty so eloquently. If you don't have money, just admit it. Why say you'll only buy domestic? Exactly, it's hilarious. Calling it a tax on intelligence. They probably don't even understand what a century-old brand means. The craftsmanship and cultural heritage of those brands far surpass ours. As two women exited a Prada store, they disdainfully glanced at Jiang Chen's family, their derision unmasked. Ignoring them, Jiang Chen entered the adjacent traditional clothing shop. Welcome. This was a store specializing in ancient Tang-style garments, featuring clothing inspired by ancient Chinese aesthetics, modernized for contemporary taste. The faint scent of sandalwood wafted through the air, providing a soothing ambience. How beautiful! Jiang Mengyao rushed to a navy silk skirt, running her fingers over its smooth fabric. This lady has excellent taste. This is our finest piece. We have a full range of colors for you to choose from and try on. Jiang Chen followed, admiring the exquisite garments that embodied 5,000 years of Chinese beauty. Jiang Mengyao glanced at the price tag in shock. So expensive. The price was in the 5 figures. Indeed, this is handcrafted from the finest silk, each stitch made by a master craftsman, and it incorporates rosewood fibers, imparting a subtle sandalwood fragrance. This craftsmanship is truly rare. Chen was equally astonished upon seeing the price. It's over 60,000. They've worked hard all their lives. How could they ever see a piece of clothing priced at 60,000? This skirt was priced at 68,888. Even compared to many foreign luxury brands, it was exorbitantly priced. China does have luxury goods, it's just that true luxury is generally unattainable for the average person. The attendant quickly added, ladies, this isn't the most expensive item. It's genuinely worth the price. Every fabric and every stitch is extremely precious and complex. It's not merely a brand label. Hardly anyone can replicate such a skirt. Jiang Mengyao shook her head. I'll pass. It's too expensive. Jiang Chen tapped her on the head. Go try it on. This is far better than those luxury items over there. This skirt was indeed stunning, and he could tell that the materials and craftsmanship were rare. Unlike some luxury brands that sell garments made of plastic or bracelets held together with paper clips for exorbitant prices. How can they charge so much for this? Why do domestic products dare to be so expensive? It's utterly disgusting. Chapter 53. The best is the national. Two women, carrying Prada bags, disdainfully regarded the garments within the traditional costume shop. Dear ladies, all the clothing in our store is handcrafted, utilizing only the finest and rarest materials. You might want to give them a try. They are truly worth every penny, the attendant politely introduced. Truly worth every penny? Good fabric? Aren't these just locally sourced materials? How expensive can they be? Are you even Chinese? Preying on your fellow countrymen, one scoffed. Indeed, and the styles are so outdated. Clearly, our compatriots have no sense of fashion, the other added. The attendant smiled awkwardly. This is a vintage-inspired collection. Please do try it. It looks quite lovely. Vintage? That merely means it and oppos, as ancient. So much time has passed. These styles are long out of date, utterly tacky. Jiang Chen glanced at the two women with annoyance. Ladies, would you like to try anything on? He selected a black and a dark blue horse-face skirt, along with a white and a deep blue top. Here, try these. He forcefully handed the garments to Jiang Mengyao, who clutched them eagerly, her eyes sparkling with delight as she dashed off to the fitting room. Mom, you should try something too, Jiang Chen urged, eyeing the other clothing. Chen shook her head. Just buy for Mengyao. Jiang Chen replied petulantly. We agreed to shop for everyone today. We must all buy something. I will also choose something. He picked a stunning white hanfu, reminiscent of the flowing robes worn by noblemen or celestial beings in films. Sir, you have impeccable taste. With your physique, you will look absolutely dashing in this outfit. The attendant quickly praised. Jiang Chen nodded, holding the garments as he prepared to change. Well, ISN and oppos. This the country bumpkin who just claimed that local is better? One of the women mocked. Though quite handsome, he is clearly poor. These clothes aren't cheap, and he looks like just someone trying them on. Locally made items are simply swindling these country folks, and yet they can't even afford them. Ha. The attendant interjected, Sir, feel free to try them on. Whether you buy or not is inconsequential. We are curious to see how someone as handsome as you would look in our clothing. Jiang Chen shot the two women a sidelong glance. You are also locally made, and indeed quite cheap. That does not reflect the worth of everything else. If you wish to alter your origins, I suggest you start anew. With that, he smiled at the attendant and headed to the fitting room with his garments. How dare you? What do you mean, poor boy? Can you even afford these clothes? You should look at yourself. The total cost of your outfit doesn't even match the price of what's in my bag, one of the women snapped. Her irritation escalating as Jiang Chen ignored them. I'll be watching to see if you can buy these clothes, poor boy. Don't run off later claiming you dislike them. Huh, I remember you saying to support local products. Chen, Overhearing the continuous mockery, changed her expression as she selected an outfit and headed to the fitting room. Before long, Jiang Mengao joyfully pulled back the fitting room curtain and bounced out. Wow! Instantly, the attendant's eyes widened in astonishment. How adorable! How beautiful! A true young lady. Just like a daughter of nobility. Indeed, especially with that scholarly aura, it's so comforting and appears exceptionally gentle. The attendant who was receiving Jiang Chen and his family approached with a smile. Sister, you look absolutely stunning. Come, let us see you in the mirror. Jiang Mengao glanced around, curiously asking, where are my brother and mother? They're also changing. The attendant replied with a grin. Wonderful. Jiang Mengao clapped her hands in excitement, following the attendant to the mirror. How beautiful. She couldn't help but praise, referring to the outfit. Sister, your foundation is remarkable. You are so beautiful without any makeup. Your skin is like milk. I envy you. This outfit suits you perfectly, the attendant exclaimed sincerely. However, it's so expensive. Jiang Mengao furrowed her brows, still concerned about the price. Don't worry, it's fine if you don't buy. Just seeing you is a reward for us. The other attendants nodded vigorously. At that moment, a few patrons in the shop stood aside admiring the scene. Clothes look better when worn by others. They appear to be a lovely family, all possessing remarkable looks. I wonder how that young man will look in his outfit. And that sister, I didn't expect her to be their mother. She looks so young and beautiful. I'm entirely captivated. Listening to the praises from others, the two women sneered. What good is good looks? Just a bunch of country folk. They can only admire. They can't afford to buy. They deliberately flaunted their luxury bags. Just then, Jiang Chen emerged in his billowing white attire. Hiss. The girls in the shop collectively gasped. How handsome, how ethereal. Oh. I wish to leap into his embrace. My goodness, he is my ideal type. Even the two women were momentarily taken aback. Brother is so handsome, Jiang Mengao exclaimed, rushing to hug Jiang Chen's arm. I envy that sister. She can embrace him. Indeed, Jiang Chen smiled, acknowledging how the traditional attire accentuated his elegance, embodying the refined grace uniquely characteristic of Chinese culture. Xiao Chen, Mengao. Chen Qi lifted the curtain to peek in. Everyone in the shop paused, momentarily stunned. Chen Qi had chosen a more sophisticated Tang suit. Though she hailed from an ordinary family and lacked an air of nobility, she exuded warmth and tranquility, akin to a neighborly lady. How should I put it? This family embodies the true essence of traditional Chinese elegance. Whoever said foreign luxury brands are better? Our own attire is equally stunning and exudes an extraordinary grace. What a beautiful family. Oh, they're just good-looking, the two women scoffed. Go ahead. Buy it if you can. It's laughable. In the end, they change back into their original clothes and still be country folk. Jiang Chen looked at Chen Qi and Jiang Mengao, asking, do you like it? Chen Qi smiled and nodded, stroking Jiang Mengao's hair. Mengao, if you like it, let us buy it. Don't worry about the price. It's important to let some people know that we have wonderful things in our own culture. Jiang Mengao glanced at Jiang Chen and then at Chen Qi, nodding happily. I like it. Chen Qi waved to the attendant. We'll take 3 outfits in the same style for the 3 of us, but in different colors. Really? Is that for real? The attendant was overjoyed. The outfits Jiang Chen and his family wore together were worth over 100,000. Each purchasing 3 sets would amount to nearly $1 million. Chen Qi produced her bank card, of course. All right, please wait a moment. The attendant immediately took the card for processing. Before long, the garments were all neatly packaged, and the attendant respectfully returned the card to Chen Qi. Thank you so much for your patronage. Your total comes to 1,120,000 yuan. We are incredibly grateful. What a significant commission this would be. Chen Qi smiled and nodded as the trio exited the store amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers. As she passed by the 2 women, she softly remarked, the best is indeed the national. Although we may be impoverished, we take immense pride in being descendants of the Huaxia civilization, cherishing domestically produced goods. Jiang Chen gave Chen Qi a thumbs up from the side. 1 million, a substantial sum indeed. This was Chen Qi and Appo's first experience spending such a considerable amount. Yet, she deemed it worthwhile to showcase to those who idolize foreign brands. The 2 women who were ridiculed turned crimson with embarrassment. If spending over $1 million on clothing signifies poverty, then what does that make them clowns? The attendant politely remarked, ladies, I have long discerned that you merely purchased 2 tote bags from Prada for a few hundred. Today, they are hosting this event. Spending a few hundred on a luxury bag does not equate to wealth, nor does it grant you the right to belittle our domestic products. The 2 women hurriedly clutched their bags, fearing that others might discover the ordinary clothes within. Subsequently, they scurried away like mice. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen and his companions strolled through the mall joyfully, attracting the attention of numerous onlookers who eagerly captured their moments on camera. Chapter 54. An exemplary teacher. A distinguished educator. Has he achieved it? In the office of the senior year at Jiangling No. 1 High School, everyone was busy tidying up their belongings in anticipation of the winter break. Mr. Liu, the results of last semester's exemplary teacher selection have been announced. I heard you were just a hair and Oppo's breadth away from winning, only to have it snatched by Mr. Wang from the neighboring class. How unfortunate. Your class produced 2 students who were admitted to 985 universities, yet it was the underperforming Jiang Chen who held you back. Indeed, Mr. Wang and Oppo's class had only 1 student admitted to a 985 university and another to a 211, but they had a slightly higher number of students attending key universities. Most importantly, all his students were accepted. Their graduation rate slightly outshines yours. If only Jiang Chen had managed to get into a vocational college, Mr. Liu could have claimed victory. At that moment, Mr. Wang from the adjacent class swaggered over to Liu Shiwen, savoring a sip from his teacup. Papa? He spat out the tea leaves and chuckled. I told you from the beginning that you should have expelled that Jiang Chen. You were too stubborn to listen. A student so lacking in respect, humility, and knowledge, yet you chose to defend him. Now, well, I can only express my apologies as I reluctantly claimed the title of exemplary teacher. He recalled the scene from a few months prior when Jiang Chen had declared his intention to attend Huazhong University of Science and Technology at graduation. With a smug gesture, he called out to the others, let us all go out for dinner later, it's on me. A celebration is in order. Liu Shiwen adjusted her glasses and replied, I must first congratulate you, Mr. Wang, but please be respectful toward my student. Jiang Chen has always been polite. He is a good child. Mr. Wang scoffed dismissively. A good child? Who knows where he is now, perhaps hauling bricks at some construction site. I thought he was actually going to repeat a year to try for Huazhong University. What a joke. Liu Shiwen felt a pang of disappointment. She had believed Jiang Chen had not given up and would indeed repeat the year. To her dismay, he had not registered this year. Well, he is not here this year, but you still have a chance, Mr. Wang said with a grin as he returned to his seat. He and Liu Shiwen had always been rivals. Both classes were the best in the school, yet Liu Shiwen's class consistently excelled over Mr. Wang's. The only exception was Jiang Chen, who had been the sole underperformer in her class. Despite this, Liu Shiwen's class remained at the top of their grade year after year, leaving Mr. Wang feeling resentful. Finally, he had managed to claim a victory, thanks to the school's legend, Jiang Chen. Liu Shiwen glanced at her phone, checking the class group chat, which was devoid of any messages. She sighed softly and set her phone down. Suddenly, the class group lit up with a notification indicating an unread message. Liu Shiwen quickly opened it. Wang Dachui. With the new year approaching, let and Oppo's get together. Lu Daji. Sure. It's been a while since we all met. Let us have dinner and sing. Others chimed in with agreement. Wang Dachui. Jiang Chen. We must extend a grand invitation to our talented Jiang. Where have you been this year? Will you be able to pass the exams? Lu Daji. Haha. I remember you all had a bet about eating something unpleasant if Jiang Chen didn't T-pass. This gathering must include Jiang Chen. Wang Dachui. Forget him. Humph. What about the class monitor? Is Wang coming? Wang Yang. Sure, let us all get together. Wang Dachui. School beauty, grace us with your presence. I'll cover the expenses for this gathering. Lu Daji. Wow, has old Wang struck it rich? Wang Dachui. The family business is thriving. Hehe. Will the school beauty be joining us? Lu Daji. The school beauty must come. All expenses paid by young Master Wang. The others joined in the teasing. Shan. If Jiang Chen comes, then I will too. Silence fell over the group. They still couldn't comprehend why Jiang Chen would be included. Wang Dachui. Let us not talk about Jiang Chen for now. He is probably still hauling bricks. Teachers are welcome too. Liu Shiwen. Liu Shiwen pondered for a moment before replying, all right. Wang Dachui. Oh great. The teacher is coming. Excellent. Lu Daji. Lu teacher is the most beautiful in the classroom at Jiangling No. 1 High School. Haha, if I were younger back then, I would have definitely pursued Lu teacher. The others began to compliment Liu Shiwen's beauty. Liu Shiwen, feeling helpless, replied, graduation doesn't and amp. Oppo's. Mean we can be frivolous. Yet, she was secretly hoping for Jiang Chen and amp. Oppo's. Response. She wanted to know how he was doing now. Shan. Wang Dachui, you better remember your bet with Jiang Chen. No cheating. Wang Dachui, of course. It's hilarious. He didn't even repeat the year. What could he possibly wager? I'll say it again. If he gets into Huazhong University, I'll eat crow while standing on my head. Wang Yang. Lu Daji. Here we go again with the eating and drinking schemes. The group continued to jest. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, someone knocked at the office door, and all eyes turned curiously toward it. Excuse me, is this the senior year office? Mr. Wang hurriedly approached, his face lighting up with joy. Indeed. How may I assist you? The visitor nodded and smiled. The awards for exemplary teachers have arrived. Mr. Wang's heart leapt in joy. So it's someone from the Education Bureau. Please, come in and take a seat. He courteously ushered the person into the office and poured a glass of water for them. Phew, it seems the title of Amp, Oppos, exemplary teacher, and Amp, Oppos, has come for Mr. Wang. Indeed, this is precisely what we have been waiting for. Congratulations, Mr. Wang. At the start of the next semester, you will have to give a speech at the School S Award ceremony. Mr. Wang? The visitor appeared puzzled. What, Mr. Wang? Everyone froze for a moment. Could it be that it wasn't he, Mr. Wang? Mr. Wang's smile faltered. Then who is the recipient? The visitor retrieved an envelope containing the award for exemplary teacher. It's for Lu, teacher Lu Shirwan. What? Mr. Wang exclaimed in disbelief. Is there a mistake? The visitor frowned. I work for the Education Bureau. Are you suggesting we made an error? Mr. Wang hurriedly waved his hands. No, that is not what I meant. It's just that I was told my scores were the highest last year, and I thought the award would be mine. The visitor smiled faintly. That was several months ago. The information has since been updated. Teacher Lu has surpassed you with a significant lead. Moreover, she has also been awarded the title of Distinguished Educator. How is that possible? Mr. Wang's face registered shock and disbelief. He had been ahead. So how could things have suddenly changed? Lu Shirwan felt a stirring in her heart. She had initially trailed behind Mr. Wang due to Jiang Chen. Yet now, she had surged ahead. Could it be because of Jiang Chen? The realization filled her with joy as she asked eagerly, is it because of a student? The visitor nodded, then shook their head. Yes, but the specifics are unknown. The Education Bureau received a special directive from a high-ranking official. That is wonderful, Lu Shirwan exclaimed. I am Lu Shirwan. The visitor quickly stood. You are indeed the one. Perfect timing. Here are your awards for exemplary teacher and your certificate for distinguished educator. They handed her the documents. My task is complete. I must return now. The Education Bureau may invite you to give a speech. Be prepared. A speech? Lu Shirwan was taken aback. The visitor nodded. Yes, your outstanding performance and exceptional teaching abilities need to be publicized by the Ministry of Education as per directives from above. With that, I must take my leave. After the visitor departed, Lu Shirwan was left in a daze, contemplating the turn of events. Teacher Wang gazed vacantly out the door, questioning, why? Why is this happening? Chapter 55, The Gathering, A Murder of the Heart. I will attend. Jiang Chen glanced at the message on his phone, a faint smile gracing his lips. Some debts are simply meant to be settled, such as that wager. He could never let it slip away. Moreover, it promised to be quite the amusement. Wang Dachui. Wow, I never expected you to dare show up. That's fantastic. I can't wait for you to slap my face. Tomorrow night at the Dihao Hotel, I've already reserved a private room, and the second event will be at the luxurious KTV of Dihao. Lu Daji, Wang Gongzi. Quite impressive to choose Dihao. It's a 5-star hotel in our city and also boasts 2 Michelin stars. The KTV is exceptional as well. Haha. Oh, what a treat. Thank you, Wang Gongzi. It seems Brother Wang and Oppos' family has prospered. You must support your little brothers. Wang Guo and Oppos' Mi Yinzi. Do you remember? The one sitting behind you? Let us arrange to meet tonight. It's been ages. Wang Dachui reveled in his classmates and Oppos' flattery. Wang Yang is my cousin. I must thank class leader Wang for his care. Tomorrow, I'll treat you well. Wang Yang. No worries, I'm fine. See you tomorrow. He was already aware that Jiang Chen was a doctoral supervisor at Huaka University, but he refrained from reminding Wang Dachui, having been humiliated previously. He felt it was only fair for Wang Dachui to experience a taste of his own medicine. Most importantly, Wang Dachui's attitude irked him. After all, it was merely a matter of having allied with a large enterprise. Wang Dachui, so it's settled. The campus bell is definitely coming, right? And Teacher Lu. Shan, sure. Lu Shirwan had just sent off a representative from the Education Bureau, and, upon seeing Jiang Chen's intention to attend, she happily replied, see you tomorrow. The following day marked just a week until the new year. Jiang Chen decided to spend the holiday at home before heading to Huaka University. He activated the system. Supreme Technology System, assisting the host in developing the most advanced technologies, the most revered and sacred technologies. Host, Jiang Chen. Available technology points. 1. Develop technologies, and Oppos, Origin and Oppos, AI. Humanoid quantum brain, and AMP, Oppos, breaking boundaries and AMP, Oppos, armor. Main task, cooling down, countdown, 14 days. Rewards, talent, supreme research, perfect reshape, legendary, unique. Physical limit enhancement. Since the successful creation of the breaking boundaries armor, he had swiftly overrun the military base at the border of ascent country. All main and supplementary tasks had been completed. Furthermore, his body had been enhanced to its limits. His strength now surpassed that of an ordinary person by at least tenfold, including speed and reflexes. Although he had not tested it officially, in daily life, he could easily manage the 80 kilograms resistance device at home. The cooldown for this main task was not long. It would be nearly over after the new year. He wondered what the next main task would entail, hoping it would involve constructing a naval warship. By evening, after bidding farewell to his family, Jiang Chen made his way to the Dihao Hotel. Upon arrival, he spotted several familiar faces. Shen Shanshan was dressed in a simple white gown, yet she still stood out among the crowd. Lu Sherwin was beside her, engaged in conversation. Wang Yang was not far off, chatting with Wang Dachui, who wore an expression of self-satisfaction while chattering away, with Wang Yang quietly listening. Several others surrounded Wang Dachui, their faces adorned with sycophantic smiles. When Lu Luoqing stepped out of the car, all eyes were drawn to him. Shen Shanshan displayed a look of surprise and hurried to greet him. You made it. Jiang Chen nodded. There was a bit of traffic. Lu Sherwin followed closely, her face beaming. Congratulations, you did it. Jiang Chen replied with a smile. It's all thanks to your excellent teaching. Lu Sherwin was indeed a remarkable teacher. During the 4 years of his re-examination, she had always shown great concern for his studies. Yet, due to the tasks he undertook, he had to fail the exams. Nonetheless, whenever he chose to repeat a year, Lu Sherwin dedicated herself to teaching him earnestly. Lu Sherwin shook her head. It ultimately depends on you. Gaining admission to Huaka University is no small feat. She suspected that it was Jiang Chen who allowed her to achieve the title of outstanding teacher. Before Jiang Chen entered Huaka University, she had lagged behind Wang Laoshi. Jiang Chen was the sole variable. Oh, the legendary Jiang Chen from Jinling No. 1 High School, who vowed to attend Huaka University, has arrived. Wang Dachui approached with the crowd, a teasing smile on his face. You came by car, huh? TSK, I hope you can afford one, huh? Laughter erupted from the others. Wang Yang remained silent, watching Jiang Chen with eyes filled with resentment. Jiang Chen smiled. Are you ready to eat? Wang Dachui scoffed. You? What could you possibly offer me? If I recall correctly, you didn't retake the exams this year. I heard from someone who went to Huaka University, and there was no mention of a student named Jiang Chen. How ridiculous, still pretending at this point. He then turned to Wang Yang. Right, class leader Wang? Some people just love to put on a fade. We have 2 high-achieving students from Huaka University here. He glanced at Shen Shanshan, noticing something amiss. Neither she nor Wang Yang spoke. Even Wang Yang, who had previously mocked Shen Shanshan for her association with Jiang Chen, remained silent. Had Jiang Chen been accepted? No. That couldn't and AMP, Oppos, TB. Wang Yang shook his head. 2 months ago, he had indeed sent someone to inquire at Huaka University and had found no record of a Jiang Chen. Moreover, Jiang Chen had not repeated a year, so it was impossible for him to enter Huaka University. Shen Shanshan chuckled lightly. Jiang Chen isn't a new student at Huaka University. Upon hearing this, Wang Dachui felt his worries ease. He looked at Jiang Chen. All right, what shall we wager? Last time it was just my bet. What about you? Wang Yang could no longer hold back, urging, forget it. He did not want to witness Wang Dachui truly making a fool of himself. Wang Dachui assumed Wang Yang was discouraging him from troubling Jiang Chen. Forget it? Why is class leader Wang speaking up for Jiang Chen? How strange, haha. Wang Yang shook his head, realizing that it was futile to reason with someone determined to fall. Shen Shanshan teased Wang Dachui. I never said Jiang Chen didn't get into Huaka University. He's simply isn't a student there, because he is a doctoral supervisor at Huaka University. Silence. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief, thinking they had misheard. A doctoral supervisor? So, Jiang Chen had failed to enter Huaka University. He was simply at a different academic level. He had become a doctoral advisor. Lu Sherwin exclaimed in delight. Really? You've directly become a doctoral advisor at Huaca University? That boy who repeated high school for 4 years has suddenly become a doctoral supervisor at the premier institution of higher learning in China. It's simply unbelievable. Jiang Chen smiled and nodded. Impossible. Wang Dachui stared, incredulous, at Wang Yang. Class leader Wang, you're also from Huaca University. This has to be a joke, right? How could that failure, who repeated for 4 years, possibly become a doctoral advisor at Huaca University? Chapter 56. Eating Noodles Upside Down, Sun and Oppo's International Investment Group. What a jest. A doctoral advisor from Huazhong University of Science and Technology? That's a figure of national, if not global, renown. How could Jiang Chen possibly achieve this? Merely by repeating his high school years for 4 years? It seems implausible. I refuse to believe it, even if it is what the campus beauty, Shun, claims. It sounds like a fable. Everyone shared the same skepticism, as it was indeed too outrageous. A doctoral advisor at Huazhong University must be a top-tier scholar with years of dedicated research in their field. Achieving excellence in any discipline requires considerable time. Thus, they are typically of advanced age. How could a high school student be so young? This is not the same as a PhD student. He is the mentor. Jiang Chen, who has merely repeated high school for 4 years without even entering university, has somehow become a doctoral advisor at Huazhong University? Such a narrative would be dismissed even in novels. All eyes turned towards Wang Yang, awaiting his confirmation. Wang Yang pursed his lips and nodded. Indeed. He is a doctoral advisor in the Department of Quantum Computing at Huazhong University. Unbelievable. It is true. How has he accomplished this? A doctoral advisor at Huazhong University. What an extraordinary achievement. But wait, did you not notice another crucial detail? Quantum computing. He is the doctoral advisor in quantum computing. Indeed. Quantum computing, a frontier technology being researched worldwide. What qualifies him to hold such a position? The crowd was left in shock, their mouths agape. Jiang Chen is truly a doctoral advisor. A doctoral advisor at Huazhong University. Furthermore, he specializes in the cutting-edge field of quantum computing. How could a mere high school student possess profound research in quantum computing? Could it be that his 4 years of high school were a facade, during which he actually studied quantum computing? The possibility lingered in their minds. Jiang Chen is indeed a legend. Not the type of legend who failed to enter university after repeating high school, but rather a legend in the realm of quantum computing. He spent 4 years in high school, secretly researching quantum computing, ultimately achieving remarkable success. He was then admitted to Huazhong University as an exceptional case, becoming a doctoral advisor. This is the only plausible explanation. Lu Shiwen shook her head in exasperation. I thought it was my teaching that was exceptional. It turns out you are the genius. Jiang Chen chuckled. No, it is indeed due to teacher Lu's excellent teaching. I merely had good fortune. Lu Shiwen smiled lightly, exuding the unique charm of a mature woman. So, regarding the wager made by Dachui. Everyone turned in unison to look at Wang Dachui. Wang Dachui awkwardly scratched his head. This, we are all classmates. It was merely a joke among friends. It cannot be taken seriously, right? Yes, just a joke. As long as we have fun, why take it to heart? Let us first congratulate Jiang Chen. Lu Daji chimed in, applauding to set the rhythm. Attempting to divert the topic, Wang Dachui nodded at him, acknowledging this favor. The others had no choice but to join in the applause. Congratulations to Jiang Chen, a doctoral advisor at Huazhong University. You must host a feast for everyone soon. Indeed, we never expected you to have such hidden depths for so many years. We all misjudged you. Oh dear, you must self-punish with 3 cups later. Jiang Chen, do you remember me? I am Yin Zi. I used to sit beside you. How about we sit together after dinner tonight? Thank you. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. However, the wager cannot be dismissed. You need not eat anything unpleasant. Just perform an upside-down noodle-eating act later. Wang Dachui's face turned dark. Brother, there is no need for this. We are all old classmates. My invitation today is meant for enjoyment. Your words make it difficult for me to back down. Jiang Chen's expression suddenly turned cold. A joke? Old classmates. You all made such jokes at my expense for a year. Where was your conscience then? Just because he chose not to argue does not mean he was indifferent. During school, they mocked him incessantly, and now they wish to pass it off as humor, hoping for forgiveness. Such good fortune does not exist. The crowd awkwardly chuckled at his words. They indeed often ridiculed Jiang Chen during their school days, even doing so openly, without a care for his feelings. Jiang Chen said calmly, if you are a man, fulfill your wager, or say you dislike noodles and prefer. Good. Wang Dachui glared at Jiang Chen in indignation. Let us go inside. I will fulfill my promise and eat noodles upside down. Humph. With that, he led the way into the restaurant. The others exchanged glances, sensing that tonight's gathering would not be straightforward. They might witness quite a show. They hurriedly followed suit. Shan approached Jiang Chen on his right. May I join you? Jiang Chen nodded. Lu Shiwen moved to his left. Let us go together. Lu Shiwen was entirely different from Shan. In her 20s, she appeared more mature, wearing a black short-sleeved t-shirt and blue denim shorts, radiating vitality. Surrounded by two beautiful women, Jiang Chen followed the crowd. Inside the private room, everyone took their seats at the large table that Wang Dachui had reserved. A total of 20 people from the class attended. Soon, a waiter brought a bowl of Yancha noodles to the private room. Come. Wang Dachui, bold as ever, leaned against the wall upside down. Lu Daji stood beside him, attempting to feed him noodles. However, due to his inverted position, he found it impossible to consume the food. Cough, cough, cough. Wang Dachui immediately choked, his nose running. Damn it, he cursed, casting a glance at Jiang Chen. Bring me more. Jiang Chen calmly observed from the side. Kind people are often taken advantage of. If one does not deliver a profound blow to these individuals, they will never recognize their mistakes. He no longer felt the need to endure. He would not allow himself or his family to suffer indignities. He did not call for a halt, and others were equally hesitant to intervene. They watched helplessly as Wang Dachui's face flushed red from choking. After a while, Jiang Chen calmly remarked, All right, today is a class reunion. Let us leave it at that. Upon hearing this, the crowd sighed in relief. Wang Dachui was assisted down by Lu Daji. Yanzi hurriedly offered him a tissue. Well done. I'll remember this. Wang Dachui composed himself. He had lost face, and it could not end so simply. He walked to the head of the table, his gaze icy as he looked at Jiang Chen. Today, I am treating everyone to this gathering. First and foremost, my company has formed a powerful alliance with the international giant, Sun and Appos, International Investment Group. I warmly invite all of you to consider employment with my company upon graduation, as I will be taking on the role of HR for the family business. Wang Yang's heart stirred. No wonder Wang Dachui was so arrogant now, no longer trailing behind as a lackey. He had connected with Sun's International Investment Group. Shan scoffed lightly, clearly disliking the name Sun. The others were equally astonished upon hearing about Sun and Appos, International Investment Group. Sun? The venture capital group that invests in many international giants globally? Incredible. That is a true international powerhouse, not merely a typical Fortune 500 company. Congratulations, young Master Wang. Your company and Sun's International are a perfect match. Once we graduate, we will certainly come for an interview. You must not disdain us then. Young Master Wang is impressive. I have long recognized your exceptional nature, a true dragon among men. Chapter 57. The sole domestic agent for 5G technology on the verge of obsolescence. Upon hearing the flattery from the gathering, Wang Dachui felt a surge of satisfaction within him, even wishing for more vigorous praise. Casting a triumphant glance at Jiang Chen, he remarked, There is one more significant matter to discuss, but let us finish our meal first. Those of you with family businesses may find yourselves fortunate. My family has a factory, Wang Gu. Should you have any promising projects, do keep your brother in mind, someone chimed in. My family runs a design company, Wang Gu. Please do consider promoting me. The compliments continued to flow. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen, Lu Shiwen, and Shan remained quietly seated. Suddenly, Lu Shiwen laughed and inquired, How is your teaching at Huaka University? Jiang Chen paused, realizing that despite holding the title of doctoral advisor, he had never actually conducted a class. With the cool-down period for the main storyline tasks still quite lengthy, he planned to return to Huaka University after the new year and attend a class or two to make an appearance. Otherwise, receiving a monthly stipend of 100,000 seemed rather unsteady. Fortunately, he was currently leading a small team and had not yet taught any large courses. This was no deception. He was indeed engaged in research with the Academy of Sciences and other project departments. Lu Shiwen said, Impressive. I hope you can nurture a multitude of talents for our nation. Then she turned to Shan, asking, What is your field of study? Energy-related, Shan replied, twirling the cup in her hand. My family has always been in the energy business, hence my choice of major. In truth, many individuals are influenced by their family and Appos' business or opinions when selecting a field of study. At that moment, Jiang Chen and Appos' phone buzzed. He glanced at it and saw a message from Xiao Xinka. Xiao Jiang, Huatian and our information department have successfully conquered 8G technology. An announcement may be forthcoming shortly. It had been several months since they had received the 8G communication technology. and he was pleasantly surprised to learn that they had finally overcome the hurdles of research and development. The so-called 5G monopoly of the free nation would soon become irrelevant. Dinner is nearly served, Wang Dachui announced, seeing Jiang Chen and the others engrossed in their conversation. I booked the ultra-luxurious dinner for 48,888 per table. Do enjoy. Wow. Wang Gu is quite generous. We are in for a treat, haha. Wang Dachui continued. After we finish, we'll head straight to the third floor. To the Emperor 8888 luxury suite, which I have also reserved. Wang Gu is truly impressive. Enough said, let us toast to him later. It was undeniable that Wang Dachui had splurged this time, with the meal costing nearly 40,000. The minimum expenditure for the suite upstairs was also 888, excluding drinks and other expenses. Soon, an array of dishes was presented, including Australian lobster, king crab, caviar, and other extravagant delicacies. It would not be an exaggeration to say that many ordinary families might never have the chance to experience such cuisine in their lifetime. Wang Dachui boasted for some. These delicacies are unattainable. Today, we bask in their glory. As he spoke, he cast a meaningful glance at Jiang Chen. Knowing that everyone was aware he was the only one from a rural background in their class, with the most modest circumstances, Shan frowned and retorted. We are all classmates. What do you mean by that? Class reunions are meant for enjoyment. If you think this meal is too extravagant, I shall treat. I'll pay. Wang Dachui quickly interjected. How can we let the school beauty foot the bill? I was merely jesting. Lu Sherwin suggested, let us go Dutch. It's the fairest way for a class reunion. It would amount to 444 for per person, which is not too much. Shan concurred, let us do that. There is no need for Wang Tongxue to pay. Wang Dachui was momentarily taken aback. He had intended to seize this opportunity to show off and ridicule Jiang Chen, reclaiming some dignity. He hadn't anticipated that Shan and Lu Sherwin would defend Jiang Chen so vigorously, now insisting on splitting the bill. Why should we go Dutch? Wang Gu has already said he has taken care of it. Does it really come down to Jiang Chen to make everyone pay? Exactly. Wang Gu is being generous. I want to go Dutch. I'll cover your share. Hearing some support, Wang Dachui cleared his throat. Everyone, please don't worry. I'll cover the entire bill. No need to split. He was indifferent to the cost. He simply wanted to regain his face. Wang Gu is indeed magnanimous. Indeed. Some should refrain from affecting the group's spirit. Even if one is a genius, being poor is still unfortunate. Wang Dachui felt elated at the remark, feigning kindness as he gazed at Jiang Chen. Shan raised an eyebrow. Why do you assume that someone who becomes a doctoral advisor at Huaka University in their 20s must be poor? The individual was instantly rendered speechless. Indeed. Becoming a doctoral advisor at Huaka University at such a young age surely promised a bright future ahead. Now, Wang Dachui gestured for silence, relishing a sense of accomplishment. Let me share the final piece of significant news. My family's company has successfully won the bid at the Free Nation's 5G tender. At this, Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow, directing a sharp gaze at Wang Dachui. The circumstances surrounding the Free Nation's 5G technology were far from honorable. He had seen the news about the Huaxia Huatian Technology Group and Oppo's research team going to the Free Nation, taking with them a wealth of core technologies. This was not a simple matter of departure. It undoubtedly involved multiple parties and even foreign infiltration. Wang Dachui's family winning the bid was certainly not a mere coincidence or a show of strength. Furthermore, after the Free Nation announced a unilateral 5G exclusivity plan, effectively blocking Huaxia, they proceeded to hold a 5G tender. It was evident that they aimed to seize the domestic communication market with more advanced 5G technology. 5G was a technology monopolized by the Free Nation and its Western allies. If implemented, the communication landscape in Huaxia would fall under the complete control of the Free Nation. Therefore, Wang Dachui and Oppo's family company was not merely a collaborator, it was a pawn set by the Free Nation within Huaxia. 5G communication technology? The very technology the Free Nation claimed exclusive rights to a few months ago? Did they not declare a blockade on exports to Huaxia? Why is there now a tender? Wang Dachui chuckled. Because they wish to allow such powerful technology to benefit all humanity, they have reopened exports to us, but only our companies may operate it. Truly remarkable. Wang Gu, your family not only collaborates with the Sun family, but has also acquired the exclusive technology from the Free Nation. You are bound to rank among the world as top 500. The communication network is an immense market. Currently, the domestic technology is only at 4G. If 5G enters the market, it will undoubtedly capture a vast share, leading Wang Gu's family to reap substantial profits, potentially surpassing Huatian. Phew. How fortunate we are to be classmates. Wang Ge can introduce us to some engineering opportunities, perhaps in signal tower construction. Steady, steady, Wang Dachui chuckled. At this stage, the information is still confidential. I'm merely sharing it in advance. Rest assured, there will be project arrangements. Thank you, Wang Ge. This is splendid. Phew. I await Wang Ji's good news eagerly. I'll toast to him. Shen Shanshan frowned. Do you all genuinely believe this is a good thing? Setting aside the potential threats to our information security if we adopt 5G technology, this is the Free Nation's exclusive technology. If it becomes widespread, they could sever our network at will. They would control our communication networks and information, reducing all related domestic enterprises to mere subsidiaries. Wang Dachui shrugged and remarked, even if my family does not participate, there are other enterprises bidding. If there is money to be made, why not seize the opportunity? If blame is to be assigned, it can only be directed at our technological shortcomings. It has nothing to do with me. Shen Shanshan retorted angrily. Everyone is aware of the circumstances surrounding 5G. We are clearly in a leading position, are we not? Indeed, Jiang Chen concurred. We are at the forefront. Even now, 5G is merely an obsolete technology. Chapter 58, an eager preview of 8G, the world, and AMP, Oppos, S pinnacle. Jiang Chen's proclamation momentarily stunned everyone. What a jest. 5G is currently the most advanced communication technology globally. There simply cannot exist a superior alternative. Indeed, just a few months ago, the Free Nation had announced the establishment of 5G technical regulations. How could there be something better? Perhaps 5G. Despite my lack of expertise in technology, it seems implausible for advancements to occur so swiftly. I recall transitioning to 4G a long time ago, and it took several years before 5G emerged. The crowd voiced their skepticism. After all, technological iterations are typically gradual and governed by established principles, making simultaneous leaps or bypassing stages improbable. The Free Nation had only recently proposed the 5G communication network protocol, and Jiang Chen claimed that Huaxia had already developed something more advanced, an assertion bordering on impossibility. Wang Dachui scoffed, impossible, unless you can present the previously researched 5G communication technology, but that is utterly unfeasible. The Pingzun team heading to the Free Nation would surely be aware of 5G technology. They are the core RD team of Huatian. Huatian could not possibly develop 5G technology after their departure. The 5G communication technology was a prior research initiative by Huatian and Huaqa University. Huaxia's technological approach has always been to equip one generation, develop another, and pre-research the next, ensuring a constant lead. However, that remains merely pre-research technology. Given that 5G is not yet fully mature, it is implausible to develop a more advanced 5G. Even as an interim technology, it would not be feasible. Who says I am referring to 5G? Jiang Chen smiled faintly, sipping his drink. If it is to be more advanced, of course, I have merely heard whispers. Although 8G has already been conquered, it has yet to be publicly announced. So I cannot disclose it prematurely. So it turns out to be mere hearsay. I thought it was genuine. It and AMP, Oppos, S laughable to bring up rumors. I've also heard that Mark Keek's rocket is now capable of reaching Mars. Indeed, you cannot deny that Mark Keek's Eagle rocket far surpasses ours. The launch visuals are breathtaking. The rocket is significantly larger than ours. Yes, sending such a heavy object into space is utterly astonishing. Eagle rocket? Jiang Chen curled his lip. That rocket employs the most common series technology, merely binding a multitude of launchers together and encasing them in a massive shell, then advertising the ability to transport thousands of tons into space. Fundamentally, it lacks substantial technological merit. Otherwise, the Free Nation would have adopted their technology long ago. It is merely a commercial gimmick for stock market manipulation. Wang Dachui leisurely remarked, I thought you had insider information, haha. If there truly were better technology, then the resources my family invested in 5G would be in vain. Thankfully, haha. Wang Yang silently chuckled to himself, a small-minded individual reveling in success. He truly believed that establishing a connection with the Sun Group and obtaining 5G rights was a boon. Little did he know that his family's underpinnings had been thoroughly scrutinized. He shook his head. Let us extend our congratulations to Brother Wang once more, and raise a toast. The others eagerly lifted their glasses. Thank you. I hope everyone enjoys themselves today. Wang Dachui raised his glass, feeling rather triumphant. Suddenly, his phone rang. After downing his drink, He glanced at his phone. "Excuse me, I have a call." Upon seeing the caller ID, he quickly stood and stepped outside. "Dad, I'm dining with friends at the Imperial Hotel. What news? Is everything all right? What has happened? Should I check trending topics? All right, I will take a look now." The group inside the private room heard Wang Dachui's voice from outside, their expressions filled with curiosity. Someone pulled out their phone. "Trending topics? Let us see what is going on." Lu Shuwen also retrieved her phone, and Jiang Chen and Xin Shanshan glanced over. Upon opening the portal website, they were met with the top trending topic. Huatian Technology Group collaborates with Huaka University's Information Department to break through the world's only 8G communication network technology. According to reports from the front line, just moments ago, Huatian Technology Group and Huaka University's Information Department simultaneously issued announcements regarding the upcoming 8G communication technology. The announcement indicates that this will be the world's most powerful 8G network technology, with all parameters and performance far exceeding current 5G technology. Additionally, it incorporates powerful super AI, which will fundamentally transform Huaxia's communication network, providing consumers with an unparalleled speed experience. The brevity of the trending topic often signifies the magnitude of the event. What the heck? 8G? This must be a hoax. ISNT the latest technology 5G? How could it leap so many levels? This is absurd. 8G? You might as well claim 6G. Jumping straight to 8G? How outrageous. But our Huaxia network has shared it. It must be authentic, right? 8G, my goodness, how fast must that be? If it becomes widespread, will we be able to download videos in seconds? With a click, the door swung open. Wang Dachui re-entered, having finished his call. His countenance had darkened significantly. Originally, acquiring the 5G agency rights would have propelled him to great heights. However, now Huaxia had unexpectedly launched 8G. If it were mere slander, it would be one thing, but the fact that Huaxia Network had shared it implied national endorsement. Thus, it could not be false. Just as they secured 5G agency rights, they had effectively become obsolete. Having invested so much and navigated numerous relationships, he never anticipated such a profound impact on his family. They were a small enterprise. Otherwise, he would not be following Wang Yang as a subordinate. They had nearly exhausted all resources to align with the Sun Investment Group and secure the 5G agency for the free nation. They thought they could soar. But just as they took a few steps, their legs were abruptly shattered. "Wang, young Master Wang, what is the situation now? Your card? Surely we should be fine, right? Is that 8G for real?" "Of course it's false." Wang Dachui strained to assert. "Our 5G is the most advanced." The news released by Huatian is merely an attempt to deceive the free nation. Wang Yang coldly chuckled from the side. "You all continue eating. I'll step out to return a call." With that, Wang Dachui hastily gathered his belongings and exited. It was evident that he would not be able to cover the meal, leaving the others in an awkward silence. The meal cost 40,000, and if they split it, it would still amount to several thousand, not to mention the reserved private room upstairs, which would offset another 8,000, an expense that would accumulate significantly. Wang Yang grinned. "No worries. Everyone enjoy yourselves. This meal is on me, including the subsequent expenses." "Oh, Wang Class Leader, you are so generous. Let us toast to Wang Class Leader." The atmosphere regained its liveliness. "Next time I return, I will treat you all separately," Jiang Chen whispered to Xin Shanshan and Lu Shuwen. These classmates had been nothing short of derisive towards him, and despite his wealth, it was unlikely he would indulge them in dining and entertainment. "All right, you have my word. No backing out," Xin Shanshan exclaimed, her spirits soaring. Lu Shuwen chuckled. "I too am eagerly awaiting." Wang Yang observed Jiang Chen and the others engaged in lively conversation, a flicker of jealousy crossing his gaze. After the meal, Jiang Chen headed straight home, while Xin Shanshan and Lu Shuwen opted not to attend the second event, choosing to return as well. On his way, Jiang Chen gazed at the resplendent starry sky, contemplating that upon his return, it would be time to delve into the study of naval warships. Chapter 59. New Year, 8G Standard, 50 shares, return. The day before the New Year, Jiang Chen and his family were packing their belongings to return to their hometown for the festivities. In their hometown, a luxurious villa had been prepared for Jiang Chen, with the keys already handed over to him. In Huizhou, Jiang Chen and Apos' family stood in front of the magnificent villa. "What an impressive villa! My brother is truly remarkable," Jiang Mingyao exclaimed as she dashed towards the entrance. This was a 3-story villa, sprawling across a vast area. The interior was not merely well-furnished, it was extravagantly designed, featuring only the finest materials. The front yard was expansive, complete with a small fish pond and a flower bed, alongside a cozy relaxation area. A stone-paved path and an asphalt road led directly to the villa. The stone path meandered around the pond and flower bed, while the asphalt road provided a direct route to the villa and Appo's entrance and the adjacent garage. Qin opened the door, and the three of them stepped inside. Jiang Mingyao was the first to rush into the villa. The enormous glass windows lent a modern, minimalist aesthetic to the space, imbued with a sense of technological sophistication. This villa was not situated in a village, but rather in the city, and it was quite expensive. Most of the surrounding residents were affluent city dwellers. Jiang Chen did not inquire about the exact price, but he estimated that the villa, coupled with its lavish renovations, would not be less than 4 million. Since the incident with the so-called relatives and villagers borrowing money, most of those who had caused trouble were detained for 15 days. A few of the more egregious offenders, including his second uncle and his eldest aunt, were fined 10,000 and faced an additional month of confinement. Consequently, they spent the new year in custody. Now, Jiang Chen's family had effectively severed ties with their former village. To avoid further complications, the old house in the village had been given to Jiang Chen's grandfather, allowing them to enjoy a peaceful life in the city. Tomorrow, we and Appo's go to the village to bring your grandfather over so we can celebrate the new year together. He has always taken care of you, and he is the only one who has helped our family, Jiang Chen said. 3 days later, the family of four sat in front of the television, eagerly awaiting the commencement of the New Year's Gala, a program that nearly every Chinese person watched on this day. It and Appo's about to start. Brother, bring out the snacks, Jiang Mingyao called excitedly, as the coffee table was laden with various treats. Their grandfather, Jiang Ming, sat on the sofa, kindly observing everyone, while Qin busied herself in the kitchen preparing more snacks. Jiang Chen brought over a platter of sliced fruits. Jiang Mingyao bit into an apple and remarked, "It seems like the festivities are starting earlier this year." Jiang Chen settled down beside her, turning his attention to the program. Before the Spring Festival Gala begins, we have some exciting news to share. According to public statements from the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology, the 8G communication technology developed in collaboration between Huatian Technology Group and Huaka University is now recognized as the strongest communication technology in the world. The so-called self-researched 5G technology from the Free Nation has standard parameters of 20 gigabits per second, which translates to a transmission rate of 2.5G per second, 10 times faster than 4G. While 5G boasts low latency, extensive connectivity, and network slicing capabilities, the 8G technology launched by Huatian and Huaka University achieves an astounding transmission rate of 1 terabyte per second, over 400 times faster than 5G. Additionally, it features Super AI intelligent coordination that allocates network bandwidth through AI, ensuring that every application and action is executed seamlessly, without any delay. Long-distance latency will also be lower than that of 5G, encompassing all types of networks, including but not limited to cellular, satellite, and fiber optic networks. The advent of 8G will usher in an entirely new era of human communication, with nationwide deployment expected to commence this year. All 4G users will be eligible for a free upgrade. This was undoubtedly the first piece of good news of the new year, a resounding statement to the Western world. The 8G network had truly arrived. Jiang Chen smiled, impressed by the swift progress of Huatian and Huaka University. With the announcement of 8G, the Free Nation's 5G technology would soon appear laughable, as the two technologies were not comparable in any sense. The Free Nation and Appo's efforts to establish a foothold in network communication technology would be utterly dismantled. Ding, ding, ding. Suddenly, his phone rang. Jiang Chen answered, "Old Zhao. Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Haha. Have you seen the news about 8G? Yes, I just caught it on Huaxia TV. Indeed. Huatian is responsible for all operations and deployments related to the 8G communication technology, and they will share 50% of the pure profits with you annually. It can be said that without you, this technology would not exist, and they might struggle to survive." Jiang Chen was astonished. 50%? That and Appo's quite a lot. Currently, Huatian and Appo's 4G revenue was in the tens of billions, and that was merely from domestic operations, not including other businesses. The future revenue from 8G would likely be even greater. 50% would equate to billions yearly, potentially exceeding 100 billion. That's not trivial. This technology is entirely your brainchild. Technology is paramount, especially such advanced technology. Huatian believes they are getting a tremendous bargain. unaware that you are the inventor, as your identity remains confidential. 100 billion. Jiang Chen pondered. If there were indeed such wealth, he was unsure how to spend it. He already had a house. Should he buy a luxury car? After all, he did not intend to flaunt his riches. However, he could provide for his mother and sister. All right, that's wonderful. I'll share the news with them so they can be at ease. After hanging up, Jiang Chen turned to Jiang Mingyao. Do you want to become a billionaire? Jiang Mingyao shrugged and shook her head. What would I do with so much money? I'm quite happy with my life as it is, and if I need money, I can earn it myself. Chen Qi chimed in. What billionaire? What matters is that we are happy together as a family. Besides, we are already millionaires. We have enough. Jiang Chen shook his head. That won't do. Next year, you will be billionaires. Just imagine, when you go out to buy groceries, you'll be driving luxury cars worth millions. Jiang Mingyao swung her feet playfully. If I had that much money, I would open a domestic car factory and produce the best cars in our country. After enjoying a comfortable new year, Jiang Chen boarded a plane back to Huaka University, with 5 days remaining before classes resumed. At this time, the campus was relatively empty, with many, including Han Ligua and others, yet to return. The main storyline task still had 8 days left on its cooldown. Upon returning to his dormitory, Jiang Chen contemplated before accessing the naval military blueprint. The blueprint encompassed 3 types of warships, indeed, only 3. Jiang Chen had integrated numerous functionalities from various warships, resulting in each type possessing formidable capabilities in its respective field. Although the construction period would be extended, launching even a single vessel would ensure the security of its domain. He decided to focus on developing an attack-type warship first, as the maritime crisis in Huaxia had intensified, necessitating powerful warships to safeguard its waters. Having selected the warship to analyze, Jiang Chen immediately began designing it on his computer, eagerly awaiting the completion of the main storyline task to commence construction.